Okay, and I think we are going live here. So welcome everyone to the CEwire2020 live stream. And we have Steve Silverberg and Paul Farkas here along with me, Adam Farkas. How's it going, everyone?
Real good.
Hi, good morning, Adam.
Okay.
We're ready for action.
Ready for action here. Okay, well, I'm just getting everything set up here right now this morning, so thank you everyone for being here. And you can see on the screen, it's me with my quarantine hair, and we're all ready to go here this morning. I've got my sidekick next to me that's not actually Paul, as we're still social distancing here, so I've got my trusty friend, the manager here. And so let me make sure that the stream is working for everyone, and I'll put up just a reminder and a notice here while we're doing that. Let me pull it up. And Steve, you want to turn your sound off? I can hear you.
I already did.
And Dad, you want to turn your sound off?
Okay.
Or else I will mute you. I will banish you to the the world of the silence. There we go.
Computer, good. You should have no feedback now. Everything good?
Everything sounds good. So, excellent. All righty. So, how's it all going today, guys?
Good, good. We're getting used to this. I think it's, I forget, our third event.
And I'm hearing somebody's computer again, perhaps Paul's.
Yes, it's not mine. I have to forget.
No, it's not. Okay. Oh, I remember what it is. Okay. I always have my music on.
That's not it.
Get the music off here. No, there it is. Now it should be gone.
Are you sure? Yeah, it sounds quieter.
I think it's gone. It's quiet, right? Yeah. You know,
This happens
the music.
and when somebody calls in also, so we shouldn't feel bad.
Well, you know, it's funny. It's we've all seen this for our entire lives, right? You listen to the radio, and you hear the people call in on sports radio, and you want to strangle them. You're like, you've been listening to sports radio for like the last 50 years. You know that if you call in, you have to turn your radio off, and people still don't do it.
Yep.
It's hilarious. It's like you've been hearing this since you were a small child. Like, turn your radio off. We're on a 20-second delay. It's like, why don't people do it?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, because on the computer, I listen to music with a headset.
Right.
So I just I forget that the volume is up, and I have it way up.
Right. So yeah,
music. So.
You forget that it's like a little bit like radio. But anyway, and speaking of sports radio, by the way, that's one thing that I've noticed. You know, people are going a little bit crazy here. There's absolutely nothing to talk about. So hopefully we'll at least give some people something to look at today, since we're going on how many months now is it without sports?
Now they're talking about the people getting the viruses and whether they can have the sports, and I truly don't know if they can, because in golf now 5 or 6 guys have it and they're exposed to a few people. What happens in baseball, football, basketball, hockey? My prediction is that they're all going to fall by the wayside once they get started, because it's just going to be impossible.
Yeah.
But let's see. We're safe here, though. We're about, I'm about 3,000 miles away from you, and Paul's about 3 miles away from you.
Yep. So meanwhile, let me take this over here, and we'll take a look at. I just want to make sure that the stream is going fine. Everyone seems to be able to see it, which is great.
Did you check with Matthew? Matthew. This is my name. Where's the attendance desk?
Yes. So if you want to get into CEwire itself, go to CEwire2020.com, and that is where you will find all of this stuff. So that is where it's
There's a big lobby when you go in.
Yep, big lobby, and you can't miss it. So, and let me just try to help people before we get started here. So that's always fun. Getting this cranked up and ready to go. And I also want to show people while we're doing this the schedule for the day, such as it is. And sorry about that. I am just putting it all together here. So let me show people the schedule and get that up and running, since people always ask also, because classes will be starting soon. And if you had the old schedule from May, as you know, it's changed. So here we are, CEwire2020. One thing that you'll notice about the schedule, if you look at it, is that it looks shockingly familiar. It looks very similar to the old one, and there's a reason for that. So we tried to keep the classes in the same place each time over and over again, which makes sense to us because if you've taken classes before, let's say you took Steve's class, right? And he's got 3 other people competing against him. Well, if you've taken his already, now you have the chance to go back and take one of the other 3. And one of the things that you may have also noticed, I don't know if people are aware of it or not, is that we're going to be doing this again and again and again. So we're going to be, going back and doing this in August and when else? October, November, December. So we're going to be doing this again and again, and which I think will be good. I mean, we're doing it because Arbo changed their rules again about live CE being equivalent to internet CE. And so because of that, we're just going to keep on keeping on and do it again and again. So I know, Steve, you're excited about that.
Yep, well, I love listening to my lecture. I wish I could add to it because things change, but sure. But just to make things fair, we are adding new content. Whitney Hauser and Sue Resnick are doing a lecture today that's totally new, and we hopefully will add a few more new lectures. Rich Holm actually asked a question on the chat board about it. So we'll try to, but we have so much content that people can't watch the first time. After all, even if you sat by the computer all weekend, you could attend only 16 hours, and we have 64 hours of credit. So you need four complete events to attend all lectures. So we're going to add new content to make it a little bit more spicy, but we're also going to reprocess some of the old lectures, which are great, so there's no reason why people can't attend them at future events or this event.
Right. And so let me pull it up here so people can see. And is Gretchen here yet? No, probably not. I don't know if Gretchen's going to be with us here today, if it's just us guys. But
Here?
so no, I don't think she's here.
It's Philly, so it's almost 11 o'clock. It's not like it's your time.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so anyway, so let me pull up the schedule so you can see it on the screen right now. The courses are very similar to last time. We have a couple new ones. We have, but that's I believe. Let's see. Let's take a look here and see what's going on. I know that we have a new one tomorrow. Just if I pull up Sunday's schedule here, Sue Resnick and Whitney Hauser have a new lecture on ptosis tomorrow, which we just got in under the wire. You can see right here. And so we'll talk about that a little bit more tomorrow. We might even have Sue come on the air and talk to us. So I'm hearing some beeping.
Yep, I lost the button on my phone here. I'm calling in again.
You don't.
What are you calling? I'll try to be quiet.
Wait. What are you calling into? We hear you, and you didn't lose. The...
Okay. As long as you can hear me, I can't get the mute button going, so I will just be very, very quiet until you get your first feature on. Right. Never easy here.
So the phone that you're using is a standard iPhone, right? It's not exactly, if you pull it away from your face, you should be able to see the mute button, but if not, that's okay.
Okay, I'll find it again, but I'll be very quiet now. It's never ending.
So this is an example, actually, folks, of when Apple thinks that they've perfected their user however for their phones, however many years on it is, 10 years, 12 years. As you can see, there is always room for improvement. And, so it goes with CEwire. And in fact, let's talk about that for a second, because people who've been to the conference a few times now have questions about this. So let me pull it up. So first and foremost, thank you, everybody, for coming today. And I just wanted to have a shout out to all the folks who've been part of the conference, because right now, as far as we know, we know what our count is. We have over 5,000 ODs that have attended this conference so far. So if you compare it in size to the last Vision Expo, we're clearly larger at this point. We're dwarfing the other conferences, and we couldn't have done it without everyone coming here and taking part. And Steve, you made a really good observation that of everybody that signed up, there's only been a scant few who haven't taken the classes yet. Most people who've signed up have actually come in and taken classes, so that's pretty good. They didn't just do it on spec and then walk away.
I think the reason being is that the COPE change of direction, where everything that is live interactive is now live, is a big reason, because most states are allowing a significant amount of credits, if not all. So people want to attend these things because there's no place else to go.
Right.
It's almost 95%.
Yep. And so just everyone can plan their day by going to CEwire2020.com and click on courses, and then you'll see a link that says download the printable course schedule, and that's that thing that I had up here a minute ago, this thing. And so that's probably the easiest way to actually plan your day, or today and tomorrow. Just take a look at that schedule. And we'll always have a new one up there. So for instance, we'll have the August one up after the June conference is over. But again, it's going to look fundamentally similar to the one that we have up there today because we want to give people a chance to take the competing classes. Remember that you can't be in two places at once. The software knows that you're watching and you can't get live credit for two courses at once, even if you have two computers and you try to log in twice. The software is smarter than that.
Or for that matter.
Right. So there's a little twist in how you actually have to get the credits, and this is the tech thing that I mentioned before. So first of all, watch the entire lecture. Don't leave early because the software is watching you. But secondly, at the end of each lecture, you can enter your Arbo tracker number. There's a little box that you have to click on, and Steve, actually, you'll go into the classes and let people know, remind them what they have to do. You just put in your tracker number, and you attest to the fact that you were actually there and you didn't have like a blow-up doll or something sitting there in front of your video watching it. You actually watched it. And that's it. And there's no quizzes right now because of Arbo's rule change. So that's all you have to do to get credit is show up, watch, and just attest to the fact that you were there and put in your tracker number. Tracker number is important because that's what we use to transmit the results to Arbo. And for everyone who took classes in May and were wondering how come my credits took so long to get over, I apologize for that. We actually had, I think, the single largest transmission of credits to Arbo ever for our May conference. I was computing it. We had over 2 man-years of data sent over to them. So if you had one person sitting in front of their computer, they would have had to watch continuously for 2 years to get the equivalent number of CE credits. That's how much I transmitted over to Arbo. And we needed to make sure that it was correct because any minor errors in it can escalate into something huge when you have thousands upon thousands of people that need to get credit. So that's why it took so long. We wanted to be super careful. And then, of course, on Arbo's end, they have to manually get all the stuff that we send to them in electronically. It's not completely automated. So that's why it took so long. Hopefully this time it'll be shorter. So again, there's no quizzes for the credit. If you're watching on demand, you still have to take a quiz because those rules are still in place. And to mention, in our August and going forward, so for all the other live conferences that we're doing for the rest of the year, that process will not be in place. We're going to try to make it so it's much more automated, where you just enter in your tracker number once, and that's it. And as you're sitting there, the thing will just record your credit for you without you having to attest to anything at the end. So the reason that it happened this way is we were caught flat-footed by Arbo changing the rules on us. When CEwire2020 started, way back when, we didn't have stuff that was equivalent to live CE. It was internet CE. And so we had to change our system while the conference was still going on. And so that's why it's been a little bit of a challenge. And we thought for sure that this would all be over by June, that Arbo's temporary rule change was temporary, as they claimed. And of course, now we know it's not. As they've extended it through December 31st. So we're going to change the software and make sure it's easier for you guys.
A little word for everybody. Please, everybody, all the speakers in the room for the first lecture. So if you want to attend, please interact with them. They're there so that you can ask any questions, and they're there to answer. They love this. They love the interaction, which we get much more now because we have so many more people. I'll give you guys an estimate now of how many people we have now. I'll refresh it. About 700 people in the conference.
Wow.
Amazing.
Yeah, so there's definitely a lot of people still, and I think what we want to do is I want to thank our sponsors. So today's live stream, we're not going to have any interviews with vendors or anything like that. It was just going to be all of us just hanging out and talking. But the vendors all came to me and told me what their specials were. So I think this is as good a time as any for me to tell all of you what some of the specials are in the exhibit hall today. And I think what I'm going to do is when the live stream's over today, and we're going to go a little shorter today with the live stream. We're not going to go the full day. Just because, again, this is like a marathon now. We're doing it over and over again, but I want to at least let you know what the different specials are. So first and foremost, thank you to Marco, or should I say Advancing Eye Care, which Marco is now part of, for being the sponsor of this live stream like they have been since 2015. So go into Marco, you can check them out. We obviously, you guys have been using Marco equipment forever. Paul, you attest to the longevity of it, and Steve, you as well. You guys have units. Steve, you were talking about your autorefractor that lasted how long?
It's still ticking, so we're talking now, I don't want to date myself, it's 1996 I got it, and it not only still works, it's called the Marco 1200, but it's never needed service, and in fact we've got newer versions of the same thing. The 5100 is the newest, and frankly we all migrate to the older one. It seems to be a better interface, works better. So with all the improvements, there are improvements in the technology, but the old tried and true is, when I first bought it, they said these things last forever. They were around for 3 or 4 years, but they do last forever, and you don't need to service them. So I love it.
Excellent. Yeah. So it's just sort of amazing in this high-tech era where most equipment, these days it's kind of like a German car, right? You have it for 3 or 4 years and then but the Marco stuff still lasts. So definitely go check that. Check out their booth and check out what they have going on. If I hear about any specials that they have, I'll let you know. Since I'm not in the booth, I can't actually see anything right now, but if you guys want to see, just go into the booth and you can check it out. Optos, again, makers of the wide field camera. And in fact, we have a wide field lecture going on right now, I think. Ultra wide field retinal imaging and optometry with Dr. Wilson. So that's happening right now, so you can check that out and see some pretty pictures. Thank you to Optos for sponsoring again, and go into their booth to see what they have going on. Conan Medical, maker of a number of devices, and in fact, we're going to show you a webinar that Craig Thomas did about the REDEFINING device, and I'm going to put that on later today so people can see it if they haven't seen it yet, so you can get a sense of what it's like. But Conan came to me today, as you can see up on the screen, with like 1 million specials. So let me just run it over for people if they just want to see it. So 6 months deferred payments, 6 months no interest on approved credit for all devices, and then the rates after that, 4.19% for qualified customers. The REDEFINING ERG device, which is what I mentioned before, there's a little lecture about it that LCT did, and we'll take a look at that. But they're offering $2,000 off list, which is their best price ever on the device. And all units that ship in July will get a coupon for a BOGO free offer on the first restocking order of electrodes. So that can save you $700. So, as it says right there, you're going to make up your money very quickly with these specials. So definitely go check out what Conan has in their booth. MacuHealth, makers of supplements for eye care, and Steve, of course, you use this in your office, I know. And in fact, I remember we were at a trade show and you ordered a whole bunch of them when we were there. You ordered them by the crate load, and so you prescribe them to your patients for quite a while, I believe.
I was muted. Sorry. Yes, I use it all the time. They fly out of the office. People appreciate it, especially when you show them their drusen and then you actually see them shrink over time. There's actually an excellent lecture going on about it now. He speaks about these nutraceuticals. John Nolan is in the third room, and he's talking precisely on their products as well as others.
Great.
Okay.
And Luno Technology. So we had some great interviews with Luno last time. So they make a wide variety of equipment that can actually help you with social distancing, and they have specials today as well. Let me pull this on up for you. A whole bunch of financing specials, 0% APR. Again, you can check out their booth and book a virtual demo so you can actually see all of this equipment in an online format, since obviously it's difficult to actually see it in person these days. But here I can put up some of the specials for you. So the VX65 is the digital refraction system. If you remember, we had a good talk about it. Where you can actually be at a totally refracted distances. You can see it's tablet-based, and you can see it has the user interface right there that looks very familiar. So they try to make it as easy to use as possible, but you can be as far away from the patient as you want and get this refraction done. So 0% financing on that. 0% financing on the VX40 wavefront lens analyzer. 0% financing on the iRefract binocular wavefront refraction system. So 0% financing on this wavefront anterior segment analyzer. So on and on and on. So 0%, I guess, is the order of the day for Luno. So definitely go check them out. Oh, and I can't forget the Nexi, right? Everybody loves, as they call it, the sexy Nexi because it's so cute looking, and also 0%. And even 0% on their edgers. So they have a Brio Attitude patternless edging system. And you can check that out as well in their booth. Hog, and so again, another great sponsor of the conference. They came to me yesterday and said, we have a special on one of our perimeters. So $2,500 mail-in rebate on the Octopus 600 Pro. And if you've never seen an octopus, I don't know what you're visualizing, but that's what it actually looks like. Not like an octopus. And this deal expires on June 30th, so right after the conference ends. So if you're interested in an octopus, this might be the time to go do it. Go into their booth and take a look at some of the material and contact Hog. So there it is.
One of the better high-end testers, by the way.
Yep. Yeah, a nice industrial design as well. If you've never seen the octopus in person, very compact. Not very much like the old days, right, where things were a little bit bigger. Everything's getting smaller. Okay, so that's Hog. So the NeuroVisual Medicine Institute, thank you for sponsoring today. So they are concerned with the identification and treatment of patients with binocular vision dysfunction using fractional units of realigning prism. Now, unlike most courses where you have onesies and twosies like we do here at CEwire, if you want to actually get into this, they have an institute that you can go visit. It's in suburban Detroit, mild stomping grounds, go blue. And they bring you in for sort of an intensive course where you can learn how to treat this issue and integrate it into your practice. So they don't just teach you clinical stuff, they also teach you the practice management aspects of it as well, and give you these manuals so you can really hit the ground running and get this into your practice in a very sort of structured way. The most critical thing to let everyone know is that the Institute is up and running and they are taking people again. So if you're interested, you can go. They are open, and you should definitely go check out their website and check them out. TearCare, so Sight Sciences makers of the TearCare device for meibomian gland dysfunction. And I think that we've all seen the device and how it's different from others. Let me actually bring up their website. Again, I was talking about how things have gotten smaller over time. Well, this is a great example. So check this out. So the TearCare device basically consists of this hockey puck and this that you put to the patient's eyelids, gives the a heat treatment, and it worked well for meibomian gland dysfunction. And they just actually had let me see if I can put it up here, a randomized trial of the TearCare system versus the other leading how do I put it? The other leading device. Oh, actually, they use the name there, so I can too. So basically, they compared this study called the Olympia study compared the TearCare device versus the LipiFlow, and they found equivalency, which was a big finding for them that they actually had it in a randomized clinical trial, because the TearCare device is actually a lot cheaper and smaller, as you obviously just saw. It's tiny, it's portable, and it's easy to use. So definitely go check it out at TearCare, and you can see it right there.
Also, Adam, the consumables are much less expensive, so the the treatment per person is much more efficient, much less expensive.
Yep, absolutely. So definitely go check it out. I know they're also going to be having some user meetings, and again, right before all this COVID stuff hit, TearCare was organizing a bunch of different user meetings in cities around the country where you could meet with people who have the device and all get together and talk about it and share tips on how you're using it in the office. And unfortunately, that got the kibosh. Timing is everything, right? And I know they started doing them around February and March. So that went away, but I think they're going to be starting up again soon as the country opens up again. So we'll learn more about that going forward. So that's TearCare. VTI naturalVue, so this is a custom soft contact lens and used frequently for myopia control, even though they can't say it, but we will. Steve, I think you're actually a user of this lens, right?
All the time. It's used a lot for myopia control, even though in quotes it's not approved. Almost no treatments for myopia control is. One of the better multifocal lenses, one of the better daily wear lenses in general. But we started using it first for children because of its profile seems to be scientifically more able to do what you're trying to accomplish. But now we're expanding on to all their other products. They're a great company to deal with. You get the products right away, reasonably priced, and the sales rep is a real nice guy, and that's important.
Excellent. So so definitely check out their booth. ZEISS, what more can we say about ZEISS? So ZEISS has been a big booster of the conference, and we thank them for that. So ZEISS makes obviously a wide array of instruments, including OCTs, and now the wide field cameras as well. And go into their booth, they have a whole bunch of specials running. I can't even run down everything that they're doing. One of the most important things that ZEISS has done, though, over this entire period of disruption is they've put a lot of their materials online to try to support the clinicians, and they've also had a program where you can get slit lamp breath shields. So if you haven't done this yet, you really should, right? I don't think this is going to be going away anytime soon, this idea of having a breath shield. It wouldn't surprise me actually if some of the units just come with them integrated now, because I have a feeling this is going to be the new normal. But anyway, ZEISS has an entire website dedicated to supporting clinicians that you can go visit. And they have a whole education series as well, in addition to having if you go to their booth, you can see they have some of the talks there as well. But they've set up a whole bunch of webinars. They've really it's kind of amazing actually how quickly they adjusted to what's been going on. I know that we put on an event for them. When was that already? It was already back in March, was it? I mean, it was fairly rapid. We threw this thing together to try to give docs education online. So it was amazing how quickly they reacted to all of this. So definitely go check them out. If you're in a buying mood again, they always have good deals running. If not, if you're just looking for education, definitely hit their site as well, because all those webinars are there.
They stepped to the plate, Adam. They were the very first, literally the middle of March, perhaps even earlier, to give the free slit lamp breath shields. And we got one within a week's time. It was great. And other companies followed suit. They all, pitched in, but ZEISS was the first, and ZEISS has been the best.
Yep.
So kudos to them.
And what's amazing about it, too, is they are not a small company. For a large company to actually get their act together like that so quickly, to me, was remarkable to watch. When we produced that conference with them, it was amazing watching how they all just, sprung into action, getting anything done. I mean, we produced that thing in it was like 2 or 3 weeks. And getting it done that fast was really remarkable. I'd never seen anything like that before, so kudos to them. Really kind of amazing. AB Max, so makers of the AB Max device for treating anterior blepharitis. And just a little trivia note about AB Max, the company that makes it, this is the so-called, second generation device, but they actually invented the first generation one as well. So you may have this device, from a different company under a different name, but these are the guys who actually held the patent on it, and they came back and created the second generation device called the AB Max, and they are running a huge number of specials today at the conference. So you can see that purchase 6 boxes of the AB Max procedural packs to treat 120 patients at $1,794 and get the $1,995 AB Max device free with no payments and 0 interest for 90 days. After a $350 deposit, right? So this is very much the razor and the razor blade model, but they're going to give you the device for free, which is great. And they're going to actually, yep.
I've used it probably 100 times. Easy to use. It works. We do it in tandem with some other procedures. It's not covered by insurance, so it is a profit center in the practice, but it's a profit center that helps the patients also. And again, a lot less expensive than a LipiFlow or that sort of treatment. And we do this with even a manual meibomian gland expression, and it works great. So AB Max has been with me since the very beginning, and I love the product. Yep. There was another original product, and this product is, I think, better, and also the consumables are a lot less expensive to do each treatment.
Yep. And it's very easy to use as well. I actually had it done for my anterior blepharitis, and it just tickles. It doesn't even hurt very much. So I think patients, they don't mind going through this procedure.
Yeah. I would mention something else about other uses of it, but I think it's this is not just a maturity.
This is a family show. Okay. Oh, and I also mentioned Michael will certify your as many doctors and staff members in your practice at no charge via Zoom sessions. So what they want to try to do is train your staff remotely, since they can't actually come in and do it in person now in a lot of places, right? So they'll do it remotely and teach everyone in your office how it all works, and then give you this fancy dancy certificate. So there you go. That is the AB Max. So NeuroLens, makers of a system, and actually I will show people. So it's a device to measure misalignment, and they also create custom lenses with contoured prism. And I can put this down for a second and show you. So these are my NeuroLenses that I have right here. I have a pair of them that I've been wearing. Mine has very little power, but just the prism, because, you know, me being the old person I am, I wear multifocal contacts, and I asked them, hey, can we, you know, just draw something up? I want to try them. Just put in a little bit of power and give me the prism. I want to see if it's actually useful. So I've been using these things when I'm doing a lot of close work with the computer, and they've been great. So NeuroLens, so they have this device to measure misalignment between the two eyes, and then again a lab where they can create these custom lenses with contoured prism.
And it's really truly amazing how small the amount the prism is, and how much people proclaim how much it helps them. A lot of patients, a lot of friends. The science is great.
I've noticed less eye strain with it, more so than I would have, you know, expected from the quarter diopter or whatever else, you know, is in this pair of lenses, which I find really interesting. And you're right, the prism is small, but when you look through it, you can actually notice the effect. And it took me maybe about, I want to say about, you know, 30 minutes or so when I first started wearing them to adjust to it. But since then, it's been great. There's a feeling of eye strain that goes away when I put them on.
I have a pair with the same frame as one that doesn't have it, and sometimes I'll pick up the wrong one, and after 5 or 10 minutes, I realize I don't have it. So you can call that a single blind study or whatever, but it does work because I realize when I don't have the NeuroLens on.
Yeah. I mean, that's an interesting thing, right? How much of this have people missed over time, right? Where you could actually get a little bit of effect with prism, but most people just like, I'm not going to bother. So
I think binocular vision in general in schools is becoming less and less taught, and it's becoming a more medical model, which isn't bad as long as they would teach the whole field of optometry, like they did as well.
Absolutely. And so NeuroLens has no payments until January 1st if you purchase the measurement device at MSRP. So definitely go check it out. One thing I also want to say too about the lenses, at least in the pair, you know, I can't really speak too much in general, but the lenses that I have in the pair that I have here are really high quality. So I think when you're offering this to your patients, this really is a premium option. And I think that's the way, you know, from a marketing perspective, that's the way you really have to promote this to patients, because not only are they getting the effect of the prism, but the lenses themselves are really well made. So I don't know if your experience is the same, Steve.
Yep, absolutely. From the first second I put it on, you could tell it was good quality, and they haven't scratched in spite me being abusive to them.
Yeah, no, I treat mine like garbage too. I'm sure the people in New Orleans want to hear it too, but I'm really abusive, right? Because I wear these as close readers, and, yeah. But they've been great. So definitely check out NeuroLens.
And actually, it's a very interesting instrument when you go in to be tested. I know you've been tested, Adam. It's a high-tech way of detecting phorias and how your fixation changes as you look down, and it's real impressive. And they can duplicate the lenses perfectly. I don't think anybody else can make a lens like that with contoured prism through the bottom portion of the lens.
Right. Well, let me ask you, Steve. I mean, if you were going to try to actually do this manually, how long would it take you, and would most people even have the skill at this point to diagnose this properly and get a lens made that could work similarly?
I mean, you could do it manually by checking phorias at various distances. It's a different test, but I think you get the same results. But you can't make a lens with prism in the near portion without making it in the distance portion. Lenses are from regular labs are made with the prism throughout the lens.
Right.
So if somebody has a problem like divergence excess or convergence deficiency, they have to wear single vision lenses to get the quality of prism. And that's not a contoured prism, because when you're looking at let's say a computer screen that's 3 feet away versus my phone, which I'm looking at now at 1 foot away, your fixation angle changes and the amount of prism you need changes per their test. That can't be made by any other company, I don't believe.
Right. All right. Well, everyone, yeah. So I think everyone should check it out. And the other question I had for you, Steve, is with that, because of the way the contour prism's actually made, do you think compliance is a little bit better with this? Because I know when I first tried a regular pair of prisms, I was like, whoa, this is odd. But with these, it felt a little more subtle.
It's definitely more subtle. There's not that big prism jump. There's not that big amount that you would use in different areas of space. So people are accepting it, and the people that are, let's say, purchasing it and buy into the science when you explain it properly, they're motivated, so they want to wear it. So even if there's 2 or 3 minutes of adjustment, that's all there is. And after that, you forget it, almost like a well-made progressive lens. You don't really feel it when you put it on, unlike the old 1985 lenses where they would go all over the place. So, yeah, I think the motivation of the patient, they understand the science, you explain it properly, and they'll use the product, and within minutes they'll be able to understand it. And again, if they pick up their regular single vision or progressive lenses and try to put them on, they'll feel the difference almost immediately, and they'll go back to their Neuralens.
Right. Okay, so Oculus, again, another great friend of the conference. I think Oculus has been here with us since the beginning, makers of instruments including the Pentacam and the Keratograph. So they have some specials running right now. Again, it's another flexible financing option thing with no payments for 6 months, and you choose the installation date. And then after that, you can have really low financing for 48 months, 2.9% on their instruments. So definitely go check those out. They also are having summer savings with refurbished units for sale, and definitely go see what they have in stock if this is something you're interested in. I know that people these days, if you're getting into scleral lenses, the Pentacam has really become the thing that people are now using because they can help you create these custom lens designs very rapidly in conjunction with things like the Wave software. It's kind of amazing to watch. You get the output of the Pentacam that goes straight into this Wave contact lens software, design software, and spits out the actual design and transmits it to the company, and then within 3 days you have yourself a scleral lens. So pretty cool stuff. And you can check out the refurbished equipment. Oculus is an interesting company too because they're headquartered in Germany. You think this is a big impersonal company, but Oculus USA is actually just right up the road from me here in Seattle. So it's nice, small, easy to work with. It runs almost like a mom and pop kind of company. Really, really good group of folks. And I believe that their service center is actually right there in Washington too, and that's where they have these refurbished devices. So go check them out.
The picture in the middle, by the way, is called the Easy Field, and there's the Z Field 2. We have that in the office, and it's if you have a busy office with a lot of people and you're doing 2 fields at the same time, you could do a glaucoma test on this or just a standard field, and it's just nice to have. It's portable, the footprint is small, and very, very affordable compared to the robust visual field tester. So a little plug for that one device.
Yep, and I know also that Oculus is also getting into the myopia management realm, right? They have a device that can help you compute axial length now as well. So, really cool high-tech instruments, so definitely go check them out. And so Science-Based Health, makers of Hydro Eye. So this is, again, another supplement. This one in particular is for dry eye, and I unfortunately don't know what specials they have. You can run over to their booth and they can tell you what they have going on. We had Zach Denning here talking to us about it last time, and I'll probably dredge up his interview as well so he can talk a little bit about the science behind the product, since they are a very science-based, as they say in their name, company. Everything that they do and put into their supplements is based on actual clinical data. They really read the research closely and make adjustments as needed, always following the latest science. So definitely, if you're into supplementation, go check them out. Check out their website, actually, because they have an unbelievable amount of information about what the current state of the art is, with the science around supplementation in eyes. Covalent Careers. So this is actually the largest site for jobs in eye care. If you're looking to make a switch, get a position somewhere, or you're looking to hire, say, an OD or an optician, this is the place to go. The special that they're running, they actually sent me this little bit of prose that you see up on the screen, that if you go to ODwire.org/jobs, you can see a list of all the jobs that they have open right now, but also they'll give you a 10% discounted rate on their postings if you actually decide to go with them. The cool thing is their job postings, if you go to ODwire, you can actually see it. Maybe I can pull it up for people too, or maybe not, we'll see. Let's see if it blows up in my face. So if you go to jobs, you can see that they have the list. These are all the lists of the jobs that they have listed right now. When you post a job listing with them, they take that list and they syndicate it everywhere, right? So this isn't just running on ODwire. This is running on all the different sites that are syndicated with Covalent Careers. So if you place an ad with them, you know it's going to get sort of this maximal traction because it's going to be in a bunch of different places. So definitely go check them out. If you're looking to place an ad, you can see they have a whole bunch posted here. So definitely check it out.
Yep.
And Eye Care Live. So this is telemedicine for eye care. And we had Beth from Eye Care Live do an interview with us last time. Again, that's another one that I'm probably going to drag out for people to listen to again later today. So this is a company that went from like zero to important very quickly. People had been, sort of kicking the tires on telemedicine, for the last couple of years. But all of a sudden, obviously in the spring, it became much more important because telemedicine is not a way to lose your patient, as people had been fearing. It's more of a way to keep in touch with your patient when you can't do it in person. So people have been using Eye Care Live, which is a really structured way to interact with your existing patients and to keep in touch with them, even when physically you're not in touch with them. And if you go to their website, they'll actually have demos where you can see what it's like to implement this into your practice. And I think these days, more and more, this is becoming something that people want to do. People are figuring out how to bill for it. When you have a structured system in place like Eye Care Live versus something like Zoom, it becomes much easier to actually bill for something like this and justify what you're billing out, right? Because always the huge concern was, how do I document what I'm doing? And with something like Eye Care Live, that's all done for you, right? Because it's a very structured tool. So definitely go check out Eye Care Live.
Just a little word of telemedicine. I read an article about it. Yes, you can't diagnose a retinal tear in the periphery, but about 70% of the problems can be diagnosed and treated. Even something simple like a contact lens problem. Sometimes at the very beginning, people were reticent to come to the office to fill contact lens prescriptions, but they expired. So by a quick telemedicine interview, you could assume the patient can get the same prescription and either dispense lenses to the patient, or they can get them elsewhere. So people needed their prescription. So it really does work. Not all the time, but a high percentage.
Yep, and in fact, it can be useful for things too, like a dreaded red eye, depending on your degree of risk tolerance and how you feel about diagnosing people via pictures, right? This can help capture some of that clinical data and allow you to evaluate it in a structured way. And I know some people are like, well, I don't really want to do that kind of stuff away from the office. But what I think what COVID-19 has showed us is that sometimes it's not a bad option, right, to have that at your disposal. To be able to do that at a distance.
If somebody has a painful red eye, as an example, you might be reticent because there's certain diagnoses that the prescription that you give them, let's say it's a steroid and it's glaucoma rather than uveitis. But if somebody has a gooey, pussy red eye, I think you all know where you're going. And as long as you're confident that somebody doesn't have a corneal ulcer and there's some symptoms that would occur with that, prescribe for that patient is great. They don't have to come to the office. You don't want them at the office for the infection alone, as well as getting it from other people. So sure, there's certain things, episcleritis, scleritis, dry eye, blepharitis, you can really tell right away with a picture. My friend's been doing it to me for 20 years, so at least since the iPhone came out in 2007, so this is nothing new for me, but it's a better interface than Eye Care Live, for sure.
Yeah, and I kind of wonder over time if this is just going to become the standard, right? People will get more comfortable diagnosing things like that. Perhaps they'll even start doing some clinical trials to figure out, what is the risk of doing it this way, right? How often do you miss diagnoses doing it that way versus having the person come in? I haven't seen any studies yet, but I'm sure they will happen.
Well, the big thing, Adam, I think, is that if the hardware gets improved where they can actually put the phone up to the eye and look at the retina. I mean, there's things that you can do with that, or the lens, or the anterior chamber. So right now we don't have that technology, but things like blood sugars being measured, blood pressures being measured, pulse by physicians. So I think as time goes on, hardware will be developed so you could do remote diagnosis from what you might be doing in your chair. Maybe they can, I can't see the phone having fluorescein in it, but something like that.
Right. Yep. Yeah. It never ceases to amaze me what people are coming up with and the different sensors that are coming out now, what they can actually measure. So, I mean, I never thought obviously we'd have an EKG on our wrists, but there you are.
And
Okay.
since all the speakers at the conference, my pulses on my Fitbit is very good.
So EyeCarePro, so they obviously make tools to help you manage your social presence online and your practice's website. If you haven't, used a service like them before, you probably should. I mean, unless you want to devote your life to living online, and some people do, right? Some people really like this and have all the time in the world to sit online. But if you don't, use something like EyeCarePro. They are limited to eye care, so they know what works for eye care practices. They've done it a million times at a bunch of different offices. So you want to go check them out. And they, in fact, during this entire time of the pandemic, have been incredibly helpful and useful. They also have some sort of telemedicine tools that they've built into their platform. So obviously, as people have all moved online, this has become more important. So go over to their website and check them out. Lac Rivera, so makers of punctal plugs, and they have a huge number of discounts at the show. If you go into their booth, you'll see they have like it's sort of like a Chinese restaurant menu full of discounts. And so I can't go over all of them here, but go in there on their punctal plugs and other things as well. So check them out. And Optometry Times, Gretchen is not here, tragically. So I'll have to do the plug for her. So Optometry Times is the journal everybody knows and loves. They give practical chairside advice. They try to write articles that are bite-sized, that are easy to comprehend and don't take too long to read. Gretchen's the editor-in-chief, and she will tell you, she wants to make the journal as accessible as possible. And, if I pull up their website, you can see they've been running, a bunch of series obviously on the outbreak. And you can sort of see here.
And very real, and you can get it as an e-zine online. If you sign up, you always get notifications from Gretchen about new articles, new things, as well as the old stuff. Very readable compared to some of the more didactic journals that we have, and much easier to digest the information. And they've had some great authors recently. I'm kidding, I had a couple articles published.
And here's Gretchen, by the way. You can see her right here. So she's doing a lot of stuff with video as well. Yeah, and so there she is. Gretchen's doing a lot of video. Man, maybe that's why she's not here today. Maybe she's doing something else. But yeah, so it's a really interesting journal just because it's so accessible and easy to read. So thank you to Gretchen for doing this. It was a good series from Ben Casella, their optometric editor, all about how the shutdown has impacted his office and how he's gotten restarted. He runs a private practice in Georgia, and it's been really interesting to read. So check out Optometry Times. And who have I forgotten here? Yes, Vision Equipment Inc. So this is Leo Hadley. You know him and love him. He's been doing this for decades at this point. He buys and sells refurbished equipment. If you've never been to his site, go into his booth right now. In fact, I contacted him yesterday and I asked him for his discounts, and I almost got the virtual eye roll from him because he's got so much equipment coming in that they refurbish that it's constantly changing, right? So this isn't like when you go to a new car lot and you can get whatever you want. He's got an inventory that he's constantly refurbishing and sending out again. So it's always changing. So whenever I ask him for something like a list, he just laughs because there's so much stuff that comes through. If he gave me a list last week, it would be obsolete by today. So go into his booth. He said he was going to update his booth yesterday with the latest deals that he has and the equipment that he has in. One of the cool things about Leo, too, is we've been working with him for I don't even know how long, and no one's ever complained about the equipment, right? And you'd think, oh my gosh, it's refurbished equipment. What kind of disaster is going to befall me? But what he does when he takes equipment in, he refurbishes it really to like new standards. And if you've ever seen his stuff at the trade shows, it's kind of amazing because he has modern equipment, like some of the latest state-of-the-art OCT units, but he also has stuff that's really old that he refurbishes. And when you look at it, it's like looking into a time capsule because you'll see equipment that has CRT screens and so forth, mechanical dials, things like that. But they look like they're new. So if they ever needed them for a movie set, this would be the place to get them because he really does refurbish the stuff to like new conditions. So it's really cool. So definitely check out what Leo has. And in fact,
I was going to say, imagine he must have gotten a lot of equipment from ODs who unfortunately couldn't make it from the virus, et cetera, who are walking away from their practice, and he probably got things for pennies on the dollar and could again pass that savings on to you.
Absolutely.
There are some people I know.
Yep.
The doors.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a really challenging time, and you're right. I don't think he wants to talk about it too much, but yeah, that's where he gets some of his equipment, and you're right. You can get a good deal. Who was I talking to? It was a mechanic, right? And it's funny, right? Because all businesses are kind of the same at some level, but there was a mechanic that said the same thing, right? You see a lot of auto shops that go up, new auto shops, where people will just get themselves into huge debt, buying the most fancy, latest state-of-the-art stuff and really outfitting the whole thing from the beginning with diagnostic tools and so on and so forth. When the reality is, if they just buy them used when they're starting out, it would be much better for them because they wouldn't have the pressure and the debt. And the equipment, once you use it, it's used, right?
But Leo warranted it for a period of time, so you're buying something used that he's refurbished, but he's also standing behind the product, so there's no worries.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's all warranted. I mean, it's sort of like here at CEwire. Again, I'm a big proponent of this because I tend to buy refurbished stuff myself for a lot of the technical stuff that we use here. Because again, we're pretty hard on it, and if it's refurbished, in some cases it's better than new. So for instance, the Dell equipment that I'm using for some of the stuff, I bought refurbished, and the reason I did was because this is terrible to say, but whatever, Dell's not a sponsor here, right? A lot of Dell's equipment, when it comes straight from their factories, when it's new, the quality control is not good. In fact, it's terrible. Sometimes I even wonder if they have any quality assurance people at all looking at the new equipment when it rolls out. But with their refurbished equipment, when they get a return, they have to have people looking at it and making sure that it's in good shape when they try to resell it. They won't just try to resell it with the same defect that it had when it went out the first time. So in a lot of cases, the refurbished equipment has had more eyeballs on it even than the new equipment. And so when we buy hardware, when we buy servers, things that are invisible to you that you can't see, a lot of times I'll buy refurbished equipment just for that reason, because not only is it cheaper, but I know going in that someone has looked at it again and it will work. And I sort of feel that's sort of the same way with Leo's stuff. We know he refurbishes everything. He doesn't just spin it out again once he buys it. He actually looks really closely at it and stands behind it. So anyway, that's my spiel on refurbished equipment, for better or worse.
He doesn't refurbish cover panels, though, things that you cover the eye to test before.
Nope.
I'm kidding. It's a plastic.
That might be a little too low tech even for him. So great. So let's just take a look here again. If we pull up the schedule, you can see what's going on here today. The 12 o'clock hour will be coming soon, and you can see. Interesting thing here, if you're listening to me and not watching in the classrooms, I'm going to take one of Dr. Chang's lectures and I'm going to actually play it here during the live stream. It's a little bit different. We don't usually do that, but I want to show people what a CEwire lecture looks like, even if you've never signed up for CEwire. Now, obviously, if you're watching it here in the live stream, you're not going to be able to get credit for it. So if you want credit for watching these things, what you need to do is sign up at CEwire2020. The lecture I'm going to show everyone specifically is the Soup to Nuts lecture on corneal transplants, so you can see it down here. So we're going to show that during the live stream because I want people to actually get a look, because there's so many people who watch the live stream but don't sign up for CEwire, and that's tragic, because especially now, the mere act of watching will get you CE credit. So I highly urge people to go in and watch.
Well, a little bit of clarification. When you go in and you watch the lecture, there'll be an attendance button. You have to wait 10 minutes for clicking on that to test that you're watching the lecture. If you click before that time and put your tracker number in and say you're there, the software will not allow you to get credits. You have to listen to the whole lecture. So just know that there's been a few questions and have people put their emails in the chat box thinking that's good enough to track a number, thinking that's good enough to get attendance. No, you have to click that button at the top. It's very easy. In fact, most people in the lectures have attended previous ones of us and have been helpful to me as our talk has been going on, Adam, explaining to people what to do. But you have to wait at least 10 minutes before you attest, or it won't satisfy the need.
Right.
Arbo.
And in fact, that's the thing. We have been bending over backwards to try to meet the letter of the law with Arbo. And if I can get on a soapbox, right, nobody cares. Um, we have done our best to meet Arbo's rules, but it's been really difficult when we see other people not trying to meet those rules. So, Steve, I don't know if you've seen it as well. You've taken a bunch of CE now at a bunch of different places, and sometimes people like to skirt the rules, and so it drives us a little bit crazy because we always try to comply and meet the rules, whereas sometimes other people cut corners. So that's why sometimes things that we do, they seem a little like, well, why are you doing that? Well, we do it because we want to be in compliance.
I'll interject I'll get on the same soapbox as you, Adam. I'm always looking at other CE courses just to try to improve a lot, to be the best, and the best form of flattery is to watch things, and if I can, make it better. But I've attended CE where I, on purpose, didn't watch the lecture. I went right to taking the quiz when it was the quiz portion, the old way of doing it on demand, as ours is after the live one. And I was able to take the quiz after not watching the lecture, passed it, got my credits, got the transcript. So they're not complying at all. I'm not going to mention names, but there's a lot of them out there. And sure, it's easier for you to get credits, but are you really getting the education? We try to do everything, A, because it's the right thing to do, and B, because Arbo demands it. But they're not checking as well as they should, and I wish they did, because a lot of the platforms are not satisfying the needs of the general public, like the state boards want.
Yep, and that's really going to be the problem, right? Because Arbo needs to really enforce these rules, because it's the state boards that will decide ultimately, will we accept this? And so if we're seeing people trying to cut corners, if we're seeing people frankly not having any sort of compliance mechanism, a lot of the states are going to be like, no, we're not going to go for this. And once this crisis is over, we're going back to the way it was. So that's why we try to always do everything to the best of our ability to meet Arbo's rules. Now, of course, Arbo changed the rules, right? So most people know about this, but I'll put it up again because it bears repeating up on the screen, that anything that's done online now, you can see the modification here up on the screen. Anything that's done online is, by default, a live lecture. And Steve, I know you went through to take a look and see how many states, are actually going along with this. And you can see these are the states that we've identified on the screen. You can see there's, I guess, about 15 or 20 of them that are going along with Arbo's decision, but some aren't. And you get some states like Florida, which really aren't, right? Where CE is online is not a thing for them at all. So it can be a little bit of a challenge.
But if you look at the population of the United States and ODs, and specifically with California, Texas, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, we're getting about 75% of Michigan. These are big states of the ODs being able to, with Florida being the outlier of it and being a big state that doesn't. And in fact, I don't know why, but they're having a large live seminar or conference in Florida this month, and Florida's spiking. I don't know how they're doing it. I don't know how they're going to accomplish it, but they're doing it, and I think it'll help to promote the virus, not optometry for sure.
Yeah.
When we know the speaker that's doing it, he's going to go. He's going to try to socially distance, do everything, but he doesn't know what the interface is and how you're going to feed the people. This is not just a one-day thing. But different states can do what they want, unlike Adam is an MD, and for many years, I believe, you can get all your CME credits online, correct?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's for most states. Most states allow MDs to do it that way. This is not like an uncommon thing, and I mean, most states have, the ironic thing is Florida, right? They've been allowing MDs to do it this way for decades. Literal decades to get your credits online. And so it's just fascinating to me that their board won't move. And you mentioned that in-person meeting, the only saving grace I think that they have is that people aren't going to have to fly to get to it in general, right? Because it's a state meeting. So at the very least, people aren't going to have to fly, other than that speaker who you mentioned. I wish him the best of luck. Because it's going to be a challenge. I know I'm terrified. I know, Steve, you actually flew, but it's something that I just full stop won't do until I get vaccinated. I'm just too worried, because any flight from where I am, it takes forever. So it's a little unnerving.
Mine was a short flight. It was the best flight I ever had, just so people know. Flight was probably a third full. Everything was socially distanced. We got there. We took off 20 minutes early because there's less people, and I guess the manifest was full. Got my luggage at this airport I won't tell what state. And it's never the case where you get down from the plane and your luggage is there. So it was seamless. You actually had easier, and I've been here now for 11 days, and my temperature is 97.4, so I think I'm good.
You survived it, so yeah. But it's just a challenge, and I wonder too, with Vision Expo West in Vegas, they haven't announced anything like, I think it's going to go on. I don't think they're going to cancel it. So I just wonder what that's going to look like.
Well, in Nevada now they're having a spike, and the casinos are starting to take a step back. So this is June. I understand it's not September, but if it gets on through the summer and just keeps on spiraling, I don't see people going to Nevada or Las Vegas at this point. As well as, unfortunately, I love the Academy meeting in October at Nashville. That's not quite as dangerous a place as Las Vegas, but I think that'll go by the wayside. We know they're going to probably do something online also, which, it's the right way of going. If I was them, I'd do the same thing.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, it's a real tragedy. I mean, as much as I love doing the Internet CE, I really do like going to these in-person meetings. Vision Expo West is one of my favorites, and I'm just so sad that it's, there's no way I could go. I mean, I suppose I could drive there if I wanted to spend 15 hours in the car, but no, not going to happen.
People have asked me specifically, but you also, I know, why don't we do like a Zoom meeting where the speaker is truly live there in person, talking at that time with PowerPoint slides going on or whatever he wants to put on. It's just really difficult with thousands of people attending. If there's a breakdown in the hardware or the transmission or the interface, it'll be really difficult. That's why we pre-tape all our webinars, and then the speaker is there live to interact virtually via text message.
Yep.
Do you agree that would be almost impossible to run the size meeting? If you're having 10 people, fine. But if you have thousands, you just can't do it.
Yeah, and it doesn't scale. Also, if you look at the number of classes that we have here, right, take a look at the number of speakers that we have. If we did Zoom meetings and had 4 tracks going at the same time, it would almost be guaranteed that something would blow up. Because look at the sheer number of speakers that we have. So if you're doing onesies and twosies, Zoom works great. Especially with the way Arbo has changed their rules now, where you don't kind of really have to, take any tests or anything. You can just do a Zoom meeting and that's fine. I mean, temporarily it's fine anyway. But for a conference like CEwire, where we're offering so many credits, it would be impossible to do it the other way. We would need an army of support people to watch each classroom, and even then, the breakdowns would be inevitable, and then people would get really angry. So the system I think we've developed, and also, by the way, this system is just as interactive, right? You don't need to see somebody reading a PowerPoint slide. It's much better to be able to interact with them. Because they've already recorded their lecture, you can interact with them live as the lecture is going on, which is something you can't do in any other forum.
Better for several reasons. Like what you just mentioned, you're not interrupting their lecture. Also, when you have a Zoom meeting, let's say you have 500 people in the room, you're going to ask questions via chat that just come through, and the speaker will answer them at the end of his presentation. So there's a limited amount of questions he can answer, number one. Number two, he's doing it at the end, and essentially it's the same thing. It's a chat person asking a question, and instead of just typing the answer, which we have the speaker do, they'll be able to speak live. But essentially, it's the same interaction. There's no difference except you can see the speaker live and know that his heart's still beating. But that's about it.
Yep. Yeah. So I think the system we have works pretty well, and we're obviously trying to streamline it all the time. Like we're going to be changing the way people get their credits and the way they test to it and so forth. Just to meet Arbo's relaxed requirement. I have a feeling that next year things are going to go back to normal. Once this is all in the rearview mirror and there's a vaccine and society gets back to normal, I can't imagine that Arbo is going to keep these relaxed rules going. But I've been proven wrong before, so who knows?
Well, Arbo might not, but the states might. So it depends on how the states feel about continued education. They might go the medical route, or they might go back to their old ways of doing things. So
right.
We just have to see.
Right. I mean, obviously, Paul is very cynical when it comes to a lot of this stuff. I'm more of an idealist, but he's very cynical and thinks this is all about the money. What do you think?
Yep, I'm on and I'm listening. But interestingly enough, when it comes to Florida, we have not had a single person I began a topic which has become a very popular topic, asking, why is this necessary to have for optometrists, their staff, their patients, and the general public in danger, giving a course a live course in July. And I figured for sure we would have a deluge of Florida optometrists agreeing with me and complaining, isn't this a terrible thing? Do you know we have not had one single complaint from Florida ODs on ODwire about the ones that practice in Florida? There have been a couple of complaints from outsiders that get relicensed in Florida that have to show up, but not one Florida optometrist. So when you have to say follow the money, why is that? And the answer is obvious. For years, Florida has been trying to keep out older ODs that want to come into the state to practice when they're in their 60s, when they suddenly become snowbirds or want to relocate to Florida, and they'll take part-time jobs, which really competes against the regular Florida ODs. So I suspect that the Florida Optometric Association, the state board, and indeed the general optometrists in Florida like the system exactly the way it is. Now, I said my piece, so we'll see if anyone argues with me about this.
There are two things. Well, one, we've had people who are licensed in Florida but practice in other states who want to retain their Florida license, and they have to jump through hoops to do it. They have to go to Florida to attend their lectures to keep their Florida license rather than if they were in the next state over, Georgia or Alabama, whatever the state might be. But there's two things. There's the Florida licensee who's 35 years old, who also has to pay all this unreasonable fees, who has nothing to do with the older population, and he still can't go to a Vision Expo or the Academy meeting or AOA and get his credits because they're not approved in Florida. They might be. I'm not sure about that. But you can't take online for sure. But you're right. Well, I could relate to that OD who's in their 60s and has a place in Florida as well as a place in another state. I know one in particular. I won't say his name, but it's me. I have no desire to practice down here, but it'd be nice to have a license to prescribe a medication, et cetera, without using my DA number. But it probably is about the money. State boards do have a lot of people on state boards have a lot of agendas that are not about the money. It's about their own particular needs. But why is Florida such an outlier compared to 49 states and Washington, D.C.? That still hasn't been answered.
Right.
Yep. But for sure, they're not doing it to protect the public. Whatever is happening seems to be protection for the optometrist.
So that's the real issue, right? Because as Mike Olson likes to famously say, right, the CE is there just to protect the public, and he's right. That's what it's there for, right? That's why you do continuing education, so that the public is not harmed. So if that's the case, what justification is there for these policies? Now, if I'm the state of Florida, they could make the argument, and I'll make it for them, right, because you got to take both sides of the coin, that when it comes to internet education, no one really knows if it's as equally efficacious as in person, right? Because no one's actually done any studies as far as I know. Now, you could make the argument, that this is ridiculous because, you look at that Florida in-person meeting, notice that they have some of the same speakers as we do talking about the very same things. So why should showing up at a Marriott make any difference? So, yeah.
Not only that, but we always use the excuse, and it happens both online as well as in person, that people don't have to pay attention. They might be on their phone. They might be talking to their staff. They might be reading a local newspaper, etc. And there's no accountability because the live lecture doesn't require a quiz. At least our on-demand portion and previously our interactive portion, which is now considered live, people had to take a quiz. And some of our quizzes that we gave were pretty tough. So there was at least some accountability. Optometry as a profession, though, is different than a lot of areas of medicine. People can practice for 45 years in their little cubbyhole, and nobody knows how good they are, whether they're keeping up, even if they take their CE classes all the way up and down the line, because there's no accountability for CE lectures. At least in medicine, you practice in a hospital. People can see your work. They know what you're doing. Same thing in podiatry. Same thing in dentistry to a certain extent. But optometry, you could not know how to use a gonio lens or a BIO or put a punctal plug in and practice your whole career, and nobody would know about it, or a slit lamp for that matter. And there's no accountability, and you could take courses that don't have any accountability also, as long as check marks are done, and you get 30, 40, 50 credits, whatever your state decides, you're good to go for the next couple of years. And unless you get sued by 20 people, and it's generally not being sued for those things, but other things. So optometry is an unusual profession. Yes, some optometrists practice in schools, they're teachers, some practice in group settings, but many practice by themselves, and you don't even know how good they are. And if they have a good personality, they can sidestep the issues for 45 years of career.
Yeah, so the obvious answer is that the model that the state boards have used for making CEwire give exams at the end of a course is the right approach. And the advantage of online CE is if someone fails that fairly simple multiple choice test, they probably haven't been listening, so they can retake the course until they get it and they can pass the exam. By allowing not having any sort of exam with live, as we're doing now, or live with bricks and mortars, there's no assurance that the attendee really understood the lecture. So, So if we have to vote, I think we would like to vote that if they're going to allow CE online and live, is to make certain that there are quizzes at the end of it, even if they're taking it as a webinar. You know, right now you can take a webinar, sleep through the webinar, and get state board credit for it.
Yep.
So there should be some system to examine whether they were asleep or not.
Not only that, Paul, but I've taken the courses again, the ability just to see what other people are doing, and you take the test at the end, and you find what questions you got wrong, and you can recorrect them to get your 70%. Of course, in our test, you can't do that. You just fail and have to take the test. So if you don't know the answers, so if you get 6 answers right and 4 wrong, it's pretty easy to take it a few more times to get that 7th answer right. That's not what Arbor wants you to do, but they still do it that way.
Right.
It's kind of, and they're not policing it, but what can we do? We don't want to be the policeman. I'm not going to be a whistleblower, that's for sure. I don't be a pariah in this field, but you're correct. In a webinar with a quiz that teaches the broad strokes. You don't want the attendee to know the same thing as the speaker, but at least know the broad strokes of what he's talking about.
Yep.
Right. Oh, it's almost the hour.
Yep. So we're just
time
about
for those of us, the hundreds that are watching us right now. It's time for you to leave us and take the 12 noon courses.
Yep. So
I'll pop into. There's been less problems with usage, I think, because a lot of people have attended this stuff, but a few questions about how to do things from the newbies.
Yep. And I think what I'm going to do then for now is I might try to run that lecture that Clark Chang gave us and Dr. McPara and show people who might not have taken CEwire before what a CEwire class looks like. So I'm going to run that. It's going to take about 50 minutes, I think. And then maybe we can all reconvene here in a little bit, and you know, you can give us an update on what's going on at the conference. So why don't we do that, and we'll see you guys in a little bit.
I'll pop in all the rooms now. See you in about 50 minutes.
Yep.
See you in 50 minutes.
Hi, everybody. This is Clark Chang. I'm the Director of Specialty Contact Lens at Cornea Service in Wills Eye Hospital. I'm here accompanied by one of my go-to cornea guru, Biren McPara. He is our co-director of refractive surgery in cornea service at Wills Eye Hospital. Today we're going to be talking about soup to nuts of the modern corneal transplants. Here are our disclosure for code purposes, as you can see. Nothing really relevant here. And so, you know, we are very accustomed to obviously co-managing patients with surgeons after corneal transplant, but in the recent years there has been a clinical trend moving from away a little bit more from your full thickness penetrating keratoplasty to more disease specific and layer specific transplants, such as your DULC, your DSEC, your DMAC, and what are the differences? What does all these alphabet soup means? And today we're going to give you a clarification, and hopefully for those who already know what these are, we'll be able to provide some clinical pearls to you in terms of postoperative management and co-management and what to look out for. So let's start off with the penetrating keratoplasty. Obviously, it's not going away. It continues to improve, and patients are, we'll talk a little bit later about the fact that advancement of contact lenses have also helped us in deferring the need for such procedures, as well as helping patients getting better visual outcomes after surgery. So I certainly see our contact lens technology and our ability to fit our patients in contact lenses as very synergistic to surgical co-management. And as you will are familiar, the indication of corneal transplant or your full thickness penetrating keratoplasty is obviously, keratoconus is top of our list within U.S. Failed graft, corneal scar of different etiology, stromal dystrophy, corneal edema, from endothelial etiology such as your Fuchs and PBK, or pseudophakic bullous keratopathy. We're going to talk a little bit about what endothelial corneal keratoplasty is like later on, congenital opacities, as well as for therapeutic purposes, such as in cases of uncontrolled infection and potential risk of perforation. Prognosis-wise, obviously this is where I think we can play a big part in controlling patients' condition, or at least dictate the timing of their referral, right? So if we could instill in our patients good contact lens hygiene and compliance to what we prescribe them, then hopefully, should they need a corneal transplant, they would have very minimum to no vascularization or chronic inflammation to the eye and certainly to the cornea. Obviously, the pathology is more central rather than very peripheral or near limbus, they have better prognosis. Keratoconus is likely one of the one of those conditions that has the best outcome after penetrating keratoplasty. And so again, combining with the advancement in contact lens technology is really good news for our keratoconus patients. And obviously, again, less favorable or more poor prognosis, those with uncontrolled ocular surface diseases. So ocular surface optimization is very important prior to referring patients to surgeons like Bjorn to discuss corneal transplant, and hopefully, again, no uncontrolled inflammation and vascularization to their cornea. Infancy, it's an interesting one because a lot of times, to me, and Bjorn, I want to ask for your opinion, if you have congenital opacity, assuming that whatever underlying condition is as controlled as possible, at what age would you consider performing a corneal transplant for somebody so young?
Yeah, it varies depending on the indication. So, for example, I would say the most extreme example is a patient with Peters anomaly. Peters anomaly is present at birth, and these patients, if it's bad enough, if it's obscuring the entire central visual axis, they have no vision in that eye. And in order to prevent the development of amblyopia, we're on the clock here, and we're talking within the first few months of life. Are we doing transplants? And the reason the prognosis is poor in infants and in very young patients is, one, the indication. So the indication, for example, like Peters, in and of itself has a poor prognosis, but then two, the fact that the patient is a child or a baby. So one problem with that is they're very difficult to examine. Okay, so things that I could easily pick up on an adult patient, I may not be able to see subtle issues that are creeping in until they become big issues. They need a lot of follow-up visits. So, they need 120% commitment from the parents. the patients are dependent on the parents to bring them to their appointments, to put the drops in the eye. You can't get hit in the eye when you have a corneal transplant. Well, kids are doing crazy things all the time. Babies are all over the place. And then the patients have to be hyper vigilant. And then when things do go wrong in children, like, we'll talk about this in a little bit, but let's say rejection in an adult can oftentimes be stopped with treatment. Rejection in a child, once you get that, boulder going down the hill, it is tough to stop, and it goes quickly. So there's a lot of reasons why the prognosis is not great for any indication in infants.
Yeah, that robust immune system is tough to suppress. So this will be very similar to even after such procedure in a young patient or infant, even if we have to move towards fitting pediatric contact lenses when we're co-managing, with surgeons like yourself. We a lot of times also same thing have to recruit or solicit the help from parents in terms of insertion, removal, and lens handling and caring. So certainly, there's a lot of parallels here in terms of treating these patients. Can you talk to us a little bit about how the procedure is done and what your preferred protocols are?
Right. So this is a full thickness corneal transplant, right? So it's a penetrating keratoplasty. So essentially what's going to happen is a portion of the patient's cornea is removed, and we put a new one on and suture it into place. So as far as, the basics of it, this is pretty simple, right? We take a cornea off, we put a new one on. It's not that tough. But, there are issues that can come up. So the most crucial part of this case is what we call open sky time. It's right when I remove the cornea before I get the new one on secured completely, or at least adequately. And this is kind of the danger zone of the surgery. And this is where we have the risk of expulsing intraocular contents. Whereas, if it's the iris coming out of the eye, or the crystalline lens, or the IOL coming out of the eye, vitreous coming out of the eye, or the most dreaded complication, a suprachoroidal hemorrhage, where all of the contents of the eye come out. And if it were going to happen, it would happen during that open sky time. So one of the big things that we focus on with penetrating keratoplasty is to optimize the eye ahead of time. So what does that mean? We want to soften the eye. We want to decrease the posterior pressure. So we will have our anesthesiologist give mannitol prior to opening the eye. What mannitol does is it dehydrates the vitreous, it reduces posterior pressure, and tries to keep things from coming forward. Another thing that we do is we like to shrink the pupil using pilocarpine. By doing so, again, we're trying to sequester the posterior segment contacts posteriorly. And it's not that pilocarpine is going to stop a suprachoroidal hemorrhage, but maybe it'll prevent the crystalline lens or the IOL from prolapsing out of the eye. And then the other thing that we do is we support the sclera. And if you imagine that, you take off the cornea, the contents of the eye or the wall of the eye can kind of collapse in on itself. And we can put a metal ring on the eye, and I'll show you a video of this in just a minute, called a Flynn-Ringa ring, to kind of support the structure and prevent the eye from collapsing. So once you have the eye optimized, then you got to look at the eye and decide, how big of a graft you want to do. And we'll show you some different examples of that. But basically, it's based on the size of the pathology. Then, again, we'll cut the cornea, remove the diseased cornea, and then place a new cornea on there, and then suture it into place. And typically, we use 10-0 nylon sutures, and different surgeons like to use different suture patterns. There's interrupted sutures, running sutures, a double running suture, or some sort of combination.
And in terms of these different suturing techniques that you use, Bjorn, can you explain the different purposes of different type of sutures, and what's your preferred type of suturing techniques to use?
Sure. So an interrupted suture pattern is you place usually 16 to 24 individual sutures to secure that cornea into place, and that can be kind of a longer, drawn out, maybe more tedious process. The more sutures you put in, the longer it takes. The flip side to that is to put what's called a running suture. So that's just one single suture that you kind of weave in and out 360 degrees, securing it into place. So the advantage to that is it is generally a quicker procedure. Now, what's the disadvantage? So sometimes sutures break, sometimes they can get infected, sometimes they loosen. If you only have one suture there, you better hope that's a good suture, because if anything goes wrong with that suture, that wound could be in peril. Whereas if you have 16 sutures or 24 sutures, if one or two or a few of them need to be removed, then you're not in as much of a perilous situation as you would be if you had just a single running. The other advantage is what's called selective suture removal. So when it's time to remove sutures, and we'll talk about that in a little bit, we can remove one here, one there, to essentially neutralize astigmatism based on topography. And sometimes these sutures can kind of help us. So it's called selective suture removal, and that's possible with interrupted sutures.
And before we get into the great video that you're going to show us, one more question about decreasing the posterior pressure. After the administration of mannitol in the OR, do you have a specific range of pressure that you are targeting? Do you measure that, or do you kind of feel the globe and then say this is soft enough?
That's a good question. So I don't measure it. Essentially, it's about timing. So mannitol generally takes its peak effect 10 minutes in. So basically, I'll just reverse time it. I'll anticipate when is that eye going to be open, and 10 minutes prior to that, I will have the anesthesiologist go ahead and push the dose of mannitol that I want. So it's purely a timing issue.
That's great. Good to know. Let's take a look at the surgical video that you have prepared for us.
All right, so this is a patient with keratoconus, had an episode of acute eye drops. We let that eye drops heal, and then that patient developed a visually significant scar where the vision could not be improved with the contact lens. So a couple pearls before we even get started with the surgery. Number one, when a patient has acute eye drops, we do not intervene acutely from a surgical standpoint. You want that edema to go away. One, because it's very difficult to suture into an edematous cornea. The wound just isn't that strong. And then two, a lot of times you may not need a transplant. Sometimes as the edema resolves, you'll be surprised, and then you've seen this, I'm sure, that the cornea actually flattens out a little bit. The patients can see around or through the scar. You put a contact lens on them, and actually they do quite well, and we save them a corneal transplant. So that brings me to my second point is I don't do a corneal transplant unless the patient either A, doesn't see well in a contact lens, or B, cannot tolerate a contact lens in the eye. So, this patient kind of met those criteria, and here I am suturing that Floringa ring. That's that metal ring that we basically suture onto the sclera, and this ring will essentially provide support, prevent that sclera from collapsing in as we open the eye. So now I'm using calipers to measure the size of the pathology. It looks like this is about 8 millimeters. So that's the size of the cornea that we'll put on. We'll mark the center of the cornea, and this is an RK marker. This is purely meant to help with suture alignment. And now we're putting a trephine on the cornea. This is a circular blade that will create a very precise incision in the cornea. Sometimes we go all the way through, as you saw there with the gush of fluid, and then we'll just use scissors to completely remove that. So now this is that open sky time that I was telling you about. This is the most crucial time of the surgery. We want to get the new cornea on there that's already been pre-prepared and punched to the size that we want. Get it on there and get suturing as quick as we can. And once you have a few sutures on there, you can definitely breathe a little bit easier. And here, this is an interrupted suture pattern where I place 16 interrupted sutures. And you're trying to place each of them at equal tension, or as close as you can. No one's going to be perfect. There's going to be a little bit of, inequality as far as tension distribution between the sutures, but you want to try to get those as equal as possible, and the goal of that is to try to reduce the astigmatism that you're inducing. That's a fairly straightforward case of post-eye drop scarring for keratoconus. Probably the most common reason nowadays that we're doing penetrating keratoplasty. So here we have another video. So this is a little bit different case. This is someone that had a contact lens related ulcer. Actually, this one's acanthamoeba that was quite severe, and unfortunately, the cornea melted. So this patient actually has a fairly large hole in the cornea, or a full thickness perforation, and you can kind of appreciate that at the top of that photograph, where you can see the iris a little bit more clearly as opposed to the rest of the picture. Well, the reason you can see the iris so clearly is because there's a hole there. So this patient needs more of a therapeutic corneal transplant to number one, kind of save the eye, not necessarily an optical transplant. The goal, at least for this surgery, is not to save this patient's vision, or I'm sorry, not to improve the patient's vision, but to save the eye. So let's go ahead and get that video rolling. So this patient is going to require a pretty big transplant. So I'm measuring it out here, and this is going to end up being an 11 millimeter graft. So we don't have tree fines that are that big. So this is a handheld tree fine. This is how we used to do this, 20 years ago. And you just twist down, and you don't go all the way through. You go as deep as you can, and then you use a blade to manually dissect all the way through the cornea, and then use scissors. As you may notice, this is a little bit bloodier of a surgery than the last one we showed you, and because this is infectious, the eye is inflamed, there's a lot of blood vessels that we're kind of cutting to get that cornea off. Now, that cornea is kind of attached and scarred to the intraocular structure, so carefully I'm dissecting that away. It's stuck onto the iris. I'm hoping it's not stuck onto the crystalline lens, but after a little bit of patience, we get that off, and now we have kind of these fibrous inflammatory membranes that have grown on the iris surface, and here I'm carefully peeling it off. I'm taking it off the surface of the crystalline lens, being very careful not to disrupt the lens capsule and kind of immediately create a cataract. So it looks like we've got everything cleaned up, and now we'll put on this donor cornea that is trephinated quite large. I think this is a 12 millimeter graft. You can even see that this donor, there's bits of sclera there that they were actually suturing on as well. And the concept here, then, once you get to this point, is pretty much the same. We're suturing the cornea here because it's a bigger graft. I actually use 24 sutures. So this is 24 interrupted sutures. Again, the bigger the cornea, the more sutures you need to get this to hold in place. And the other reason I do so many is in really sick eyes like this, a lot of times these sutures, some of them get loose. So you want to have a few backups just in case. If 3 or 4 get loose, it's not the end of the world. You still have 20 more holding the cornea into place. So this is an example of more of a therapeutic graft, more of an eye-saving procedure rather than a vision-restoring procedure.
And with a graft this size, this large, that is less common for us to have seen in the past, does the proximity of the graft edge to basically the limbovascular area, does that increase the chance of rejection?
By a lot. Actually, there's a lot of problems when you do grafts this big. One, you're so close to the limbovasculature that you're risking rejection right off the bat. But two, even worse than that, is we've probably cut out the limbus. So this patient may not have any limbal stem cells, and to get these corneas to epithelialize is very, very challenging, to say the least. So these are cases that do not have good prognosis, but without surgery, the patient would have certainly lost the eye. So, it's almost like a Hail Mary situation. We're going to do everything we can to try to save this, but, there's a lot of counseling that goes in and a lot of informed consent that goes in beforehand, kind of explaining to the patient that this is not a great situation.
And since the limbo area the integrity may be compromised, do you treat the patient any differently with your therapeutic treatment after the surgery to promote epithelial healing?
Sometimes we have a low threshold to placing amniotic membrane, whether it's intraoperatively with sutured amniotic membrane or postoperatively with a self-retaining device. serum tears are sometimes helpful here. Sometimes, we just hope for the tissue to conjunctivalize. So, sometimes I don't even care if I have healthy corneal epithelium there. I just want something to grow over there to maintain the integrity of the eye. And then down the road, if I want to, if everything looks okay and we're going to attempt a second surgery, an optical transplant, maybe we can combine that with some sort of limbal stem cell procedure, or even do a keratoprosthesis where the patient doesn't need stem cells. So really my goal here is just to get things stable. Live to fight another day, basically.
Good to know. Let's move on to the next video then.
All right, so this is a neat one. This is a patient that has a history of rheumatoid arthritis and has a very focal corneal perforation that you can see at the top portion of that cornea in the frame. And this patient had rheumatoid melt, had the cornea thin and then eventually perforate, and now has a hole there. And there's a lot of ways we can manage holes in the cornea. If it's small, sometimes we can place some glue to kind of plug the hole. But this one's pretty big. Once you get over 1 millimeter or 2, that's hard to glue. So sometimes what we'll do is what's called a corneal patch graft. So first thing we're doing is just kind of getting rid of some of the mucus and kind of measuring out how big the defect is. We've heaped up the corneal epithelium, and this is actually what's called a derm punch. This is what dermatologists use to do skin biopsies, but this is kind of a little 3 millimeter mini trephine. So just gently back and forth, kind of create a stencil that now I'm using a blade to kind of mechanically cut and remove that diseased portion of cornea. Nice and easy here. So eventually we excise kind of that diseased cornea. Sometimes it comes out in little pieces, take chunks of it out here and there. And then once we have it all out, we put a tiny little corneal graft of the same size. So this is just a 3 millimeter graft, and we're suturing it into place. And again, we'll use interrupted sutures here, but here we only need 6. Or actually here we did 7. And I usually will do between 5 and 7 in this situation. And essentially we're just plugging the hole. And eventually, within 6 months or so, we'll start to remove these sutures. And you'll be surprised how astigmatically neutral this sort of surgery is. And it's a nice little trick to use it if you have a perforation or a hole in the cornea that is too big to glue. So now, as far as post-op care, how do I treat these patients afterwards? Well, they need steroids, and all patients need steroids after a transplant, and that is to prevent rejection. So I will start them on generally prednisolone acetate, 1%, 4 times a day for the first 1 to 2 months, and then assuming things are healing up the way they should, I'll taper them monthly, and then eventually I'll transition them to a lower dose steroid like loteprednol or fluorometholone, usually with the aim of keeping them on steroids long term, as long as the patient's intraocular pressure can tolerate that. For the first week or 2, I do keep them on topical antibiotic drops. The key, though, is counseling after a full thickness transplant. These patients have to be counseled over and over again that they must, for the rest of their lives, avoid eye trauma at all costs. Blunt trauma to an eye that's had a full thickness corneal transplant can be devastating, even years afterwards. And then the most important thing as far as the patient is concerned is how do we get them to see better and managing residual refractive error. So we talked a little bit about suture removal because all of us, even the best surgeons, are going to induce astigmatism with their sutures. And we can remove sutures here and there, but we don't start that, at least in my hands, at least 6 months, if not 9 months. So Clark, we're kind of doing something new here at Wills, and I want you to chime in a little bit about that, how we're getting our patients to see better.
Absolutely. So, we're used to obviously co-managing with surgeons, looking at topography, and then conventionally, right? And then deciding on selective suture removal to see how we can improve patients' best corrected spectacle vision and even their uncorrected vision. But we all know that in a lot of cases, and after penetrating corneal transplant. Certainly also possibly after DOLC that we're going to talk a little bit later, these anterior corneal contour changes that may also be associated or accompanied by residual refractive error. These patients, we know they can be managed really well with additional contact lenses if they need to maximize their vision, right? But it used to be that we want to wait until the graft is, really quiet and they've sort of after the critical period of worrying about rejection, and then, finishing most of their medication prior to allowing patient to actually return to being able to fit in contact lenses. Well, we know that most of the time that's just not functional, right? That patients don't have a year or two to put aside and then do nothing until their vision recovers. But that is what we used to tell patients to do. So we're taking more of a human approach, if you would, with our patients here at Will's Eye, where we work with the patient, make sure they understand that they have to be extremely compliant with their postoperative therapeutic regimen, so that we can get them to a stage hopefully earlier, potentially when they're down to maybe BID with their topical steroid, because I don't want them to have to work around, removing the lens and potentially, and then instill their medication. And most patients don't really wait enough time prior to then, inserting contact lenses back on their eyes. However, that does shave off a lot of time for our patients. As long as their recovery is on par as planned, their graft is, quiet. A lot of times we are able to get patient back to at least starting the refitting process for contact lenses 2 to 3 months after their initial procedure, because most of the time they're down to the BID with most of their medications. And so to our patients, that is very good news for them. However, we obviously also remember one of my criteria is that their graft needs to be quiet and without complication. So let's take a look at the different type of complication that we may be able to expect after the surgeon, such as Bjorn, sends patients back to us. And typically you, Bjorn, would send patients back to the referral doctor typically at about a month visit. When do you usually send your patients back?
Yeah, I think it varies from surgeon to surgeon. My personal kind of regimen is about a month. We want to kind of be out of the danger zone for a lot of the complications. And this is a little bit more relevant when it comes to endothelial keratoplasty, which we'll talk about. But still, even in the early post-op stage, I definitely, I feel like I need to see the patient, post-op day one, because early complications like a flat anterior chamber because of a wound leak or iris prolapse, those need to be dealt with surgically. Immediately. I mean, there's no other way around that. That just needs to be fixed. So I definitely like to see patients then, and then I want to make sure that the epithelium is healed in. Sometimes these patients have persistent epithelial defects that can last a week or two or maybe longer, depending on the reason they needed a transplant. So I want that to kind of be resolved, and then once we get to that stage. I'm happy sending it over to my optometrist to co-manage it with me. And then some of these, later complications that, I'll have you go through, we can kind of work together to navigate through those if they come up.
Absolutely, and especially, like astigmatism, refractive rehabilitation really is what we can do best for our patients. And we're obviously also looking out to make sure that we're monitoring for IOP to make sure that there's no increased pressure spike, and that there's given the fact that most of these patients by then would be out of their topical antibiotic, or at least would not be using their topical antibiotic. It's always important to look out for signs of infections, and their CME, macular edema, very much like cataract surgery, the inflammation. Want to make sure that if the vision is changing, it's run a topography, and then if there's an OCT, if we could do that, just to make sure that there's no retinal pathology that we are missing. And also obviously make sure there's no Seidel signs, so that even though we don't want pressure to go up too high, we also don't want the the pressure to go down too low, just to make sure that there's no wound dehiscence and that and make sure that there's no fluid leaking out of the wound. I do want, Beer, in your opinion on, because a lot of people correlate graft failure and graft rejection with regard to time. Most people tend to think that early on, if you have a hazy graft, it's rejection, and then after many, many years, it's typically a failure. But that's not always true, is it?
No, that's definitely not always true, and you don't want to think of, first of all, graft failure and graft rejection are they're not the same. They're kind of individual entities, and it's not necessarily time, but it's basically etiology. So both of these are implying a cornea that is no longer clear. Okay, and rejection is an immunologic phenomenon. It's your own body attacking this donor cornea, and rejection can manifest in a variety of ways. That first picture, top left, is showing us kind of epithelial or subepithelial rejection, where you get these subepithelial infiltrates, and these look very similar to someone with EKC after a bad case of viral conjunctivitis. This is the lesser common form of graft rejection, and it's also typically the least severe form of graft rejection. What we worry about most, though, is endothelial rejection. This is more common and potentially is more detrimental to the graft. So what we're looking for are early signs of this, which would be keratotic precipitates, which you see in the top right corner. And if the rejection continues to progress, then we can see what's called a rejection line, or a cotidose line, and that's depicted nicely in that bottom left picture, which is basically endothelial rejection marching along the cornea and leaving an edematous cornea in its wake. And oftentimes you have to look for anterior chamber cells, and if the rejection goes uncontrolled and essentially all of the endothelium has been affected, then you would have a diffusely edematous graft. Now, as far as treating this, it depends on what type of rejection that you have. So if you have, mild subepithelial or epithelial rejection, typically what I do is I increase the patient's steroid dose to 4 times the current dose. So let's say they are down to 1 time a day on their Pred Forte. I will have them increase it to 4 times a day until this resolves, and then gradually taper back down, back to maybe twice a day, or maybe even go back to once a day again after a while.
My preference also, if I may interject, is to, in case they are tapered down, patients are being tapered down to a softer steroid, for example, like an FML for whatever reason, I potentially like to put them back into a more potent steroid, like maybe a Durezol.
Yeah, exactly. Just increase that potency, and especially in the case of endothelial rejection. So this is a more severe form of rejection with KPs and edema, like we showed there. And in this situation, we break out the big guns. So we'll either do Pred Forte every hour or Durezol every 2 hours. And then a lot of times, I'll hit them from all different angles. So, sometimes I'll give subconjunctival steroids, whether it's dexamethasone or Kenalog, and sometimes I'll even put patients onto oral steroids, because we're going to try to do everything we can to save this graft. Because if we don't, and the cornea becomes edematous, well then that is a form of graft failure. So you see, the two do kind of overlap. So rejection can lead to failure. We call that secondary failure, and that can be late failure of a graft. So that's one reason a graft can fail. The second reason a graft can fail is just attrition. Okay, not necessarily rejection, but we do know endothelial cells diminish over the course of time. And we always tell our patients that, these transplants aren't meant to last forever. Maybe they have a 20-year shelf life, maybe more, maybe less. Here at Wills, we had a very famous corneal surgeon by the name of Peter Leibson, who started the cornea service here decades ago. And I'm still seeing transplants of his that he did 40 years ago. They look beautiful. They look crystal clear. So, that goes to show you sometimes they can last a while. But sometimes, they don't. And then you just don't have enough endothelial cells and the cornea fails. That's kind of late failure. You can have early failure too. And that's usually something related to the cornea itself it just wasn't a good cornea, or some sort of issue during the surgery. And in early failure, what happens is the cornea never clears. So oftentimes what you'll see after a transplant is the cornea, it's hazy. It's not crystal clear from day one. It's hazy, but over the course of a few weeks, it clears up to look quite nicely. But if a cornea doesn't clear, then we would call that primary graft failure. So failure doesn't necessarily mean rejection. Rejection is an immune attack on the cornea. Failure is just the cornea not being clear. And that can be for a variety of reasons that happen early on or much, much later in the course of the patient's postoperative care. So hopefully that clears that up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And before we go to the next slide, are you more concerned about, given the fact that we're monitoring IOP, and significant rise in IOP is also not good for the health of the graft, are you a little bit more concerned about potentially pushing up the IOP with subconjunctival depot or steroid versus oral steroid?
You know what? If the IOP goes up, I feel like we can treat that with drops usually. Okay, if sometimes it becomes way out of control, but even if it's subconjunctival, you can cut out that depot of steroids and eliminate that. But if the cornea fails, that's it. The patient needs another surgery. So of course I definitely get those concerns, but sometimes you just have to do a risk-benefit analysis and then decide what's best.
Perfect. And we know that obviously, luckily keratoconus is one that we do the most commonly with penetrating keratoplasty. It also is one that has the highest amount of the best outcome and the best prognosis. Fuchs dystrophy, something that we see very often, also has very good outcome. And if you go down the list, your pemphigoid patient really has the worst. Can you tell us a little bit about why these pemphigoid patients have such poor prognoses?
Yeah, you're exact. Pemphigoid patients do not do well with transplants, and that's for a lot of reasons. One, it's an inflammatory condition. These eyes are very inflamed. Often there's neovascularization everywhere. So the risk of rejection right there goes up. Number two, these patients have a very poor ocular surface. They have almost a complete aqueous tear deficiency. Their meibomian glands are very abnormal. So, they have a very high risk of that corneal epithelium on the graft breaking down. And then three, they have abnormal ocular adnexa. There's symblepharon, scarring, trichiasis. All of these are very bad prognostic factors for a corneal transplant. And now these pemphigoid patients have all three of these. So it's the trifecta. And the success rate is very, very low, unfortunately.
Good to know. And so obviously we're very familiar with the strength and weakness of penetrating corneoplasty. It's from the surgeon's point of view, it's a more straightforward surgery, a little bit less time consuming compared to the other more complicated techniques that we're going to talk about in a little bit. But it does remove all tissues, sometimes even healthy tissues. And that could be a weakness of doing a penetrating corneal transplant. Plus, Biren had discussed about the danger involved with the, no matter how brief it is, with the open sky time. And so that obviously then, if you're looking at other surgical technique, you are able to bypass that. So one such technique would be your DULC, or your deep anterior lamellar keratoplasty. I've often thought that this can, luckily with the contact lens advancement now, patients, especially keratoconus patients, are getting very good outcome. But even prior to that, I thought, the anterior keratoplasty, such as DULC, is really underutilized for a lot of patients. But obviously, it's not easy to perform, and you sometimes may not be able to really remove down as deep as you want, and you could have issue with interface haze that may take a long time to go away, and patient may be on steroids if they have interface haze between the graft, the anterior graft, and the donor tissue. They may have to stay on steroid for a lot longer than you initially expected. But we worry less about rejection because there's no risk of endothelial rejection, still with other layers, but not with endothelium. And again, it's not an intraocular surgery in that there's no open sky time. I'd like to have Biren narrate through one of the videos for us that is combining cataract surgery with DULC.
Yeah, so here's a patient of mine that had keratoconus and a visually significant cataract. Unfortunately, couldn't tolerate a contact lens, and without contact lenses, had very poor vision. So we decided to do surgery here. I won't show the cataract portion of the case. This was pretty much standard phaco emulsification, so that's completed right there. So now we're going to do the DULC, and we start out the same way. So we take our tree fine and we trephinate partial thickness. It's very key to be partial thickness because, again, we do not want to perforate Descemet's membrane and the endothelium at any point during the case. This is not an intraocular procedure. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to separate Descemet's membrane from the overlying stroma, and the way we do that nowadays is with air. It's called the big bubble technique. You get a much cleaner interface, and essentially what we're doing is we're putting in a cannula and injecting air, as you'll see right here in just a second. And what this air is going to do is take the path of least resistance, which is between the stroma and Descemet's membrane, and essentially cleave that layer. So now very carefully, we're going to remove overlying stroma, and you can tell that Descemet's membrane hasn't been ruptured because we have air bubbles inside the eye, and the air bubbles are not coming out. So essentially what we'll do then is take a donor cornea where Descemet's membrane and endothelium have been removed and suture it into place. And the suture pattern is very similar to penetrating keratoplasty. I use 16 sutures. We still have kind of the same issues with suture removal and titrating suture tension and induced astigmatism. But like Clark mentioned, the main benefit to doing this sort of surgery is there is one, no open sky time, so there's no chance for open sky complications, and two, the patient keeps their own endothelium, so there's no risk of endothelial rejection. And these patients are often younger patients, for example, keratoconus, and it's nice to let them keep their endothelium for the rest of their lives.
Absolutely. And so another type of sort of layered keratoplasty technique has to do with the trend of moving into your DSEC and DMAC, and as most of us know, that is your endothelial graft. And so the indication would obviously be for people with posterior corneal pathology, such as listed here in the slide. And again, the advantage, no open sky, because it's layer specific, so it's not full thickness penetrating. So you have stronger wound, and obviously slightly less risk of rejection, because although you could have endothelial rejection, but not from other layers. Again, it's technically a little bit more challenging than doing a full thickness, but you do have the advantage, like I said before, with no open sky time, so a little safer for patients, no communication between internal and external environment. There may be the concern of pupillary block, and so inpatient need to lay flat or stay in a supine position post-op for a period of time, a little bit longer for DMAC, a little bit shorter for DSEC. So we'll talk a little bit about patient selection using those criteria that I just mentioned. Basically, for me, the difference between DSEC and DMAC graft is that DSEC, as you can see, has a red line here. So DSEC graft contains some stroma tissue from your donor, whereas DMAC is thinner and it doesn't have stroma tissue from the donor. So you have better vision and reduced refractive shift, meaning they have better visual outcome and a quicker recovery, but they do have to stay in that supine position for a longer period of time. So that's something that we will have to consider when selecting patients. Bjorn, can you tell us a little bit about your patient criteria, selection criteria?
Yeah, so at this point, the way I kind of decide what patient should get a DSEC and what patient should get a DMAC is anyone who is a good DMAC candidate should get a DMAC. Just because I feel like with true layer for layer replacement of the cornea, it's all those things that you mentioned, quicker visual recovery, less risk of rejection, better quality vision. So if anyone, in my opinion, that can get a DMAC should get a DMAC. So who is not a good candidate for DMAC? Who really shouldn't get one, and who is better off with the DSEC? So there's a few groups of patients here. One would be a patient with a tube or a trabeculectomy. And kind of why is that the case? So DMAC, again, it's just Descemet's membrane and endothelium. It's very flimsy. It's difficult to work with. And sometimes it's hard to get it to attach. That's the most difficult part of this surgery. That's the biggest challenge. And the way we get these grafts to attach is to put in or at least me personally, put in a bubble of gas into the eye that's supposed to stay in the eye for 5 to 7 days. When you have a tube or a trab in the eye, you have now basically a pathway for that gas or air to escape and leave the eye much more prematurely than you'd like. The second group of patients that I don't like to do DMEK in is someone that's had a vitrectomy. And the reason for that is, and we'll show you videos of this in a couple minutes here, is in order to get this DMEK graft to get into the right position, we have to flatten the anterior chamber. And without vitreous behind the iris lens diaphragm pushing things forward, it's very difficult to get that chamber to flatten, and in turn very difficult to get that DMEK scroll to open up. The next couple are ACIOL, aphakic. It's kind of referencing a unicameral eye, and it's all about trying to keep that air bubble or gas bubble in apposition to the cornea. When you don't have that lens iris diaphragm there, the air bubble can migrate posteriorly. Other reasons why, if you have a very poor view and you can't see into the eye, it is technically more difficult to do DMEK. And if you can't see well enough, then maybe you shouldn't do it. These patients, like Clark mentioned, have to lay flat for 5 days. DSEK patients lay flat for about 24 to 48 hours. DMEK patients for 5 days, again, because it is more difficult to get that cornea to stick on. So if a patient can't do that or refuses to do that, then they're not a good candidate for DMEK. And then finally, if we can't rebubble them. These patients often need to be rebubbled in the office, meaning more air has to be put in or more gas has to be put in. And if, they can't do that, they can't position at the slit lamp or at the operating scope, then they may not be good DSEK candidates. Going back just 1 second. So who are good DMEK candidates? Again, anybody, but if you're learning how to do this, for surgeons, and briefly, you want patients with light-colored irises, and then you ask why it's easier to see inside of the eye against a light iris. Fuchs patients are good patients that are already pseudophakic, and then patients that have an intact posterior capsule. And then there's a question of premium IOLs. So what I mean by that is, let's say a patient had a multifocal lens put in a cataract surgery, and maybe the Fuchs dystrophy was missed, or maybe it got worse. If you can truly replace that diseased Descemes with new Descemes, that gives the patient the best chance of still seeing well with the DMEK, where if you had a DSEK and you had that kind of extra stroma there, sometimes the quality of vision or quality of the optics is degraded, and these patients may not do well with that premium lens, so they may need a lens exchange as well. So if we're trying to let our patients keep their premium lens, then I think DMEK, you should definitely try to do that. So let's talk a little bit about the surgeries. So as far as DSEK goes, we went over this already, but basically we're going to remove Descemes membrane and endothelium and insert a donor graft that has both Descemes and endothelium, but also has a little bit of stroma. And that stroma is what allows that graft to stick on a little bit easier. It just makes it easier to work with in the eye, and then the chance of sticking on is better. Now, once you get it into the eye, you have to get it to stick on to the host stroma. So the way we do that is we use air. So we fill the anterior chamber with air, pushing that donor cornea up against the host cornea, and basically surface tension takes over, and as the endothelial pump starts to function, that cornea sticks on. Patients lay flat for 24 to 48 hours. Like I said, we do put air into the eye, but you got to be careful not to put too much air in, because too much air will lead to pupillary block. So here's an example of a DSEK. So this one is a little bit different because this patient had a DSEK already, and that DSEK failed for unknown reasons. So this goes to show you that the surgery is repeatable. So here I am, and I'm actually peeling away that DSEK, that old DSEK, and it comes off pretty easily. And you can see it's swollen and edematous, and that's a lot thicker than a DSEK graft should be, but that indicates that graft has failed. Now, once that graft has been completely freed up from the overlying stroma, we just go in with forceps and pull it out of the eye. Next, we're preparing the donor graft. This has been pre-cut by the eye bank for us, and we're separating that posterior stroma and Descemet's membrane from the overlying anterior stroma and loading it onto, this is what's called a boost and glide. There are a lot of different ways to deliver the donor cornea in. I prefer to use this technique where I load it onto this glide, reach across the eye with forceps, and then pull it into the eye, making sure that the endothelium is directed down or posteriorly. So it's pulled into the eye, and you can see right there that it kind of just opens up for us. Once we get it in position, we'll take a cannula of air, inflate the anterior chamber with air. Again, this tamponades that donor cornea up against the host, and here I'm just kind of nudging it into place. The wound has already been sealed at this point with 3 10-0 nylon sutures. And then prior to leaving the operating room, we'll release a little bit of air to prevent that patient from going into pupillary block. So that's a good example of DSEC. Now, DMEC, like we talked about, is again removing Descemet's and endothelium, but just replacing it with a graft of Descemet's and endothelium only. So again, layer for layer replacement. There is no stroma, and when this goes in, it doesn't have as much substance. So what happens is the graft folds up and basically it's inserted into the eye. And what we have to do is we have to unfold it, position it, and then I like to use SF6 gas to tamponade this because SF6 gas lasts longer. That'll last about 5 to 7 days, so we'll have our patients lay flat for 5 to 7 days.
And the advantage of DMAC versus disadvantage. I feel like, again, Bjorn had done such a good job at touching up on this, but it's worth repeating that the difference is obviously with the newer DMAC technique, even though it's it's more complicated, it does offer patients faster visual recovery. Remember, they do have to be flat on their back for a little bit longer because of the FS6 gas bubble. But if they don't have back issues and neck issues, they could do that. In return, they get better visual outcome quicker, and also less rejection. Refractive outcome is better, so also less change in their refraction. Now, Bjorn, I do have a question for you. So, number one, since these are specially prepared tissue with both DMEC and DSEC, is your preference preparing yourself? Do you have the eye bank prepare for it? And since number two, you specifically mentioned about cell loss during surgery for DMEC, is there more of a concern about endothelial cell loss during DMEC versus DSEC?
Yeah, so to your first question, what's really been a game changer here in the United States is the eye bank's ability to prepare this tissue for us. Early on in the game, surgeons would have to essentially strip Descemet's membrane off the cornea themselves, and that resulted in a low adaptation rate and kind of increased surgical time and kind of wasted tissue. And now that the eye bank is doing that for us, the vast majority of U.S.-based surgeons get their tissue prepared and sent by the eye bank. Interesting enough, overseas, for example, in Europe, even some of the most famous DMEC surgeons, some of the pioneers of surgery, are still preparing the tissues themselves, probably because their eye banks haven't adopted that yet. Although we are seeing some commercial eye banks take business overseas, and my guess is even in Europe we'll be seeing much more adaptation of eye bank prepared tissue. Now, as far as endothelial cell loss, and you'll see a photograph, or you'll see this in the next video, but sometimes DMEC surgery it requires tapping and fluid waves and a lot of manipulation of the graft to get it to open up and get it in the right spot. And sometimes all those maneuvers, especially if they're quite extensive, can result in endothelial cell loss. However, once you get past that initial learning curve and you get efficient at this surgery, a lot of times we can get these grafts to unfold within a minute or so with minimal damage to the endothelium.
That's very interesting. Let's take a look at a couple videos before we close this lecture then.
All right, so this is DMEC surgery for Fuchs dystrophy. So what we're doing here is we're stripping Descemet's membrane. This is an instrument called the reverse Sinskey hook. And essentially what we're doing is we're breaking attachments of Descemet's membrane 360 degrees. And then once that's done here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to essentially peel off this portion of Descemet's membrane. Typically, I like to remove the central 8 millimeters, and that's because I like to use a graft that's 7.75 millimeters. So we like to have a little gutter, because what we don't want is overlap between host Descemet's and donor Descemet's, because that does increase the risk of detachments in that area. So just kind of wrapping up, removing that diseased Descemet's membrane and endothelium. It's kind of being bunched up in the center of the eye there, and here I'm going in with forceps and just removing that, and it comes out in a nice sheet, as you see right there. Next, we're going to inject the pre-prepared eye bank donor tissue. You can see it's scrolled up. It's stained with the stain called trypan blue so that I can see. Otherwise, without that stain, it's impossible to see. It's a purely transparent, very thin piece of tissue. And once it's into the eye, we start what's called the dance, the DMEC dance. And what that is, it's a series of taps and chamber modulation with fluid puffs to try to get this graft to open up. And that opened up quite nicely just using a puff of fluid. And you can see that S there. That S is put on there by the eye bank to tell us when the graft is in the proper configuration. The S means that the stromal side is up and the endothelial side is down. So we have it flattened out. Now I'll use a series of tapping techniques using fluid waves and flattening the chamber here and there to get that graft to flatten out, and then use some tapping techniques to center it, because you want it perfectly centered. Once I have it in a good spot, I go behind it, put in my cannula, and inject my 20% SF6 gas, tamponading that graft up against the donor cornea, or up against the host. And we'll ask the patient to lay flat for 5 days, and at the end of which they come back to the office, and hopefully with an attached, well-positioned cornea. Here's just a really quick video. Clark, can you see if anything's wrong here? Does anything look abnormal there to you?
What's interesting is you could see the marking on the graph here that you've believe you're demonstrating to us that which side is
so the S
down.
It was upside down. So the S was upside down. So I went in there with the cannula of fluid and just used a puff of fluid, flipped that graft over. So now it's right side up. Now that S is in the correct configuration. So you can see how valuable having that S is, because without that it becomes very difficult to tell. We're going to nudge that cornea into place, put some gas underneath there, and again, we've got a well-attached cornea. Now, as far as complications go, the biggest thing with DSEC and DMEC is graft dislocation. In a DSEC graft, as you'll see here, you'll often see that the graft has slipped, and then you'll see a cleft between the donor cornea and the host cornea. And oftentimes these grafts have to be repositioned and more air has to be placed into the eye. And when you look at a dislocation in a DMEC cornea, it's a little bit different. Because the graft is so thin, you don't really see the displacement of the graft. Basically what you'll see is patchy areas of corneal edema, and it's those areas of patchy edema where the graft is focally detached. So often you don't see a full detachment, you just see partial detachments. And when you look at the slip beam, you can't even see, as you did in the DMEC, a cleft between the graft and the donor cornea. Essentially, that donor cornea is invisible, and when it heals up to the unsuspecting eye, sometimes you can't even see the graft there, which is the greatest thing about DMEC. These grafts can reject. The risk of rejection is lower with DMEC than it is with DSEC than it is with PK, and we do have to be on the lookout for pupillary block. When we put air or gas in the eye, we just have to make sure that we have enough, but not too much where the pressure goes up in the eye. So in the interest of time, I think we're going to end right there. Clark, I'd like to thank you for inviting me to give this talk.
And I want to thank everybody for joining us. I can't believe we finished everything under the time limit. So hopefully we'll see you at our next lecture. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yep.
Okay, guys. So I hope everyone enjoyed. I hope everyone enjoyed the movie here. Let me turn it off here. So you have all gotten to now see that soup to nuts lecture, and if you sat through it, I'm afraid you got no credit because you watched it on the live stream instead of being at CEwire. But I hope that the content was good enough that you feel like you want to go in and register now and actually start getting credits for those types of lectures. So we have a whole bunch from Will's, just like that one. So it's pretty cool stuff. So Steve, Paul, are you guys? I guess you guys are back.
Oh yeah.
Yep, you've been
And
chatting.
I'm giving the person credit for sitting through the whole thing without getting CE credits. That's credit enough.
Well, it was a good lecture. That's why I wanted to show it to everyone. And I think we're going to leave that running on a continuous loop today, showing people what they can get if they come to CEwire instead of just sitting here during the live stream. So, and obviously, once the live stream is done, this is going to be played back automatically when people go to the live stream page. And so hopefully they'll run into that lecture again and they'll get to see it, and it'll inspire them to come on and get CE credit. So, so good stuff. Let me just remind people about our sponsors, or actually before we do that, Steve, you've been sitting in on the classes. How's everything going today?
Really good. There were 3 classes that were on from 12 to 1. One person commented to Dr. Brimmer saying that was the best dry eye lecture they ever had, and I heard her blushing even though she was writing, and she actually asked him to attend to her conferences that she has in her office in North Carolina. So good lectures. Now I'm in the cross-linking lecture with Carl Chang. It's just starting up a lot of things, so I'll let you know. Anyway, all well received. Again, because there's 600 or 700 people, we're getting a lot more questions and answers that we did in our original one where we have 200 or 300 people, because a lot more people are interested. And because a lot of them are returnees, they kind of know the interface and they come with really good questions. So good content, and that's why we're trying to keep a lot of the previous lectures on board, because people couldn't take the other lectures because they're given at the same time.
Right.
But well done.
Yep. And we know from history that some people are going to actually take all 60 or whatever, 64 courses. So good luck to anyone who's trying it. In the past, most people have done it on demand, but we may have a few crazy people now, since we're offering the live course so many times, who can do it all live. So I'd like to see somebody try.
Yep. It takes a lot of energy.
Yeah.
How many dry eye lectures do you have? I'm just wondering how many variations of dry eye, speaking about it, and treatments that there are in the world.
For example, they're really different because one person is speaking about nutrition in dry eye. Crystal is speaking at her approach in her office. Art Epstein has it, and these are people from different areas of the country. Art is in Arizona, she's in the Carolinas, so they do have different perspectives. So it is a little different. But you're right. After a while, people want to take other content. That's why we try to keep it varied.
Right.
Okay. Making sure the speakers are in the room.
Yep.
And they're being good boys.
Yeah, it's been getting smoother each time we do it, so that's kind of a good thing. People are really getting used to it, I think.
Yeah, I wonder how many people are listening to us. One of you folks that are listening, sign in.
Yeah, not too many people listen to us live, right? Because everyone's tied up in their classes. In the old days, more people would sit here and listen to us because they could always go back and watch on demand, and those credits would count kind of the same way. But now, the stakes are much higher because people are in there actually getting live credits. So when people will watch this or listen to this, it goes on a loop. Once we're done here, and in fact, we're going to end this early today, in fact, this goes on a loop automatically. So when people come to the live stream later, they're going to see us, what we're doing now later. It'll just continuously run until tomorrow. So not that many people are going to watch live because they're all in the classes. And in fact, if you look at the schedule that's up on the screen right now, we have not given people much of a gap or any gap, right?
Right.
They're going to be constantly in classes hour after hour after hour.
Right. Can you put your promo for all these sponsors on a loop so you don't have to repeat? There are so many sponsors that you can take up a whole hour just talking about their product.
Yep.
So can you loop that? Or?
Yeah, so that this will all be on a continuous loop. So when someone comes and watches this later, once we finish, it goes on a loop from the beginning. So they're going to see us from the beginning of the day where we spoke about the sponsors, and then going on into your little rant about Florida, and then into the video that we just watched. So that's going to be on a continuous loop over and over again until tomorrow when we pick it up live again. So there's no need to really, the real reason that we're doing this now while we're all here talking and people are eavesdropping on us is because we want to make sure that things are going okay at the conference. And it looks like things are going just fine. The technology's holding up well, despite the fact that we have, 800 or 900 people. The technology's doing well, the platform's doing well. We scaled it up to the point where it can handle the load.
You know what? I'd like to be a fly on the wall when somebody tries to duplicate us, which is bound to happen now. There's got to be some jealousy that we have over 5,000 attendees, so somebody else is going to think this is a great idea. I'm wondering how it's going to work for them when they try to run 60 hours a day.
Well, people right now, they're running things differently, right? So for instance, you see what CEwIre's been doing. I have no problems talking about what other people are doing. You see what CEwIre's been doing. They've just been doing onesies and twosies. So their approach is to spread everything out and do, an hour-long webinar one night and then another hour another night, and just sort of spread the whole thing out. And again, because Arbo decided to change these rules, the technology to do it is quite simple. They don't even need a testing mechanism, right? They can just go in and offer regular webinars. So that's allowed a lot of people to jump in and try their hand at this. The problem that they will face sooner or later, probably sooner, by the end of the year now, I guess, is that once testing is required again, and people are really looking more strictly at how many minutes people are actually watching these lectures, right? Our platform does it. Most of these others don't, right? So if you're using a generic platform like Zoom, it doesn't track how long someone's sitting in here watching or have a testing mechanism. So while that might work for them temporarily, in the long run it won't. They're going to need a real platform to do it. So, yeah. So again, that's
a lot of organizations have speakers come a specific date, a specific time, and keep up with it. And people, once they're in a lecture, let's say they get home from work at 12 o'clock Eastern time, they can sit and watch, 6 hours and just devote time to it and get it all done, much like they do on a Sunday afternoon when they go to a local event. But to take it piecemeal, I think people rather have the whole enchilada, especially what we're doing now, having 5 conferences and having, 8 days they can take this. It makes it quite easy to get all 64 credits.
Yep.
How does Arbo work when it comes to a speaker duplicating their talk? Now, for example, you indicated that we have a couple of speakers that are now giving the exact same program to Florida live. Mm-hmm. How do you think Arbo will say that? Do they keep track that the OD took it with us, got credit, and then would go and take it somewhere else? They can't do it with Florida because Florida doesn't give credit. But how about someplace else if they decided to take the same lecture all over again?
So,
would an OD get credit?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So up on the screen right now, you can see our schedule. Do you see that little number down here? Right, so that's a COPE ID. Each lecture has one. So for instance, I'm pointing right now at Rich Madonna's class, which is 67710-GL. So you can only take 67710-GL once, right? So if Rich wanted to give this class about glaucoma somewhere else, he could use that number, but someone can't take the same lecture twice, right? Once you've submitted based on one number, that's the only time you can take it, right? So if someone watched 67710-GL here, that's it. If they tried to watch that lecture somewhere else, even if he gave it somewhere else, you can't take the lecture with the same number twice. Now what Rich could do is make a minor change to his lecture, resubmit it to Arbo, and they'll issue him a brand new number. And in that case, somebody could take substantially similar class over and over again. Most people don't do that, of course, because it's ridiculous to do that. It's a waste of time. What some organizations do, I don't know if I should name names or not, is they try to prevent people from reusing their lectures at other events. We don't do that. When we submit these lectures for the speakers to Arbo, we keep the submission, the name of the lecture, generic. We don't put trademarks or brand names on it. We don't say this is a CEwire lecture. We just let the speaker reuse their content if they want to. And they have, actually. There have been a couple of speakers who've given these same talks now that they did for us, and they're doing it elsewhere. I'm not going to hold people and say, oh, you can't give this talk somewhere else. This is proprietary. That's not our style at all.
What's been very nice of the speakers is that the contract ended in October for all the speakers.
Yep.
But yet they've allowed us to go into the end of December. Very generous of them.
Very generous, and they're obviously coming back over and over again and doing this with us. And again, it's not our style to hold the speakers, even when we thought the show was only going to be going on for a couple of months. It's not our style to say you can't give this talk somewhere else. To us, that's ridiculous. But what we've seen other conferences do is when they get these lectures COPE approved, they put their name on it. So for instance, instead of having Madonna's course just being the impact of landmark clinical trials on glaucoma and patient care, they'll say conference name, the impact of landmark clinical trials, so that if someone tries to reuse it, they can't. And when I discovered that, I was really surprised.
Can that speaker simply change the name, not change the content, submit the same outline for a different event, get a different COPE number, and present it? And then, therefore, just by accident, an attendee might attend ours and then go to a local conference and attend the same lecture, thinking it was different.
It could very well happen, but that's why we don't do that. We don't restrict where people can use their lectures, right? I mean, even though we obviously paid for it, we paid to get this number 67710GL or whatever. I don't mind. I ask this when the speakers come up to me and say, hey, can I reuse that? I'm like, sure. Why not? Use it somewhere else. It's fine. We're not necessarily threatened by what other conferences are doing. And you're right. We don't want people to fall into the trap where they end up taking sort of the similar class twice. That's a waste of everyone's time.
And people are so surprised that we're not charging extra for all our people that signed up in December. They're getting a whole year's worth of CE from us at no extra charge, and including the vendors. I wonder how many other companies would do that.
Yeah.
The commercial places.
Well, I mean, fair is fair, right? I can't imagine cutting people's logins off and whatever else. So if someone has a login that they registered all the way last year, yeah, if they log in, it'll keep working. So, yeah, just because we decided to extend this doesn't mean that we should penalize people who've signed up.
Yep. And in fact, they love it. I have a lot of interaction on Facebook, and they love the fact that they can continue taking it because they only could take 16 hours last time, and some of them are bleary-eyed. Interesting, as the day goes on, more people show up because I guess the West Coast comes online from waking up or finishing up their practice.
Yep. Yeah, and the biggest challenge for us, you can see the dates up on the screen right now. So for people who are unaware, as Paul has referenced, because some people don't know this, we've decided to redo the conference over and over and over again because of ARBO's rule change to the end of the year where there's no testing mechanism and online CE counts as live. We figured, why not? We have such a great lineup of speakers already and great lectures. Why not just keep redoing it over and over again? For us, there's some additional expense, right? We have to pay the speakers to come back over and over again. And we have to, continue to run the technology, which costs something as well. But we have the infrastructure in place already. So why wouldn't we keep using it over and over again? It's the easiest thing in the world for us to do. So it's just, a little bit of money and time. So we thought, all right, let's do it. And let's pick some dates where we're not going to conflict with other meetings that may or may not be going on. So these are the dates that we picked. The only one that might have a slight conflict is for the MDs giving our lectures. November 14th and 15th is the Academy of Ophthalmology in Las Vegas, which frankly I don't think is going to happen. But, they've told us that they can make it anyway. Because obviously with CEwire, if they have access to the internet in their hotel room, they can just spend an hour to participate.
Even in a lounge or something like that, as long as they have a computer, they can get online and just interact by it. Probably.
Yep. So we're doing this all over again. So, you're going to see more marketing as the year goes on as we try to get the word out that people can still take these classes live. And again, next year, I don't know what's going to be. ARBO says this rule is ending on January 1st. I'm really skeptical about in-person CE events all the way through the end of the year. I even don't think, I'm kind of wondering about CECO and Expo East. I don't know.
Well, the lead story in the Times today is the fact that Texas and Florida are closing shop again. So we'll see how if the Florida meeting is going to be held anyway. They may force them to close down in the next 3 weeks. So
well, they're talking. I'm here in Florida. They're talking about limiting, just starting, and it's not the governor, it's lieutenant governor saying to limit the amount of people to 25 to 50 in a room or an event. That would defeat. They'd have to not have the event at that point in time by decree. But we'll see what happens.
Yep, and you can see on as Paul's referenced, I put it up on the screen right now. You can take a look at the country and see what's going on. You can see that those states like Florida and Texas are reversing what they've done because it's just out of control. Even our state here in Oregon, the more rural areas are now starting to get huge spread, whereas before, the concern was always the urban areas. Now it's completely the reverse. It's the more rural areas. You're starting to see it more and more. So they're pausing everything here, and we'll see how it goes.
It'll be interesting to see how other states approach it as it goes on and on and on. For example, one state, Connecticut, just eliminated the need for continuing education for ODs, and there's no obligation at all. Whether states will go that route or continue the online approach, it'll be interesting to see how things change. If we were talking about this back in February, I don't think we would have believed that we'd have this conversation at all about Arbo changing it for.
Yeah. I mean, I remember when we did the conference back in February, we thought that was it. We'd be done. We could go on vacation.
Yeah, for sure. But what will be interesting is the other states that have still held out. Sooner or later, they have to cave. If this continues and you can't have live meetings, sooner or later their credits are going to run out. And other states have to start doing something.
Right.
They're not necessarily using CEwire, but they've got to give some sort of courses to allow the ODs to be educated. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
So let's review here. I put up on the screen, where you can meet your entire CE requirement just online. So I put up the list of states here, and there are probably more. In fact, I don't even know. Steve, there are some states like Illinois where we have no idea, right, where we can't get good information.
Yeah. Why are they keeping it a secret in Illinois?
Their website is terrible. They give no information. They don't give information to their ODs. They won't talk to me without a state license, but I submitted an email, etc., but they just ignore it. Apparently, the Illinois ODs don't know either. But that's one of the few states. Some of them, you go to the website, there's a big red, verbiage about things have changed. Now you can do this, this, and this. Some are so well done, and some are so spotty. Illinois being, I think, the worst. It's just the worst website. You don't have any information. Then when I clicked on the minutes of meetings to find out maybe it was done in meetings, the last minutes that was up was January of 2020. So you could find the agendas, what's going to be discussed, but you don't know what the resolution to it was. So luckily, most of the states had good websites. You're able to find the information. You didn't have to call the state board because they don't want to speak to you if you're out of state, and find out the information on behalf of the ODs. That's how this list was generated. Like I told you guys, I increased the myopia about 0.5 with going through all the state websites.
Yeah, I mean it's really rough, and in fact, reading some of the ordinances too, it's not always clear, how these states work. Yeah, it's a challenge, and so you can see the list on the screen right now, and there's no rhyme or reason as to which state is allowing it and which isn't, which to me is fascinating as well. It just seems like they're all over the map.
Yep, doesn't have to do with Democrat, Republican, big, small. It's like I said, all over.
Yep.
We'll find out whether
I don't see too many southern states. I'm just looking very quickly. Deep south. I mean, middle south. You have Arizona. There was Alabama. And what else? And Texas.
Yeah, very few of the southern states. It seems like the ones that are sort of within CECO sphere of influence, they're not doing as much where they're allowing 100% online, and I don't know why that is. Again, I don't understand the sort of backroom machinations, other than Florida, right, where we sort of have an idea of what's happening there. I don't know why these other states are behaving the way they are.
Well, it'll be interesting if CECO goes online totally in the early spring or late winter. That might change because they might decide to do it that way.
Yeah.
Now, you have to realize states don't have to follow ARBO. They might decide unilaterally that you can take online credits. Right now, we have the benefit of ARBO COPE, which most states abide by. And that's all they say is that we're abiding by the ARBO COPE ruling. But states can do their own stuff and say, look, ARBO is not allowing it, but we are. So it might go in reverse next time around.
Yep. Yeah, you just don't know. What's interesting to me, though, is that, of course, Canada has been in the lead on all this from the beginning. Even before all of this happened, right? They had 100% of the internet CE online. And, you know, I think there's a good argument to be made that online CE in general works okay. You know, you're not seeing horror stories out of Canada over the last several years with people who obtain their CE this way. So hopefully some of the other states will kind of get the message and at least going forward offer this to their folks, even once the crisis is over. But we'll see.
Well, Canada has an interesting dynamic. The geography and the amount of ODs, except for, you know, Toronto and Montreal and maybe some other cities, people are far apart and they're going to have to fly and spend an awful lot of time out of the office. So that's why I think they came on early, realizing that it was to the benefit of their ODs to be able to take stuff. And I'm sure MDs have the same thing. If you're in the middle of Saskatchewan and have to fly, you know, 2,000 miles to take 8 credits, it's just not worth it.
Right. And I mean, we have the same problem here out west, right? The states are gigantic. Oregon is a gigantic state. Most of the people live clustered in this little area, but for the rest of the state to actually get over to Portland to take a class is ridiculous. I mean, it's a huge effort. So I think that's why some of the western states have signed on to Internet CE very early. Nevada the same way. I mean, outside of Vegas and Reno, you know, it's a huge state, and you know, getting anywhere is difficult. So
it'll also be interesting to see what the school's going to be doing in September. I don't have any information. Maybe you guys have as to how they're going to conduct classes, whether it's going to be all online for the first year, where it's all histology, biochemistry. But once you start seeing patients, I don't see how they're going to do it for third and fourth year students.
Yeah. I mean, if primary schools are any indication, they are going to make an attempt in many states to get the kids back into class, at least for a day or two a week, and then do most of it online. Because I think what they've discovered is that for children, the interaction is very important, right? You can't expect a child to be completely self-directed and do internet activities. It's been very difficult. I mean, I know I have an 11-year-old, and so we got to experience this firsthand without having the teacher present at least one day a week to sort of orient everyone. It's very hard. And I wonder, you know, and I know at colleges, for instance, they make so much of their revenue with the kids actually being on campus that they are making an active push to get people back to campus whenever they can. So I know out here in Oregon, they're planning to go full guns and have the kids come back, for better or worse.
For undergraduate colleges, there's a double whammy in that the overseas people don't want to come here.
Right.
You know, up until now, it was a big income source for these smaller colleges to get Europeans to come to the States. That's not happening anymore. So,
it's also a big hard for parents. You're home, Adam, most of the time, but if you have a parent that's even home and working from a computer or whatever, or they have to go to work, how could the kid go online with themselves if they're less than 13 years old and take online with the teacher? They're just not going to do it. Do you think your son is good enough to wear a mask for 6-7 hours and be in a classroom either? I feel bad for, I know he's a little bit older, but a 7-8-year-old to be able to do that.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. And I mean, there are follow-on consequences to that as well. For instance, like Paul will not be able to see his grandkids, right, for the fall, right? Because it's just too dangerous. If you know, my 11-year-old is going to be in a class with 18 other kids or however many, at least one day a week, you know, he's not going to be able to see any older people, right? Because he's immediately suspect unless we can quarantine him for 2 weeks. So, you know, there's those issues as well. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't envy the people who are in charge of schools right now because I don't know what they're thinking or doing.
I guess for the schools, people have to do real clinical stuff. You could just do less and wear N95 masks and just do as much as you can, but they can equip the school just as easily as we equip private offices. It's just very expensive.
Sure.
Can you imagine paying those high fees for optometry schools and not go to class?
Yeah.
Sure. There's already students suing regular colleges for reimbursing their tuition because they're not using the dorms. They don't have any of the facilities they had, the library, the student union, etc. They don't feel like they're getting the same college experience, yet they're paying the same tuitions. So I think that's a good reason for tuitions to come down because, as you know, they're way too high. And I think the optometry students have a case also of not getting the same education as they would brick and mortar in person.
Right. The problem is, of course, they're going to have a crisis at these schools because they rely on that revenue. So to all of a sudden have it fall off a cliff is going to be a challenge. I mean, my wife is a teacher, actually. She's at the community college here, and the dynamic is totally different, right? Because they don't actually rely on students being there, right, for a revenue source. It was the easiest thing in the world for them to decide, you know what, we're just going to take our classes online. And there are going to be a few specialties, hands-on programs where we may have to have people come face-to-face, like dental hygienists, right? You can't really do that virtually. But other than that, it's the easiest thing in the world for them to say, you know what, we'll just virtualize everything. And the revenue hit will be, significant, but not that bad. Not like, colleges that rely on having students live there.
Well, there's some savings also. There's utilities. I can come up with several savings by not having the students there. Security issues, things like that.
Yep.
So there are costs, but there are also savings, and they could weigh the differences. But schools like a Harvard, which has a $50 billion endowment, they could somehow get by, I think, for a year or two, not charging as much tuition.
Sure. In fact, they could probably get by charging no tuition without much of a problem. But yeah, it's the sort of middle class schools, right? What are they going to do? The ones that don't have that huge endowment. It's a real challenge. I don't know.
Especially private, not public. If you're Ohio State or Michigan, you can get money from the state. But if you're a Notre Dame, you can't, and you have to rely upon your alumni and things like that. So, well, it all relates to what we're doing here now. We're doing it because it was always more affordable. It was always, we thought, just as good as in-person education, but now it's the necessity, not the luxury.
Yep, and I kind of wonder what the optometry schools are going to do because, as we know, many of them are small, they're private, right? They're not affiliated with large universities. What's going to happen to them? Out here, what's going to happen to Pacific? Are they going to keep charging the same amount, and are students even going to show up?
Or are they going to apply? Your amount of class might be smaller. You might not get as many students. You might not get enough to fill the class. You might get a ratio of people applying and attending of 1-to-1, which brings down the quality of the optometrist or even the medical student.
Yep.
What would happen,
Well,
I guess, that went by the wayside and students were between their second and third year or third and fourth year, I guess they could assimilate into another program. It would be a hardship, but they can do it.
Yeah.
So I think that the newer optometry schools won't be able to keep their student base. However, so many of them are osteopathic medical schools, the osteopaths only optometry schools, that it might be a good marketing tool for them to say, hey, optometry students, we have room for you in osteopathic medicine where you can become a primary care physician, and there's going to be a great need for your services. I'm not sure that the optometry schools, these newer ones, can market themselves properly because there's one. Just
Andy Bazzelli he's been the dean at several schools. He was actually my first teacher. He was going to open a school in Kentucky starting in September, and the modules were going to be mostly online, with some interaction as you went forward. And I was going to be an adjunct professor and show up for a couple of lectures, etc. Well, he canceled the whole program for this year, and maybe we'll start it next year for the school because of the fact that of the COVID virus. But in other words, the classes would be first online, be much less expensive, hopefully the same quality of education, at least for the first and second year. And then when you have to get into clinic, I guess the classes would just move up. You only have a first year class and the first and second year class, and by the third year, you would develop an infrastructure. So that's something for the future that he actually was trying to do it in a way that was more affordable for the students and still easy to do. So I'll keep you up on that.
Yeah. Be interesting to hear from some of the optometry students. They're a very quiet group.
Well, it would be interesting to hear from some of the deans of the colleges. In fact, we probably should have reached out to them. Maybe next time in August, for the August show, we can reach out to a few of them and see if they want to talk to us to see what the deal is. As much as they can tell us. I'm kind of curious as to what they're thinking or doing.
I'm sure Howard Purcell would be very happy to come on.
Sure.
Being president of NICO.
Yeah, sure. See what's going on there, and I wonder almost about the SUNYs as well. My alma mater. I know that Binghamton's constantly hitting me up for money at this point because I think they're getting a little nervous, and I wonder about the optometry school there as well.
I have a good relationship with Dean there, so I could talk to him about coming on and talking about the challenges. Now, the next live conference we have is the end of August. That would be, or middle of August. That would be one where it'd be very, very relevant because either the schools are about to be opened or opened virtually or some other aspect. So he'd have more to say then as how they're planning that semester, and even the challenge is the second semester. I was just watching CNN in between a little respite. And they were talking about the fact that even if there's a vaccine, maybe that January, February, March is going to be a really difficult time because of the winter and the virus coming back, et cetera, and not having enough ramped up vaccine. So planning for the second semester for all these schools is going to be even more challenging. And maybe for optometry in general, we might have to go into lockdown again if the northern states especially start getting the cases they got in the past. So, well, it's something that we can't write a book on. We could write a science fiction story, but that's about it. We don't know.
Yep.
Well, I know the hot weather was supposed to kill the coronavirus, and it has not.
No.
In fact, the states that are having trouble: Arizona, Texas, Florida, Alabama, Louisiana, California. I don't think there's too much cold weather there, so the virus seems to be thriving in those environments.
Yep. Yeah. I just I'm holding out hope for the vaccine, and fingers crossed, right? Just to disrupt the chain of transmission as best we can. But yeah, it's hard.
Well, I still remember, of course, I was in my 20s when the polio epidemics really reached their height after the Second World War. And I was thinking about that. They didn't close anything down. You weren't sure who got it, but mainly you knew there was some sort of contagion that was causing it. But nothing closed down in those years, and the people were sure scared.
What they do, because I'm young enough, well, not old enough, that I was given a sugar cube at school for the Sabin virus, the Sabin vaccine, which was oral, and it wasn't voluntary. You had to do it. My question to you is the Salk vaccine, like I know Adam's reticent, and I believe 31% of the public says they're not going to take the vaccine, at least at the very beginning. When the Salk vaccine came out, was it a requirement by the government that you had to be vaccinated, or was it by choice?
You know what? I don't recall, but people wouldn't. You didn't have the you didn't have the internet and all these loonies, talking about scares you. The government said do it, it's good for you. Like my mother said, eat it, it's good. You ate it. And if your mother says eat it, it's good, and the government says take it, as in China, is what you do it. But in those years, you trusted the government. We weren't suspicious. This was before Vietnam.
Well,
the government couldn't make a mistake.
Yeah.
So it's different.
Well, I think for this vaccine that comes out, no matter what, I'm going to take it. And as someone who's, I feel like as a healthy person, right? This should be my responsibility to try to take it to just disrupt that chain of transmission, no matter what. I don't know how they're going to prioritize it once we do get one. If it's going to go to elderly people first and healthcare workers, or try to just get it out to the general public as fast as you can, just to get the frequency of people who are inoculated as high as you can as quickly as possible. I don't know.
The reason
you don't think it's going to be the elite first?
Always.
Yeah. Somehow
I suspect the concierge physicians, I think, are going to get the medicines first somehow. That's what I think. But we'll see. We'll see how democratic the country is.
100 years from now, they'll pull down statues of those people. Find out.
But it is a numbers game, right? So that's the real problem, and I'm sure you can make small batches for the elite or whatever, but really this won't go away until people, we get a good portion of the population inoculated. So I don't know. I just don't know. But anyway, from our side of things, at least, CEwire is still there and will still be running. So no matter what happens, at least people can get some CE in as if it matters. But you're right, because if this drags on any longer, I wonder if more states are going to be like Connecticut and just say, continuing education is great, but not if the risk is too high, let's not even bother and bother clinicians with this.
Mm-hmm. And just maybe lump it into the next year and say you need, let's say, 3/4 of the credits and do it on a statewide basis. We can't guarantee, by the way, whoever's listening to this, that you won't get a computer virus listening to us. But not fatal.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting though, will states take a look at programs like ours and say, we could just waive the CE requirement entirely, or CEwire is so cheap, just go ahead and do it. Because obviously 64 credits, meets every state and then some, right? I think the most I've ever seen in any state is like 30 credits or something. So.
What is in Jersey, Steve? It's biennial, and how many do you need over 2 years?
It used to be 60, and they lowered it to 50, but they also have hoops that you have to jump through. You need 10 credits of orals. I'll get to that afterwards. And of the 50, 30 have to be TPA or therapeutic, kind of disease-oriented. That's easy to maintain. The trouble with orals is that any other state, if you go to the Academy or AOA, et cetera, Vision Expos, the doctors don't really use the COPE number OP at the end, which designates oral pharmaceutical. They'll choose PH. And New Jersey didn't recognize that as an oral credit. So if you went to anything other than New Jersey lectures where you don't have to get the lecture approved by COPE, you just have to get it approved by the state board, they would say, okay, orals. And so people would migrate to these oral credits because they were tough to find. Last year, finally, New Jersey said PH, that designation of COPE credit of pharmaceuticals counts as orals. That's why in our particular lecture you can do it. So 50. The only caveat is for maintenance of certification for the ABO, you need many more credits than you do for the state requirements. I believe I needed 100 over 3 years, or 33 credits a year. Now, you can take all on demand if they didn't care about anything. So if you're a licensed diplomat, Board of Optometry licensed diplomat, you had to take many more credits. And we were getting a lot of people taking our courses because of that.
Well, for the newer listeners who were around 10 years ago, ABO stands for American Board of Optometry, which so many optometrists took 10 years ago that very few optometrists now take. So that's what that's all about. How long do you think it's going to last, Steve? The ABO?
I think it's going to die on the vine slowly but surely because the maintenance of certification, in other words, after you're certified, you have to keep on doing things to remain certified, including paying certain fees over time. And if there's no benefit to it, then I think people will just stop being certified, so people won't come in and people will be leaving. I'm grandfathered at this point in time with the amount of service. I actually did write the first test, as you know. I was really into it. I thought it was a great thing. I actually admit I was wrong. And there's certain other very vocal people who felt the other way from the beginning, and they were right. So I believe, I don't know the exact numbers, there's between 2,000 and 3,000 board certified, and there's over 40,000 ODs, and it's been around for 10 years, so what does that tell you? And the new students with student loans and expenses that we never had, it's going to be even more challenging for them to even. And the test was not easy. I mean, it was a long test. It took all day. You took it at a center. It was the same test that we take the bar exam or something like that. And it was challenging. And the things you have to do online, which is repetitive garbage, to keep your certification, is after a while people just aren't going to do it if they have to pay a certain amount every year. So my feeling is 2020, by 2025, they either won't no longer exist, or be a grand old club of 100 ODs. I believe dentistry has the same thing, and I believe 1% of all dentists are.
Yeah, Bert,
However,
the board it's called general dentistry.
Yep.
The American Board of General Dentistry, because most dentists that are specialized have their own boards.
Right.
Correct.
The orthodontists and the general surgeons.
Yep. So why don't we just take a second here and just get back to CEwire for a second, just so people are watching. If you notice on your screen, I just went into the exhibit hall. This is what it looks like for those who have not signed up for CEwire yet. This is where you can go into the various rooms and see what's going on with the different companies inside of the site. So highly recommend anyone wants to go in here. And I think what we should do, guys, since the lectures are going on, and you can see here's the exhibit hall, so you can get a sense of what like the ZEISS booth looks like, where they have all their different instruments, and you can read all about them and contact the ZEISS staff and pick up show specials as well. So I think one thing we might want to do, since the lectures seem to be going smoothly, nothing crazy is happening. I think what we showed before with the Chang video was really interesting. I have another one here that we might want to show of Dr. Mark Friedberg. Do you remember Friedberg's original lecture on OCT? One of the great ones, right?
A hit. Yes, that's a hit.
So I have it here for anyone who's never seen it, because he's doing a sequel to it here at CEwire, and so you can see it's tomorrow morning, called OCT2. I have his original one here, and I think it might be worthwhile showing people, if they're tuning into the live stream, to see the kind of quality that you get, because his lecture is basically a follow-on from his original one, updated with the latest technology. So maybe we should show that for the next hour or so. Or I guess.
Sure.
How long is his? Oh, actually, you know what? I have an even more interesting one of his here that I think we might want to see. So he did one. OCT is great, but he did one that you're not going to get in most places. It was called Retinal Detachment or Not. Do you remember that one, Steve?
Good.
Yeah.
He always gets great reviews from the audience as the best speaker, well, one of the best at least.
Yeah. So why don't we?
What year? What years are these talks?
So retinal detachment or not?
Not obsolete.
Yeah. So retinal detachment or not was just last year. So I think we might want to try that one so everyone can see it. So again, it's got elements of his OCT talk as well, but really interesting stuff from him, especially if you ever have to deal with retinal detachments. You'll feel probably more confident after watching it. So I think it might be a fun one to show, just to give people a sense of what the content is like. And then if they feel strongly, come on in and register. Because again, CEwire is going to be running now all the way through December. And Friedberg has his lectures up there, along with 62 other credits that you can go get. So what do you think, guys? Should we show that one, the retinal detachment one?
Sure.
Sounds good. Mark Friedberg, if everybody doesn't know, he was the original author of the Will's Eye Manual. Everybody has it in their offices now. Him and Chris Rapuano, who was also a speaker for us. So he's as famous as he can get.
Yep. And
I have some background. I won't be back till 3 o'clock, Adam. I think you know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah. And actually, this Friedberg talk is an hour and 40 minutes, so it's long. So, but we'll get it up there, and I think we're all good. And so Friedberg, in addition to being famous and doing the Will's Manual stuff, he's really a great speaker and really a great teacher. And I think probably of all the lectures that we have, he's been the most requested over and over again. Certainly one of the highest reviewed. So why don't we do that, and then we'll catch up with you guys in about an hour and 40 minutes.
Okay, you got it.
All right, here we go.
Hi, this is Dr. Mark Friedberg. I'm talking to you today from Red Bank, New Jersey, and I'll be discussing retinal detachments. I'll be talking to you about the symptoms and signs of retinal detachments. I'll be discussing the different types of retinal detachments, and I'll be discussing the features that distinguish retinal detachments from some of the conditions that look similar to retinal detachments. I'll be talking about risk factors for detachments and basically how to manage everything related to retinal detachment. So, for our first slide, I'd like to just state that there are basically 3 different types of retinal detachment. The first type is a rhegmatogenous retinal detachment. These are the ones we're all familiar with. patients with rhegmatogenous detachments have a retinal tear that led to the detachment, or retinal tears that led to the detachment. They need to be fixed fairly promptly, sometimes more emergently than others, depending on the type of retinal detachment. They need surgery of some sort to fix them, and if you don't fix them, the patient will lose all their vision. These are the ones we're familiar with. These are the ones we don't want to miss. Rhegmatogenous detachments. The second type of retinal detachment I'll be discussing is known as an exudative retinal detachment. Exudative retinal detachments don't have tears in the retina and don't usually need surgery. They can look similar to rhegmatogenous detachments, and sometimes even the best experts can't distinguish the two. They often have an underlying disorder that's responsible for the exudative detachment, and the treatment is usually to fix the underlying exudative disorder. And finally, the third type of retinal detachment that we'll be discussing is known as a traction retinal detachment. This is when fibrous tissue grows onto the surface of the retina and pulls the retina off the wall of the eye. You can see in this slide here, we have fibrous tissue. I don't know if you can see my pointer, but maybe you get a pointer here. There's fibrous tissue here. I'm putting little dots on it. And this tissue is very thick and stronger than the retina. And basically, it's pulling the retina off of the wall of the eye. The causes for this we'll get into a little bit later. So we'll start out, and by the way, you can have more than one type of retinal detachment at a time. You could have a combined rhegmatogenous traction detachment, for example, where there's scar tissue, but the scar tissue pulled so hard it tore a hole in the retina or caused a tear in the retina, and so you have a combination of rhegmatogenous and traction, and those are obviously more difficult to diagnose and deal with. So we're starting out with rhegmatogenous detachments. So first of all, what are the symptoms? And these are the rhegmatogenous are the ones we all, when we say retinal detachment, that's what we usually mean. If we just use the word retinal detachment, we're usually implying that it's a rhegmatogenous detachment. And rhegmatogenous detachments often have symptoms. Usually patients will experience flashes of light. And, a lot of patients are sent to me when they have flashes of light to examine their retina to make sure there's no tear. The flashes of light associated with retinal tears and retinal detachments are generally quick zips of light. They may be recurrent. So a patient will often say they see a quick zip of light off to the side of their vision, usually in their peripheral vision. It lasts a second or two, and then they get another one. And they may get, multiple, one after another. It may not even stop. But there's a small interruption between each one. Now let's contrast that with another cause of a flashing light, migraine. Migraines can cause flashes of light, but they're totally different. Migraines cause a jagged, C-shaped arc of light that goes non-stop for about 20 minutes and often interferes with the vision. So a migrainous flash of light is usually a 5 to 60 minute episode. It's often described as a jagged, non-stop, flickering light. Now, patients don't always notice it the entire time it's taking place, so sometimes they only catch the last few minutes when it's way off to the side. They often think it's in one eye. They'll say it's like the left eye if it's to the left side, but it's often in both eyes. They don't always notice it. But if they cover one eye after they've had one episode, they'll often see it's in both eyes. And again, this is jagged, flickering, 5 to 60 minutes, non-stop, and often interfering with the vision, as opposed to a quick flash of light from the retinal tear, retinal detachment spectrum, which is off to the side, lasts a second or two, but they get multiple. And it's most notable in the dark when it's due to the vitreous retinal detachment spectrum. Another symptom these patients with rhegmatogenous experience is floaters. Floaters are not specific to retinal tears and detachments and vitreous detachment. Floaters are obviously lines, dots, webs, and the more floaters a patient has, the more concerned I am that there's going to be a tear or detachment of the retina. But you need to distinguish floaters, as I said, could be due to other things, and you got to make sure the patient doesn't have uveitis as the cause of their floaters. Uveitis, if you take the slit beam and you push the slit lamp, if you're looking at the lens and then you move the slit lamp in closer to the eye, you'll see the vitreous. And if you make a small beam, you can often see if there's cells in the vitreous. Now, with the rhegmatogenous detachment, you may see vitreous pigment, but there shouldn't be 100 floaters as you would see with uveitis. It is confusing sometimes, but uveitis causes white blood cells. The cells you see from retinal detachment are either going to be brown or red, depending on whether it's hemorrhage or just pigment. And finally, the last and most concerning symptom the patients with rhegmatogenous detachments have is something in their peripheral vision. Patients will often describe a curtain or a shadow blocking the peripheral vision, or part of it, and it doesn't have to be that. They just see something. They'll say to me, I see something off to the side or in the corner or a crescent or a ball or a balloon, or they'll notice something in their peripheral vision. And so flashes of light, floaters, something obstructing the peripheral vision, are the symptoms of a rhegmatogenous detachment. As far as the signs, or in other words, the things that we'll see when someone has it, you might see pigment in the vitreous. As I said, you have to push the slit lamp close to look at the lens, and then push it closer to the eye, the slit lamp. So your beam is now focused in the vitreous. And if you see brown pigmented cells, that could be a sign of retinal detachment. The other signs that you'll see, you should see a retinal tear if it's a rhegmatogenous detachment, but tears are sometimes hard to find. They're best seen by scleral depression. I find that all the other techniques, if you just look with the indirect ophthalmoscope, number one, you're not going to see 360 degrees of retina. Number two, the flap, the retinal tear, is sometimes the flap of the tear may settle back down to where it was, so you won't see the opening in the retina. But if you take a scleral depressor and push around the eyeball, the flap will pop up at you, so you see the opening in the retina. So scleral depression is really the best way to see a retinal tear. Often you'll see a reddish color at the base of a retinal flap, consistent with the tear. The other indications, now obviously you can see tears and pigment when you don't have a retinal detachment. The key to the retinal detachment is seeing that corrugated, and if you look at this slide in the top right-hand corner, it has that corrugated. Those white lines are corrugations in the retina, and that's a very classic sign. When you see that, you've got to be worried about retinal detachment. The other thing about retinal detachment is you cannot see the retina ordinarily. So if we look to the left-hand side of this slide, let's say from the fovea left or from the fovea inferiorly, you don't see the retina. What you're looking at is you're seeing the background fundus behind the retina. You're seeing the pigment epithelium, you're seeing the choroid, but you don't see the retina because the retina is transparent. It's clear. You can see the blood vessels in the retina, but you don't see the retina itself. But when you look to the upper right-hand corner of this slide, you can't see the fundus background. And the reason you can't see the fundus background is the retina becomes opaque when it's detached. So it's hard to see through it. So two of the classic signs of retinal detachment are, number one, these corrugations, and number two, the opaqueness. You can't see through it. Now, obviously, there's going to be elevation of the blood vessels as well. And, sometimes it's hard to appreciate that unless you're looking with 3D. But that's one of the other things that you want to see with retinal detachment. Now, there are other signs that you can get. You can get an afferent-pupillary defect, particularly if the entire retina is detached. You'll often get an afferent-pupillary defect. And that's not a great prognostic sign. And also the intraocular pressure can be affected. Usually the pressure will be lower in a retinal detachment, but in rare cases the pressure can be elevated. So, obviously these are non-specific signs. Now, when someone has a chronic rhegmatogenous detachment, the retina can appear a little differently. You'll sometimes get a demarcation line, and that would often be a pigmented line that separates the detached from the attached retina. And I'll show you one later on. But the demarcation line is an indication that this retinal detachment's been present for months, if not longer. And when it's a chronic retinal detachment, you'll often see white dots beneath the retina. You'll see large cysts within the retina. They're called macrocysts. So these are other findings that you can get. But obviously those are just with, chronic retinal detachments. Now, what causes a retinal detachment? Well, most retinal detachments occur spontaneously, and they usually develop after vitreous detachment, most of them. And this is a sign of vitreous detachment. You can see this Weiss's ring over the optic disc, this white oval connection. This is a complete Weiss's ring. It's not always so easy to see. I find it's easiest to see with a 90 diopter lens. Sometimes you could see it with the indirect. The Weiss's ring is an indication that the vitreous jelly has pulled away from the disc, and usually the posterior retina. And sometimes when the vitreous pulls away from the retina, the vitreous tears the retina. And if you get a tear of the retina and you don't fix it, you get a retinal detachment. And here's another example of a Weiss's ring, indicative of vitreous detachment. And when someone has the symptoms of a vitreous detachment, also new floaters and flashing lights, they'll often see a cobweb when they have a full Weiss's ring. You need to carefully look at the retina, and I usually advocate scleral depression, again, so you could get a full look at the retina to see if there's a tear, because if left untreated, that can lead to retinal detachment. Another way that you can see a vitreous detachment is with an OCT. This is an OCT scan that shows vitreous detachment. For those of you who watched my OCT lecture, and by the way, I think I'm going to do OCT 2 next year if anybody liked the first one. Try to make it better. But in any case, here's your retina from here to here. And above in the black hollow vitreous cavity, you have this line, and that's the posterior hyaloid face. In other words, it's the part of the vitreous that's normally attached to the retina. So this posterior hyaloid face, the fact that you can see it above the retina means the vitreous is detached. I'm trying to change the next slide. There we go. Here's another example of the vitreous detachment being shown on OCT scan. There's the posterior hyaloid face being pointed to by arrows. You can actually see the vitreous above the posterior hyaloid face in this situation. There's a lacunae, like a space of fluid, and more solid vitreous above that has a granular appearance. There's still a little vitreous attachment to the optic disc, as you can see by the large arrow. So you don't always get a complete vitreous detachment. Sometimes part of it detaches and not others. And that's why when somebody comes in with vitreous detachment, if I examine them and I don't find a retinal tear, if they've only had the detachment for days or a few weeks, I'll ask them to come back again in a few weeks, because part of the vitreous may not have separated from the retina, and you want to make sure you get another look at the retina in case further vitreous detachment ensues after your exam. You hate to send somebody out and tell them everything's okay, and then more vitreous pulls away from the retina days later, and they develop a tear. So it's a wise idea to examine the patient a second time. Now, some people examine the patient like 6 weeks after they had their initial symptoms. I'll usually do it 2 to 3 weeks after my initial exam. I'll look at them again to make sure there's no retinal tear. So we're talking about retinal tears now. By definition, if you have a regmatogenous retinal detachment, you need to have a retinal tear. That's the only way you get a regmatogenous detachment. And as I said, most retinal tears occur because of vitreous detachment. And here's a typical retinal tear. You have the flap, which is right here, and then you have the base of the tear, where it's a little more reddish in color underneath that. And so, just to orient you, to the right of your screen would be the optic nerve. This, I don't know for sure, but I'm going to guess, yeah, this must be a left eye. And we're looking at 9 o'clock in the nasal periphery. And so that the disc is to the right of your screen, and the ora serrata, the ciliary body, the anterior retina is to the left. So as you head left, you go more peripheral. And the flap of the tear is always on the more peripheral anterior side. The base of the tear is always on the more posterior side towards the disc. And you have this, when you have a tear in the retina, you have an opening in the retina, and fluid from within the vitreous cavity can now go through that opening in the retina, and the fluid can now dissect under the retina. And what you're looking at here is actually not just a tear. This is actually a small, what I would call a subclinical retinal detachment. It's very small. It's basically fluid has already gone through this tear, just a small amount, because you can see, if you look just above the tear and maybe a little on its bottom edge, it's kind of a gray, opaque appearance. I can just tell you by looking at that, you can't see the fundus background. So there's fluid under the retina there. This patient has a retinal detachment, and I'm hoping you can see my marker as I bring it around here. I'll put dots at the edge, but there's basically a retinal detachment that extends all the way around here, and within these red dots I just made. And then in more inferior, you can see, even though it has a grayish appearance, you can see through it here. And there's probably not, I think this is just the vitreous base you're looking at, so it has this gray-white appearance. But you can tell the difference between what I encircled, where the fluid is definitely located, and this other location, where it's just the vitreous is attached here at what I would think might be the vitreous base. Then to the right is, there's no vitreous attachment, there's no fluid. So there's retinal detachment here, subclinical retinal detachment, because fluid is going through this tear. Now, if you see a tear in the retina, you need to treat it. So how do we treat these things? Well, if you have fluid, you have to treat around the fluid. If there's no fluid, I forget to close that. So here's a patient. This is that same patient. I guess I was wrong. It wasn't nasal. I believe this is the same patient. We placed laser around that cuff of fluid. And so this is laser treatment. You need to surround the tear for 360 degrees so the fluid cannot dissect anywhere beyond the laser. The laser is forming a barricade, so fluid cannot go beyond it. You want to place the laser as close to the tear as possible. If there's fluid there, you can't put laser in that location where the fluid is. The retina won't uptake it. So you have to put laser on attached retina, not detached retina. So if there's some fluid around the tear, you got to put it around the fluid. If there's no fluid, you put it directly around the tear. And the laser will form a barricade that seals up nice and quickly and prevents the retina from detaching. Another way you can treat it is with cryotherapy. With cryotherapy, you likewise surround the retina with the freeze. So both are equally good. Cryotherapy, retinal laser, they're both good ways to treat the tears. To try to prevent retinal detachment, you're basically tacking the retina down with glue around the tear so fluid can't get under the tear and can't dissect under the retina. That's the purpose. It's to prevent retinal detachment. Okay, now, when a patient has a retinal detachment, and again, this happens because someone had a tear and we didn't seal it up. Either we didn't detect it, they didn't come in time, the treatment didn't work, whatever it is, fluid then gets under the retina and it keeps going and the retina comes off the wall. And when the retina detaches, the patient will notice this curtain or shadow in their peripheral vision. If the retinal detachment proceeds and gets into the macula, the patient will lose their central vision. And once they lose their center vision, they may never regain it. So, in terms of urgency with retinal detachments, it's more urgent when the macula has not detached. So, a lot of people get confused with this. But when somebody has good vision, let's say this patient here, their retinal detachment is limited to the superior retina. It has not involved the macula yet. Now, you really can't tell for sure because sometimes it's involved the macula. It looks like this, but you don't realize that some shallow fluid has actually gotten down there. And one of the ways you can tell is with an OCT scan. You could look at the macula and see if it's detached. Or you can sometimes tell clinically. But you can often tell by the vision. I mean, if this patient saw 2200 or worse, then you know their macula is detached. You don't need any more information. If this patient sees 2020 or 2030 and it looks like this, your macula is attached. And when the macula is attached, it's more of an urgent problem, particularly when the retinal detachment is located superiorly, because the patient has the potential to see very well in this circumstance. And so if we can fix them before the macula detaches or shortly after it just detaches, we can usually regain for them or preserve for them good vision for most of their life. To the contrary, when the macula has already detached, and when I say the macula, I'm talking about the fovea, the dead center of the retina, the dead center of the macula. When the fovea has detached, the patient's vision is going to be 2200 or worse. And at that point, it isn't usually going to make a whole lot of difference whether they're fixed right away or in several days. Now, when I say right away, the golden rule here is when maculas are attached, the studies show you want to fix it within 24 hours if you can. Obviously, if it's 26 or 28 hours, fine. But you want to get them fixed that day or the next day if the macula is attached. If the macula is detached, it's said that you can fix them up to a week and the prognosis really won't be any different. And this is what the studies find. Now, from a personal standpoint, I just try to fix everyone as soon as I can. And I find that in most situations, I'll usually schedule them the next day because a lot of these patients, number one, they may have eaten already when they come in to see me. Number two, the operating room already has a schedule, and by the time you get there, it's going to be 11 o'clock at night, and you're going to have people who don't know what they're doing. And it's just a lot easier to put them on the next day when you have a staff that has done this 1,000 times. Just from the standpoint of equipment tends to break down, and you want people there who know how to fix it, and you don't want to have problems in the middle of the night. And so from a logistics standpoint, it does tend to work out better by just scheduling people the next day. And so that's what I usually do with most, if not all, the retinal detachments. If the macula is off, then sometimes I may not do it the next day. Maybe I'll do it the following day. But I'll usually do it within a couple of days. So if the macula is on, I'll do it within a day of when I see them. If the macula is detached, within a few days in general. But you really have up to a week to fix these macula off detachments. They're not as urgent. And the longer it's been like this, the less urgent it is. Patients will sometimes say, yeah, I lost my vision a month ago. And you look at this and you say to yourself, well, they're not going to gain back their central vision. There's no rush here. And the higher the detachment, the more likely that's going to take place. Here's another retinal detachment, and you can't really tell whether the fovea is detached or not. It comes right up to it. A lot of people will say to me, this is an inferior retinal detachment. Well, it might or might not be. The tear that's responsible for the detachment is actually probably in the superior half of the eye, or at least at 8:30 or 9 o'clock. I can tell by the regmatogenous, the bullous nature of this detachment. This detachment, if you can't tell how long it's been present, you probably should fix it with a day or two. But I can tell you this macula is detached. And the reason I can tell, it's hard for you to tell, but the obvious, you think that this elevated margin, you would think that this is the extent of the detachment, but actually no. I can see up here, this area here looks like it's detached as well. It's very shallow, but if you look at the retina here and look at it here, very clear fundus background above my red dotted lines here, or my red dots, very dull, low-lying fluid here. This is a macula off detachment, not quite as urgent as it would be if the macula was attached. Here's another example of a retinal detachment. Again, this is a regmatogenous detachment, and you might say to me, what? This doesn't look like a retinal detachment. But again, it's just very shallow subretinal fluid. Again, if you look in the superior part of the retina, I'll outline the detachment for you once again. Here's the border of the detachment. And you can see above those dotted lines, you see the background fundus much more clearly than you do in the inferior half. And this is actually a macula off detachment, the fovea right in the dead center over there. This is the fovea, this whole area there. That has detached. You can see it's the fluid around it. And so this patient, on the other hand, may not have quite as bad as 2200 vision because the fovea is only shallowly detached. So this patient could actually have like 20/60 vision with their retinal detachment. It's an unusual situation. And in this situation, if you fix it, and the urgency is not here, but if you fix it, chances are they're going to regain most of their vision because the retina is so shallowly detached. So you're looking, you're hoping to operate an eye that where the macula, where the fovea is still attached, or it's very shallow subretinal fluid. Now, how do we fix retinal detachments? Well, one of the ways we fix it is with a scleral buckle. A scleral buckle is a piece of silicone that we put on the outside of the eye. We open up conjunctiva, drape it out of the way, and then underneath conjunctiva, we put this piece of silicone on the wall of the eye. And in this case, the silicone is being slipped under the muscles of the eye. Now, sometimes, and this is the silicone right over here, this white thing, and the silicone. This is a silicone tire. This is a 287 tire. They have numbers. Or I think it's a 287. It's slipped under the muscles and goes around the wall of the eyeball. Now, I don't usually stick it around the entire wall of the eye. Some guys do, to buckle the entire retina. I tend to do it in just little locations where the tear is located. But this is one of the ways we fix it, and we're basically pushing the wall of the eyeball into the tears of the retina. So by pushing the wall into the tear, we're closing the tear. And then we seal the tear with laser or cryotherapy, which basically tack down around the tear so that no more fluid could go in. Scleral buckles years ago were the only way to treat it, and now there are other ways to treat it. I tend to only use scleral buckles have become less and less commonly used to fix retinal detachments. They still are used, and they're still very good for certain types of cases. I personally will use them for patients that have lattice degeneration with retinal holes. If the detachment occurred because of the hole rather than a tear in the retina, or if the patient just has a lot of lattice with holes, I might just use a scleral buckle. Sometimes I tend to use scleral buckles in younger patients who still have vitreous attachment. And I tend to use them more when the retinal detachment is developed from a tear that's inferiorly. So those would be the indications where I would use a scleral buckle. Everyone has their own indications, but I think those are the proper ones. The reason I use it for young patients, again, is because the vitreous hasn't detached in most of them. And I don't want to have to produce the vitreous detachment when I go in there. Sometimes the vitreous is very adherent to the retina, and it becomes very difficult to detach it, and you can tear the retina doing that. And so I'll tend to, in a young patient, just buckle the tears or holes and fix it. And I tend to do it when the retinal tears are inferior, because the alternative is to do procedures that use gas, and gas tends to rise up, and it's hard to get the gas to close the breaks that are inferiorly. So scleral buckles are certainly a good way to go. Here's an internal appearance of what a scleral buckle could look like. I can't tell you how many patients over the years have been sent to me to look at the retina because the doctor sees the retina is elevated, and they think it's a retinal detachment. The scleral buckle is 360 in this case. Here's your scleral buckle. Whoops, sorry about that. Here's the scleral buckle. The margin of it is this, and it goes all the way out here. So you can see it from here to here. I kind of made a mess, but and if we just keep going along, it goes in both directions. So it's from this point more anteriorly all the way out to here where I made my last red dot. That's the scleral buckle. That's where it's elevated. And you can see that it goes 360 around the eye. So we're pushing the wall into the retina so that we close the retinal break, and then we put freeze or laser around the tear in the retina to keep it closed. Now, another way that we can fix retinal detachments is with gas. And there are two ways that we use gas. One of them is called pneumatic retinopexy. That's an office procedure where we inject a gas bubble into the eye. Because if we're doing a pneumatic retinopexy, we're limited in the size of the gas bubble that we put in the eye. We're just, you can't inject too much gas. You'll raise the intraocular pressure too much. So here's a patient who had a retinal detachment that was located supratemporally. We injected a gas bubble in there, and the bubble is pushing the retina back. Actually, you know what? Yeah. And I might be getting a little confused. In any case, we're limited to the size of the gas bubble. So when you have a retinal detachment, retinal detachments that will respond to pneumatic retinopexy tend to be ones where the tear is located, let's say, between 11 and 1, or in the superior half of the retina for sure. And there's usually only one tear. If there are more than one tear, then you want all the tears to be very close together because you have a small bubble and it can only push in one spot. Now, the way pneumatic retinopexy works is you first surround the retinal tear with cryotherapy and then inject a gas bubble that pushes the hole. The bubble closes the tear. You have to have the bubble push against the tear so that no more fluid can go in the tear. And then the retina the subretinal fluid, the fluid that's beneath the retina, will get absorbed by the retinal pigment epithelium. So the pigment epithelium is constantly pumping out fluid that's under the retina, but if fluid keeps coming into that space, the retina will stay detached. If you can prevent fluid from going back into the subretinal space, in other words, if you can block the tear with a gas bubble, no more fluid will go in there, and the eye will pump out the fluid that's under the retina. Now, you've got to also seal the tear so that when the bubble goes away, it stays sealed and no more fluid could go in there. So that's where the role of cryotherapy or laser come in. Laser can't be applied to detached retina, so with a laser, the procedure
Okay, and we are back. And let me get this stopped here. There we go. So I hope everyone enjoyed the Friedberg lecture. And plenty more where that came from at CEwire. If you go back to the website, you will see, register. He's got a great lecture on OCT going right now. And I'm going to see if Dad and Steve are back. Let me go check and see what they're doing. And let's see, I've got to turn Dad off mute here. I keep muting him because, you know, noise. Okay, everybody should be unmuted. And Paul, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I just had to quiet down Alexa, who reminded me the film should be over. So there we are.
Perfect timing. There you go. Alexa. Yep. Alexa's a great robot. So I just wanted to, I know Steve's not back yet. He's sitting in on one of the classes, but I just wanted to say thank you to all the people who've attended today. And they are numerous. You know, we've, I guess, had over 1,000 so far. About over 5,000 docs have attended CEwire this year so far. So we shattered our own record, which is pretty cool.
And we have 1,000 people attending at this moment as we speak?
Roughly, yeah, across the 4 classrooms. So, you know, as I like to say, CEwire has turned into a marathon this year. It's not a sprint like it usually is. Yeah, so it's been an interesting ride so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope they have a chance to visit the hall, the convention hall, to see all the wonderful sponsors.
Yep, and I thought
the great deals.
Yeah, I thought we'd run down the sponsors for a little bit right now, just so we can let everyone know what's going on with them, and I can give them a little shout out. Steve will be back in a minute, I'm sure. You know, he's been patrolling the classes today. But before I do that, just a reminder, you can download the schedule from CEwire2020.com to decide what it is that you want to take. There are just about always 4 classes running simultaneously, so you got your pick. And again, if you missed it today, you know, we're going to be back again in August, October, November, and December.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be, as we like to say, it's like Groundhog Day, right? So.
Oh, yeah.
You can put up the picture of Groundhog Day because that's really what this is going to be. We're going to be back over and over and over again, but we're doing it because Arbo suspended the rules around CE in terms of live credits are the same basically whether you watch it online this year or you go in person. So we wanted to give people the opportunity to watch as many CE talks as they could with their single registration. So you know, you have your registration, which is pretty inexpensive, and you get to go to multiple shows over and over again. I mean, if you signed up last year around Thanksgiving, you know, conceivably, how many shows could you have gone to? It's just mind-numbing. So I'm assuming that we're going to have at least a few people finish all the classes this year, even though there are a lot of them.
Yeah, I mean, a little hint too that you don't have to be hectic about doing it. Don't take the necessarily classes back to back because you have 4 of the shots to take the class.
Yep.
But if you could keep a schedule, cross off the classes that you've taken so you don't repeat.
Well, it's in their transcript, so they can figure it out pretty easily by clicking a button. So that's not a problem. So it's just, you know, we're going to be doing this over and over again. You have so many more opportunities between now and the end of the year because it is like Groundhog Day. Some of the courses might change over time, but very, very minimal changes. And we'll note those as we update the schedules going forward. So again, you can download the schedule for today. It's on the site. Remember, you can't be in 2 places at once, only one class at a time. That's because classes are live. Don't leave early, which is critical, and fill in your tracker number at the end of each class. And there's always a chat window beneath each lecture explaining how to do it. It's very straightforward. Once you do it once, it's pretty obvious. And Steve, are you back?
I'm back again. See now. Yeah, I'm back. Just one more point because it came up. Somebody took a course after the course was given, thinking it'd be still live because it's the same day. No. If the class is over, the speaker has left, and that's what's required to be a live event. they took it and then a quiz was generated, which is like watching a webinar in the conventional way. So you have to take the course during the scheduled time when the speaker is there to be considered live. You test, you give you a tracker number, you'll get a live credit. But if you take the course even on a day where we're giving a live conference and you're taking it after the speaker has given it, let's say you take a course that was given at 11 o'clock in the morning, you will have to take a quiz and it's considered enduring or on demand, and it's not the same quality or type of credit.
Right, and these are not our rules, by the way. This is all Arbo. We do our best to follow their rules. So you may see other people skirting their rules or whatever else, but we follow their guidance to the letter. So that's why we do things the way we do. So if you have any questions about it, you can always email us and we'll talk to you about it. We know way more than we want to about this stuff, so happy to teach you. So again, there's no quiz for the live credits, as Steve mentioned, so you can just go in and watch and just attest to the fact that you were there and give us your tracker number and it'll be uploaded to the OE tracker. But just really briefly, I want to thank all of our sponsors for sponsoring the conference this year. And they certainly got more than they bargained for, right? We thought this would all be over by February, but no, it's continuing on and on. So as the year has progressed, they have folks coming back into the exhibit hall there to meet with you and to offer you deals, and those deals have been evolving over time. So we have several deals that I have here that they've relayed to me. Let me just talk to you about the sponsors for a second, though. So there's Marco, also known now as Advancing Eye Care, right? They've teamed up with Lombard and EMS and Innova. And so they're the longest running sponsor of the conference, and we thank them for sponsoring the live stream. Go to their booth to check out any deals that they might have going on. And if I hear of any, I'll let you know here as well. Optos the same way. Again, they make that great wide field camera. If they have any specials going on, you can see them in their booth. And if I hear of them, I will document them here, because some of the vendors got back to me pretty quickly, and I was able to write out the deals. So I can show you some like Conan Medical and the deals that they have running. So you can see for all their equipment, 6 months deferred payments, 6 months no interest on approved credit for all devices, and then great rates after that, currently 4.19%. And the REDEFINING ERG, so this is an ERG, a handheld ERG. It's really small. We did a webinar with Craig Thomas about it. In fact, we're going to do a replay of that webinar so people can see it. But anyway, it's 2K off list, which is their best special ever, and they're going to have a BOGO coupon for the first restocking order of electrodes, so you could save another $700 there. So really great deals from Conan. And I think what I'd like to do is, after we're done chatting here, I'll run their webinar that they did, just so everyone can see it again with LCT, so you can get a sense of what this unit is. Because ERG, I know, is a thing that a lot of offices haven't done yet. Steve, did you do it in your office?
Yes, we were the first ones in New Jersey to get a VEP machine, which is the first test they did through another company called Opsis, and then they incorporated the ERG into the technology. So we use the VEP a lot for glaucoma and various optic nerve diseases, but we started using ERG about, I'd say, 2 years ago. You need to train your technicians well, but when it's done properly, you get a whole bunch of information for various conditions and good reimbursement, at least at this point in time. So, yep, we did it.
Great. Yeah, so Dr. Thomas is going to run through how the device works and what it's all about. So it's a pretty cool webinar, and we're going to put it up here so you can see it after we're done. So MacuHealth, makers of supplements, and Steve, I know you are a proponent of these. You use these in your office?
My office, and I use them in my mouth also. They really do help to slow down the progression, sometimes even reverse some of the processes of macular degeneration, but they also sell it as enhancement because the macular pigments will make you see better. So for somebody looking to play baseball or just better trying a golf ball, they would fly out of our office. We use it all the time. We present it to almost every patient for visual enhancement, number one, but also for prevention and maybe slight reduction of the progress of macular degeneration.
Right, now they have 3 different product lines, and I don't have the graphic up here right now. I'll put it up later. I apologize for that. But basically they have special deals for folks attending CEwire if you buy a certain number of cases, and different deals at each level. And I'll put it up. It's in their booth, but I'll put it up on the screen as well when I can. And I'm sorry I don't have the graphic up here yet, but it will be. So.
And they have great supporting literature. They'll talk to you on the phone on how to present it. The science is there. In fact, as I had mentioned before, Dr. John Nolan gave a lecture earlier today highlighting at least their major product, which talks about 3 pigments, zeaxanthine, lutein, and mesozeaxanthine, which is one of the few products that have the mesozeaxanthine.
Right.
Interesting enough, they get it from marigolds from Mexico because it's a very difficult product to concentrate. So they spend a lot of time and expense getting it properly done.
Huh, I did not know that. All right.
Marigolds are yellow.
Yep. So Luno Technology, makers of a wide variety of equipment that everyone's familiar with. They are actually a tie-up of multiple companies, right? So very much like we've seen with Advancing Eye Care, right? Companies merged together, so some familiar names here. Interestingly, at the show, they have 0% APR financing on a wide variety of their equipment for up to 60 months, which is a great deal. So, if we take a look at the offers here, again, you can see that 0% financing on the VX65, the VX40, the iRefract binocular wavefront system, and the multimodal wavefront interior segment analyzers, as well as the Nexi, which is a really cool screening camera, and even on their edgers, right? So Brio, which is a name that many people are familiar with, even from back in Paul's day, that make edgers, and they're part of Luno now. And so even the edgers are now a part of this 0% deal, so definitely check it out. Hog, so we all know them for their perimeters, and fittingly, they have a $2,500 mail-in rebate when you purchase an Octopus 600 Pro, and that expires on June 30th. So you want to try to get on that as soon as you can if you were looking for a perimeter. One thing that fascinates me just by looking at this picture is just how far even perimeters have come in terms of their industrial design and size. Obviously the older ones were much bigger, more cumbersome, and certainly slower. So fascinating to see the evolution of these things in a space where you wouldn't think there would be much evolution, but there you have it.
Paul's was much more space conscious, the one with a felt black screen with a rod at the end of it. Remember that, Paul? Yeah.
Yeah, the good old days, bad old days, I don't know. Different old days.
Portable.
So NeuroVisual Medicine Institute, so this is an actual place. So they're concerned with the identification and treatment of patients with binocular vision dysfunction using fractional units of realigning prism. And so this is a place that you can go if you wanted to get into this in your practice, right? Because it's something that a lot of people aren't doing. But the Institute is actually located in suburban Detroit. And it's a place where you can go and take you just go for a few days and you take a really intensive course and learn how to integrate this into your practice, and not just the clinical side, but also the practice management side. So you can become an expert in this relatively rapidly and introduce it into your practice. I think the critical thing to mention right now is that the Institute is up and running and accepting students. So they've reopened. So if you wanted to take part, this is something where you can go and do it in a safe way.
And some of the principals are running a lecture, I believe, tomorrow on binocular vision, showing some of the basic concepts of what they know and what they teach.
Yep. And TearCare, so this is Sight Sciences, makers of TearCare. And TearCare, as we know, is a device that treats meibomian gland dysfunction. And if you haven't seen it, I can bring it up here. Because it's kind of cool. So right, when these devices first came out, way back when, they were very expensive and very, very large. I don't know, Steve, if you remember the very first generation devices, or you might have even had one in your office.
We didn't have one in our office, but I remember the first generation extremely expensive and extremely. We didn't jump on the let's say boat for that particular one. Yeah. But now, even the original ones are coming down in price. They're the same footprint though. They haven't made them smaller, which is a negative, and the cost of consumables is much more than this product.
Right. I mean, what was fascinating, in the old days with the original devices, the business case was a challenging one to make, right? Because you'd have to do a certain volume, and even then it would be challenging. At least with something like TearCare, which is very inexpensive, you can implement this in your office and not feel so pressured. As you're starting to learn to use the system. And as you can see, it's a very small system. That thing is literally about the size of a hockey puck. And so it's highly portable, easy to use. Patients seem to like it. It's not painful at all. Very relaxing, apparently. So, and it works. We have that clinical trial that they just did. And I can pull that up. Whoops. So if I can click the right link, I can pull
to the more much bigger product. Equal, which is all you want.
Yep. Yeah. They showed equal efficacy, and that's important. So Yeah, so it's definitely something to check out if you've been, nibbling around the edges and thinking that you wanted something like this in your office. This might be a good time to jump, just because the price really has come down.
Yep.
So
Oh,
VTI
Sid did it. Great.
Yep. So VTI naturalVue. So they make custom soft contact lens, multifocal, which a lot of people are actually using for myopia management. So they can't say it, but I will. And Steve, I know you've had experience with this lens.
The reason why it works so well is we're not all, but there's a concept called peripheral hyperopic defocusing, which is just a way of getting the image on the retina so the eye doesn't grow longer. And their profile, their particular lens, does it better than some other conventional lenses. And even one that's approved for myopia control, the MySight lens, doesn't do it quite as well, but they haven't gone for approval. It takes a long time longitudinally to get it. Great lens for multifocals in general, though, and also for just regular daily wear and astigmatic use.
And it's a very comfortable lens, right? It's a material that we're all familiar with. It's been around for a long time, so safe and comfortable.
Very comfortable, as comfortable as anything that you'd wear. Also, the astigmatism lens is very stable on the eye, so you have no problems with that. And again, because of the profile of the lens, the multifocal seems to work as well or better than most other distance-centered multifocals, and there's just a few of those.
Right. So ZEISS has been an incredible sponsor of the conference, and I want to thank them for being there, and being there for basically for all eye care professionals as well. When the pandemic started, they were right out of the gate trying to offer folks things that they could get to help them with their practice. So again, physical things like slit lamp breath shields, which you can see here. If you haven't ordered one, by the way, they still have them. So please fill out that form at ZEISS.com to give you breath shields. But not only physical stuff, they also opened up on their website an entire center to support doctors with an incredible amount of education and these other things that you can actually go and watch. So they realized early on that they were going to need to do this since physical travel was going to be out, and we put on a conference with them in I guess it was March, and they put it together in a matter of weeks. It was incredible. The entire organization came together to put out all this educational content rapidly. I've never really seen anything like it. And since then, what they've also been doing is offering more and more webinars online and archiving them at their website. So if you go to ZEISS.com, you can find all of this content. Which is really great for eye care professionals. And one thing they also had been stressing is social distancing. I have a little video, I won't show it now, maybe later, of one practice who put all of their instruments outside in the parking lot where patients could drive up to get pre-testing done without having to actually come into contact with anyone other than one of the staff members guiding them, which I thought was really interesting. And again, they responded to this really quickly. So, and I know that a lot of people feel like, it's over and we're opening up again, but my sense is that it's just the opposite. I know in my state today, we were just told that essentially today it is just as dangerous for you to do the things that you've been doing as it was back in March with the way things have been going. So we've made almost no progress, unfortunately. So, I think the change in the way people work, I think is, it's permanent.
So, a little bit of trivia about ZEISS. They've been around a long, long time. Since the 19th century. When we went to the Contact Lens Museum, there were wonderful ZEISS products with absolutely superb optics that were 100 years old.
Yep.
Just remarkable. So
they're one of the companies that's not just an optometric or ophthalmology country. If you bought a ZEISS camera 25 years ago, you bought top of the line.
Yep. So anyway,
all these companies that you're presenting, yes, we have our conference, but they are desperately in need of getting their information out to the public. You just can't visit everybody's office. So having your own seminars, they're evolving also as time goes on, because there's no guarantee that the Vision Expos will come on board in the fall or the Academy. So these forums, the only place they can get the word out and frankly sell their equipment.
Yep, and in fact, ZEISS is doing in the fall, they're putting on 3 more of these live type events. I don't think they're going to have any actual, COPE-approved CE, but just where they're going to be, talking more and putting on webinars and so forth. I'm going to be participating in a couple of them. I know a couple of them are ophthalmology focused, so that should be interesting. because even though this is an OD-focused conference, ophthalmologists obviously have the same challenges, if not worse, right? Because they are incredibly backed up now. A lot of them have not been able to do routine surgery for a very long time. So it's interesting watching them getting back online.
Texas, they elective cataract surgery monks they can't do.
Yeah.
So basically, these ICE programs will be there'll be optometrists welcome to participate as well.
Oh, sure. Everyone's welcome to come. They're MD focused. A lot of them are surgically focused. But you're absolutely, if you're interested, you can come. And everyone's invited. And they usually put on a good show, very interesting show. But the ophthalmology side of things is very interesting. We mentioned, I did one for ZEISS again. It was a couple of months ago, and I was working with an ophthalmologist on it, and he was telling me, I was just about to remodel my office before this whole COVID thing hit, and now thank God I didn't, because I have to make changes to the way we operate. And I'm like, oh, okay, that sounds great. And I'm like, what's your office like? He's like, yeah, well, I was in the process of getting 10 lanes installed. So, these guys are operating at a scope that, if you imagine you're having trouble, think about the note that these guys are paying when they can't do surgery.
One of the challenges we have, and ZEISS is one company, but there's many others who make instruments, and you cannot have a CE lecture highlighting one product, one technique, etc. The problem occurs is when only one instrument exists to do that particular test or that particular treatment. You can't have a CE lecture on it, a COPE lecture approved, because you're advertising for that company, which kind of is silly when there's only one product out there in certain cases.
Yeah, that is a problem, especially when there's something brand new that hit the market. I'm thinking of the Anitas instrument that came and went. That was sort of a unique instrument, and we got pushback, I remember once, because it was the only thing on the market. We couldn't mention it by name or else people got upset.
Pupil measuring device?
No. This was. Let me see actually if it's still made. I gotta actually show. Yeah, I gotta show this to you if it's still around. In fact, I'm scared to go to their website because God only knows what'll pop up. Yeah, so poor Anitas, there they went. Yeah, so it was an imaging system. It was a multispectral imaging, and it was really incredible. I mean, it was the only one of its kind. But again, it was a marketing challenge for them. So anyway, so that was ZEISS. Let's move on here. So AB Max, they make the device for treating anterior blepharitis. It's the second generation device. They actually invented the first generation it's a different company with a different brand name that you may or may not know. But these guys invented it, and they held the patents on it. So they came out with the second generation device. And they're running a bunch of specials here on the procedural packs, because obviously, with the tip of this thing, you're constantly replacing them, and it's very much a razor blade business model for them. But in addition to those, the procedural packs, they're going to give you the actual unit itself for free after a $350 deposit. So that's kind of a cool thing. So this will give you time to sort of get up to speed with it and start using it. And I know, Steve, you've used this one as well. You've used both, actually, the first and second generation, and it does work.
I try to put on technology at the very beginning, and the first generation one, as an example, I won't tell you the price I bought it for, but now it sells for 10 times that price. So sometimes being early to technology for these small companies that want to get their product out is an advantage. There's certain things I bought that I can mention. I bought a molding machine. I don't know what that is, but you make your own progressive lenses. Well, that was a disaster. But this was a product which I bought the original one, and I then segued into AB Max because I thought it was a better product. It's a very easy presentation to patients because the technique is not covered by. There's no COPE, no ID number for Medicare, etc. So you do it with a fee, but it's a minimum fee, and it works for anterior blepharitis along with some other techniques you might try. We use depending on what you see under the slit lamp, but really easy to use, doesn't hurt. I know you've had it done. I've done it to myself even, and I could see actually a patient getting good enough to do it to themselves, but we do it in the office only.
Yep. So cool. So that's AB Max. And again, they're also trying to certify your staff. So you want to teach your staff how this thing works and what it's all about, and they'll do it for you via Zoom now, obviously, because they can't hit the road and go into offices. So they'll do it that way, and they'll give you a cute little certificate when it's all done. So I think that's kind of fun.
Point, Adam, is that at the beginning I didn't trust the staff to do it, but it became so easy that after a while we would just come in afterwards to see how the results were, the before and after pictures, so we didn't have to spend our time doing something that a technician can do just as well, if not better than us. After a while, when they were doing hundreds of these techniques, they became better at it than we are. In fact, I forgot to use some of the instruments I have now because they do it all the time.
Well, that's another point about the AB Max, which I failed to make before, is that the results are immediate. You know, this is one of those things where it's not going to be subtle. Like, patients will notice the difference straight away because it's like a roto-rooter, right? I mean, it just chips away at the junk that's out there. So it's kind of nice in that way. You're not, you know, making a patient wait forever to see results if they do something at home or, you know, scrubs or whatever. It just works to get them in the right path. So it's a pretty neat instrument.
Great to show them before and after pictures under the slit lamp if you have an anterior segment camera, because it does look like a baby's bottom after you do it. Everything's nice and smooth, all the scuff is gone, and so they know that things are going to get better because they can see it better immediately.
Yep. Okay, so NeuroLens. So NeuroLens makes a device to measure misalignment between the eyes, and they create from this device, after you take the test, if you have any misalignment, it creates custom lenses with a contoured prism. And you can see a picture of that contoured prism up on the screen right now to get what I'm saying. And so what I found, and actually I had this done, and I'm going to hold them up here so everyone can see. I got my NeuroLenses. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. I want him. So with NeuroLens, I have, there we go, that's better. So with NeuroLens, I wear them actually when I'm doing close work. So I just had a pair made just with the prism and just a little bit of plus, like a quarter diopter, and I use them when I'm sitting. And what I find is that they really do, they give me a much more relaxed feeling when I'm reading. There's much less eye strain, and so, you know, they definitely work. It's, you know, the prism itself is subtle. As I look through it, you can sort of see it shifting a little bit. It's not like a regular prism, right, where it's very sort of severe. This is a very subtle thing. And so right now, they're offering no payments until January if you purchase the NeuroLens measurement device at MSRP. So it's something where I think if you can present it to patients as a premium option, there's a certain subset of patients where if they take the test and you find that they could use a little prism, they will appreciate it because just wearing it is a much more relaxing experience.
And you can really do the test on everybody. It takes just a few minutes, and it's pretty impressive. It looks high-tech when they're doing it. Certainly the staff does all the testing for it. So especially if they fill out a questionnaire and have certain near-point problems or certain specific issues, it really is something you can present to the patient and get a premium price for a premium product that nobody else has in the market.
Yep. And you know, Steve, I didn't actually ask. So mine obviously has very little prescription, and you can see it's a very thin lens because I have almost nothing in mine. But I'm kind of curious, with yours, have you seen them sort of thicker? What is it like when you actually have a real prescription in here?
My distance RX is +2 with the 3 cylinders, so it's a little more challenging. No, it looks like nothing. It looks like a +1 lens. I'm looking at it right now. You see it on I have the camera on. Nope, I know I'm not on the TV. So no, there's no issues, and the prism itself is such a small amount of prism. You're not going to see like 8 base out or something like that. It's more subtle than that, and because it's gradual, it's not a problem. You can put it also in a rimless frame to show that it's not thick. So that usually you want to get a frame that's has a lot of plastic or metal to hide a particular prism, but this one you don't need that at all.
Right.
It's not.
Cool. All right. So that's NeuroLens. So Oculus, makers of instruments that everyone knows and loves. So right now what they're doing is they're having flexible financing options, no payment for 6 months, and you choose the installation date, which is kind of cool, and then 2.9% financing for 48 months. So definitely check that out. And they have some refurbished units for sale. So it's funny, Oculus, a German company, but these aren't coming from Germany as far as I know. Their service center is right local to me. It's right over here in Washington. And so they have some refurbished units that they will sell to you. So that's what I love about them, is that they're, you know, part of a big company, but they're very, on the U.S. side, it's a very small business. If you want to talk to the CEO of the U.S. division, you can do it. He doesn't hide from people. It's a very sort of grassroots organization. In fact, even my local OD here, I know is in contact with their senior management a lot. He's a Pentacam user, and they're constantly taking feedback from the doctors that use the instrument to refine the software and make it better, which I find really cool.
And their sales team, the support team that comes to your office is excellent. If you have a problem, they're there literally that day with a loaner, or they have the solutions to problems. So they're very well organized in that respect also.
Yep. So science-based health, makers of Hydro Eye. So this is a supplement for dry eye. And again, as their name implies, science-based. So everything that they do, they base around the latest science that they can find. So if you go to their website, you will see endless numbers of scientific studies. We had Zach Denning on, and he can talk to you also endlessly about the different studies that they used to create their supplements. So, you know, I like working with them. They never oversell or try to oversell the science, right? They know what's been shown and what hasn't, and they base what they do on that. So there's not a lot of hand waving there. They are very serious about the science, and that's what I really appreciate about them. So definitely check out Hydro Eye and any specials that they have running in their booth today. Covalent Careers, the largest jobs website in eye care. So if you're looking for a position, or you say need to hire in an OD or an optician, this is the place to go. They have a special running. Again, you see the paragraph of text, but basically if you want to post a job listing, it's 10% off. And the easiest way to actually take advantage of that offer is to go to ODwire itself. We have their job listings on our site. So, you know, because we work with them, we said, hey, you know, why don't we just give you a section here on the site? And what's happening here, as you look on the screen, is we actually pull the data in. When you post a job with Covalent Careers on their site, they basically syndicate that data and put it on a wide variety of websites, including ODwire. So you can see all these listings here. And so that's why jobs, you know, posting a job with them is such a good deal, because you know when you do it, it's going to go to a lot of different places. And again, 10% off, and you can click on the link in ODwire to get that deal. So you can click right there, 10% off all monthly job listings if you're looking to post something.
Excellent.
And iCare Live. So again, this is a telemedicine platform. We spoke with Beth from iCare Live last time. I have her interview here too. Maybe as we're going out today or tomorrow, we'll post it up again so people can hear it. You know, this is a company that has exploded over the last 6 months. When we first met with them, when CEwire just started, when they signed up to be part of this, this was in January or December, and this was before the pandemic. And people were interested in telemedicine, but they were kind of nervous. I don't know if I want to do it or not. Is this something that I need? And of course, you know, within a span of 90 days, all of a sudden, everything exploded and people realized they needed it. So where iCare Live differs from something like Zoom is that it is structured. So it keeps the data and the evidence of your transactions with patients online in a really structured way, which is important for billing, right? When you need evidence that you actually did what you said you did online, iCare Live will have that data for you. You don't have to, you know, hem and haw and say, oh gosh, did I do this right? It keeps that data for you. Unlike Zoom, which is just, you know, a way to see someone face to face, where you're going to have to keep after that, and God forbid an insurance company comes back to you and says, prove that you did this. You know, you're going to have to come up with some way to record that, versus iCare Live, where they document all of it for you. So I'll put up my interview with Beth from last time soon so people can see it. eyecarepro, so they make websites and manage your social media presence online, a critical function for anyone who's running any kind of business. They specialize in eye care though, so they've seen everything a million times over on the eye care side of things. So you can try to do it yourself and take a stab at it. But if you want to know what works, they have a pretty good idea, since they do it for hundreds of practices all the time. So that's why they're really great to work with. You don't want to have to reinvent the wheel or waste your time. Clearly, if you have the time to spend on it, fine. But if you don't, and you want, you know, experts who know what they're doing, this is probably the way to go. So I would say, you know, check out iCarePro. Lac Rivera, makers of punctal plugs and other things. They have a huge laundry list of discounts specifically for CEwire. If you go into their booth, you'll see it. It's a PDF. It's longer than I could possibly go over. But they have deals going. I think we also have a lecture on punctal plugs tomorrow.
Dr. Brooke is one.
Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Brooke, I think he's at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock. I watched it the last time. It's excellent. I learned some things, and I thought I knew everything about punctal plugs.
See, there you go. Yeah, it's not something you see many lectures on. So I think that's the only one that we have at this particular talk, right? We only have one punctal plug.
It was falling out of favor, but it's coming back into use because people are learning when not to use it and when to use it because they were doing it too early in the game. People's tears were not good, and they were basically keeping crummy tears in the eye. Now, with all these new treatments, we're getting the tears better, and now they just want to keep the volume of tears in it. And the science is a lot more exacting than it was, let's say, 20 years ago when they first came out.
Right. So patient selection is a lot better, you'd say, and that's helping with outcomes.
So yeah, and the fact that you can put in temporary plugs and collagen plugs, and the person can get a feel of it, and then go to the permanent plugs when you do have a good success rate. So yeah, the pharmaceuticals, nutraceuticals, the techniques like LipiFlow and Tear Lab, all those things are making the tears better, but you want to keep still people not producing enough aqueous, and this does keep the tears in the eye. It's great. It's easy. I'm sure they teach this in optometry school now. I hope it hasn't fallen out of favor because of the stuff people were doing 25 years ago.
Right.
Definitely get back into it, guys. So and listen to Dr. Booker's last lecture.
Okay, and Optometry Times, practical chairside advice. So the great Gretchen Bailey is not here today, but I can give Optometry Times a little plug. So this is obviously it's a journal that most of us read or have read, and I can pull up their website too so you can see. They pride themselves on having very accessible information. The articles are small, easy to read, short, to the point, so you can take little bites. You don't have to, invest a huge amount of time if you just want to read these small individual articles.
And they're very nimble. They get things up very quickly when something happens in the optometric field. So you get it maybe the next day because Gretchen is, she's not a one-person staff, but she can get things up much more quickly than, let's say, the more robust magazines that you get on a monthly basis. And you get it through eZines as well as their print magazine, which is more of a standard one, but very easy to read.
Yep, and in fact, Gretchen has this great line that she always says that she wants people to throw the magazine out at the end of each month, right? Just get rid of it. It's not the kind of thing that you just want to save forever, right? You want to get the information from it, these practical bites, and then get rid of it and move on. So that's kind of good. She's not, creating something where you have to feel like you have to keep it. So pretty neat. And they're offering a lot more video now as well on the website. So if you go to optometrytimes.com, you'll see they're making a huge push into video. And as you mentioned, Steve, they're very nimble. So they're usually on top of things like you can see here, they're on top of all the AOA stuff that's been going on these past couple of days, for better or worse. Yeah, so I almost hesitate to mention it, but the AOA's virtual conference is going on that we're running right up against. And hopefully it's going well for them. I don't know too much about what's happening there.
They didn't advertise at all.
Yeah.
Very, very little publicity.
Yeah.
It's remarkable.
Well,
I'll bet most people don't know that the offices were inaugurated today online.
Yeah.
At 10 o'clock Eastern Time.
Yeah, it's a strange thing, Yeah, well, Steve, and you keep up pretty current on all this stuff too. They didn't advertise much in the way of what was happening, or even with their courses, right? Because they're doing a lot of CE this weekend as well. You guys are members, right? Have you heard anything?
I must have gotten 2 communiques, and that's it. And it could have passed me by, and nothing on social media. Nobody's even presenting it. So between direct email, mail, and stuff that you would get online, nothing has crossed my face. How about you, Paul? You're a member.
Yeah, no, nothing. There was two announcements on the AOA newsletter that's out every day, but that's it.
Right, and if
first look.
And we're looking for that stuff and don't get it. So if we're looking for it and don't get it, it's crazy. But they had to do things very, very quickly. I don't think people will even know who the new president is. The past president was before, correct?
Yeah. So
there goes your membership dollars because I'm sure they lost money on the deal. They had to pay the speakers, so
I think
I don't know how they managed.
I think one of the real issues, and this is just some inside baseball, for this particular conference is that they didn't, as far as I understand, they didn't have press at the virtual AOA conference. They had no facilities for the press to cover it, and so when you have that kind of a situation, it's very difficult to get the word out. And I think that's what's happening, right? That's why you're not seeing, typically at an AOA conference, you get an overwhelming number of stories that come out of it, right? And you get endless amounts of news. You're not seeing that this time. And I wonder if it's because the press wasn't invited.
Well, it could be they weren't invited or the staff didn't do a good job of promoting it.
Yeah.
But in any case, probably get stuff after the fact in all the various journals and e-zines, etc. But it'll be too little too late. And they did cost themselves a lot of money in terms of what they could have gotten from continuing education and donations and various other things, as well as membership. People might fall by the wayside if they're not getting anything for their membership. There's no meetings anymore, at least at this point, no local meetings, no regional meetings, no national meetings. So if you're not getting anything for your membership dues, people might just drop out in 2020. I'm not saying to do so, but it's just...
Well, no, they still have a vital political function, so it's not necessarily a good idea to drop. But the interesting thing, I think, I almost wonder, and again, this is my supposition, so, you can take it or leave it. I almost wonder with the CE that they were doing this weekend that they didn't feel confident that it would go okay. Because I think that they are doing it the way we referenced before, where they're actually having it live with people giving the live talks. And you can only do so many of those, right, before disaster strikes, doing back-to-back-to-back-to-back live stuff. So I don't know what their schedule looks like, but I can only imagine the amount of stress of having to do this, live. It's hard enough doing it the way we do it. So, yeah, I don't know.
If they did have a few thousand people, which I doubt they would have, but if they did, the bandwidth of connection through whatever platform, Zoom, direct access, whatever, it could fall apart. And if it falls apart and people paid their money, it's a disaster.
Yeah. So I don't know if maybe they were just playing a little coy just because they wanted to avoid a disaster. So it's really hard to know. I mean, I'm just making it up as I go along because I have no inside knowledge. But you look at something like Vision Expo as well. They are being really, I don't want to say conservative, but they're not really doing much of anything, right? They have their little lunch meetings that they're doing for online stuff, but for the most part, they've just been sort of very hands-off when it comes to online stuff, and I'm not exactly sure why.
Well, I think they don't know what to do. I mean, at this point, their conference is in September. It's 3 months away. And are they going to be live? Are they going to be a little live? Not live at all? And each one is a whole different set of circumstances and arrangements. They just don't know what to do. I think when it gets closer to making a decision, which might change anyway, but let's say the decision is not to open, and it's July 20th, then I think you'll get a lot more impetus from them, whatever it might be, an online presence, local presence. But I don't think they know what they're doing, and it's not their fault at this point. What if they presented a whole live conference in Las Vegas, and then September 1st there's a huge outbreak, and they close down Nevada? I mean, that's such an expense for the vendors, for the people having plane flights, hotel reservations. It's just difficult to plan for. We have it easy because I have this hotel room. It's called my house, and it's easy to do this stuff.
Right.
But they don't have that. Really?
Yeah, it is really tough, and I feel for them. I mean, in a lot of ways, they're sort of like in the same situation as the schools are, right? Just like my son's junior high. Who knows? We have no idea, and neither do they. But they're running out of time. They have to figure it out.
As an example, it's international. Now, if Europe, which it looks like they're going to do, makes the United States not be able to go to Europe, what do you think our president will do? He'll do just the reciprocal, and Europeans won't be able to come to the United States. Well,
but more important, they couldn't come back. They're EU countries, they can't come back. They're going to be like you, Steve, where you're going to be quarantined for 2 weeks when you go back to New Jersey.
My daughters have chastised me. We're going back a week from tomorrow, and they're making us go straight home, and they're going to bring us food and not. They're putting locks on the doors with chains so we can't get out for 2 weeks. I don't know if you're aware of it, but when you go from Florida, Texas, various other states, Arizona, I assume, to New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, you have to fill out a paper at the airport, and they will come to your house and make sure that you've quarantined for 14 days. The first fine is $2,000, the second fine is $5,000, the third fine $10,000, and I think you might go to jail, but you can't go to jail because you're quarantined. So it's a real thing, and I'm going to have to face that. So I'll be back to March 20th in about a week or so.
Hmm. Yeah.
So, but the point Expo, it's international, and like you said, you can't get companies from Europe. There's a big Asian, Chinese presence there. So if you start losing all those vendors and even the professionals, and you know you're going to lose them, what do you do? And I don't have an answer for them. If you go virtual, you lose tons of economics. Let's face it. And you don't have to. You can't buy frames virtually. You can't buy equipment unless you set up some conference like we have, and it's hard to do with hundreds and hundreds of vendors. We have a great amount. We have like 20, 25, and they're all diverse. But when you have 100 equipment vendors, it's very difficult to do.
Right, and I mean, there's the money issue too, right? Because as you know, in-person conferences are revenue generators. Expo in particular, right? You think about the scale and scope of Expo and how much money it generates for their parent company. So it's kind of it's a hard thing. And of course, the parent division Expo, they don't just do eye care stuff, right? They do everything. And so they have probably a different outlook on what's going on than we do, right? Because this is their entire line of business are these conferences. So I kind of wonder, what are they thinking? What is the parent company doing? Because they've probably lost billions at this point, considering all the meetings that they run.
Yep. So what are the other? You're on Optometry Times.
Sorry, we got sidetracked. So Leo, Vision Equipment Inc. So Leo, who sells refurbished equipment, of which he has a lot now. His inventory is constantly changing, so I can't tell you what the specials are, but go into his booth. So he takes, equipment, some relatively new, nearly new. He also has some classic stuff as well. I've seen him restore, really old stuff and also have some nearly new stuff too. But he restores everything to the same level and backs everything that he sells. So this is a really great way to outfit your a new office or a second lane, or if you don't want to break the bank doing it, which is I think an important thing, because as Leo will tell you, he gets a lot of his equipment from people who did try to really kit out the office and do it to the nines with new equipment, and they just couldn't cover their note. So especially now with what's been going on, it might be a good time to look at some lightly used equipment.
Yeah, and with the old stuff, you might get a refurbished optometrist that closed his place, and an old guy that's more comfortable with the older equipment. So you may just want to have a classic room for an older OD.
It's like wine. It never gets bad. It gets better and better as it gets older.
That's so fun. Well, it's interesting, though, with the tech that people are using these days, sometimes the limiting factor isn't even the hardware itself, it's the software. Like, for instance, I know that there was a break on the older OCT devices with Windows, right, where they all had old versions of Windows, couldn't be upgraded, and are now no longer safe to put on the network, right, because they can be compromised. So there's a point with older equipment where it's actually not even worthwhile to refurbish it and have it because it's literally unusable. And obviously when you're buying equipment, Leo knows all of this and can give you the ins and outs of whatever you're buying.
Yeah, and it's always going to be those old patients where all you have to do is hold their hand and they'll leave saying, "That's the best exam I've ever had."
Yep. Everything. But Adam said, during my evolution in practice, Paul probably knows about the B&L Bausch lensometers that were made out of steel that weighed like 100 pounds. And they were made probably in 1930. They were far better, far more accurate than the newer ones that came out later on. They were more plastic, light. The dials weren't as accurate. So sometimes the older machines built from, hard steel were much better than newer ones. Now, of course, they're not going to be as good as the automatic ones, but there was a time when old was better than new, when new became cheesy but not electronic.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember the old chairs from American Optical. They lasted forever. And all you'd have to do is change the color. We went from pink to green.
Pink to orange. 1980s. They never went to usually though.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Well,
in fact, I can even show you, Dad, if you look up on the screen, if you'll be able to see it in a few minutes, I can give you a trip down memory lane if you want, because, there's a market for everything, right? So I have one of your old chairs up here that people are trying to sell.
You do?
They call them vintage, so $650.
Well, listen, you have one of our old signs in our office when we had a Manhattan practice that we subleased. You have a little bronze.
That's true.
Yeah, you can show it. It's somewhere in your office with our name on it.
Yep. Yeah, I'll dig it up tomorrow. But yeah.
What's it, about 60 years old or more? Ah, there it is. Oh, and that's a much more modern color, by the way. That was about 1980s. Before that, they were green and pink. Yeah.
Classic.
I own it.
Honestly, that looks like it should be on the bridge of the Enterprise.
It was good. And there's a mirror in the back, so you could go into a 10-foot room. That was a modern choice. Before, optometry offices were bowling alleys. For some reason, optometrists thought you had to have 20 feet. And then the mirror was invented.
Oh my goodness. So Steve, we just came up to the 4 o'clock hour, didn't we? I should be paying attention to this, but I totally am not.
I will enter the classes. I'm good. Well, Brian's there. Our speakers have been very good today. They're prompt, and they're getting a lot of interaction, which is great.
Excellent. So who do we have at 4 o'clock? We have Tammy and Graham. So for Graham, this is not 4 o'clock by any stretch since he's in Australia. And Brian and Craig. Excellent. All right.
Well, what is he? That's always the contest. So Graham is speaking on Sunday.
He's speaking today.
At what hour?
So Graham is speaking today.
Yeah, I know, but it's Sunday.
Oh, it's Sunday to
Australia.
him. It is.
A little earlier.
Graham is in the room, all the speakers in the room, so everybody has, and they're getting a lot of interaction. Craig is getting questions at the very beginning. Craig Steinberg.
Oh my gosh.
ODJ.
I'm sure.
So according to my clock data, in New South Wales, Australia, it's 6 a.m. on Sunday.
He's a good sport.
Yeah.
Getting up that early. That's terrific. Okay, so
I guess
Craig already has a lot of questions, huh? I'm sure. Free advice.
Yeah.
He wants to get free legal advice, so it's not bad.
He's charging. Oh, yeah.
I should give Craig a plug as well because he actually, of all the OD JDs that I've ever met, he is the most giving of his time that I've ever seen. Time and advice. He's always more than happy to really give advice.
And he's on ODwire a tremendous amount.
Yep.
Giving out wonderful advice.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
And
everyone else. He doesn't charge. No, absolutely.
But he doesn't try to solicit. He has a website. He has a whole business besides. He's an optometrist and a lawyer. He's an optometrist, a lawyer for optometrists solely, and he does a great job from what I hear. Luckily, I haven't needed him.
Yep, and again, if you are also doing a private equity transaction, he's the kind of guy to have on your side because he's done a lot of them now from the side of the doctor, the selling side. So if you don't know what you don't know, he's a very important person to have around because he's done this over and over again with these, whatever they are, 5 groups of private equity companies. So he can keep you out of trouble.
Yeah, and also you can put him on a retainer. If you're a multi-office OD with multi-staff, you need a lawyer that you can call at any time. And Craig is there with his concierge offer.
Yep.
So you might want to check with him.
Yep.
He also does with vision care companies. Them, then contact him. He'll be able to negotiate and deal with whatever issues you have. And they know him, believe me.
Yes, they certainly do. All right, well, since things are actually moving along really well today, I think what I'm going to do is we can end here early. I'm going to put up one of our videos again so people can watch stuff. If they haven't registered for the conference yet, maybe it'll inspire them to get on board. And then tomorrow, we'll start at the usual time. I'll have more videos for people. There's a new lecture, actually, that we're going to have at the show tomorrow about ptosis. Where is it? It's Sue Resnick's lecture. Somewhere here. When is it tomorrow?
It's with Whitney Hauser, correct?
With Whitney, yeah. So, trying to remember when it was. That's easy. There we go. So it's tomorrow at 4. So this is one of the new lectures. So as we mentioned, we're going to be replacing lectures slowly but surely. As time goes on. This is a brand new one, all about ptosis, and there's new treatments coming our way apparently in the coming months to actually treat this medically, versus the prior solution, which was to ignore it.
Well, no, there was one guy in Washington Heights in New York City,
Oh boy.
in Manhattan, who was the inventor of the ptosis crutch. And every time I visited him, he had to pull out the article to show me how he built something on his eyeglass frame so that people could lift their lids. That was the ptosis crutch. I don't know where you can look it up, but I'm sure you've seen them, Steve.
Yep. It's still the only thing you'd use, except for we have Dr. Maladi talking about plastic surgery, ophthalmic plastic surgery. He probably could help a lot more now.
Yeah.
Something to think about. Maybe I can even get the support team to do something to highlight new content in the schedule.
That's a good idea. Yep. Yeah.
I'll speak to that right after this, just to put in red.
And one thing we didn't to tell our people attending courses, we would like a critique. Where do they get the critique, Steve? Do you offer it to them when they take the course? How can they let us know what they thought of the course?
I believe that number one, we know who attended, but number two, don't we send out surveys to everybody?
Yeah. So the way it works is when you complete a course at the end, there's a link where people can fill out a survey, and you don't actually have to nag people to do it. Trust me, we have a ton of data on each and every lecture because we ask them to complete a very small survey after each lecture, and it's only a few questions, but there are spots where people can fill in the blanks. And people are very vocal. So when this is all over, should CEwire ever end, right? Because honestly, I feel like we are trapped in Groundhog Day here. But should this ever end, we're going to have all this data that we can sort through for the lectures to see what people really loved and what they hated. So as we create new content, people we can do a much better job of showing people what they want to see.
And is it consistent complaints, or are there outliers, or that are just it's just cranky? Or are they pretty consistent?
So it's consistent. So especially because we have such a huge body of data now, it's very unusual. Some lectures will get an outlier where there's a cranky person, but if there's something systemically wrong with one of the lectures, that's being teased out right now. We can see it, right? Because if we have 700 or 800 people here in the morning, right, and several hundred are taking each class, we're starting to get a good body of data, so we know. And some things are, they don't like the content, or they don't like, there's something wrong with the recording that they don't like, the audio quality or whatever else. And some of them are just, they don't like the topic and they want to see different topics. So it runs the gamut. But once this is all over, we can sort through the data and try to figure out what to do next. So, but yes, we do have a ton of data. You don't have to worry about that.
You get the good version and the bad also. I imagine you get both ends of the spectrum. The excellent lectures are complimented, and the ones that are suspect, you get bad. And by the way, I know from your surveys, at least initially, that people like 93 to 97% of it. So it's a pretty well-received group. There's sometimes, for example, when we do have quizzes where the quiz has not been fair, and we find out right away, and we try to change that quiz, or at least for the next time. So the feedback's important, guys.
It absolutely is important. And in fact, with the quiz requirement gone, I think a lot of those complaints are going to go away. Right? Because that was a lot of the problems that people were having if they had trouble with a quiz. And you're right, in terms of compliments, we've had those comments before, like, this is the best lecture I've ever had. So, you do get that as well. There's definitely a mix. So, but we'll know more at the end of the year. I mean, I wasn't planning on actually starting to really look at the results until at least October, because there's no reason to. The lectures are going to stay where they are, and we're going to add some more as we can, but we're not going to really change too much about what's going on.
Do you share it with the speakers?
Yes. So at the very end, I will share the data with the speaker for their lecture, so they can use the feedback.
Let me give a shameless plug for New Jersey, which is my home state where I live and where I practice. Adam and I have been having a conversation with an attendee, actually two, husband and wife team, and they love it so much that they're going to mention it, which I don't do on a statewide level, to various places because they were so happy with it. We have an oral requirement here in New Jersey to take oral type credits, and we have included 7, 8 of them here, and so it's a cash cow for them where it's great to be able to take them all in one spot. And they're very happy. So anybody who's listening from New Jersey, either now or listening to some social media later on, please be aware you can get your oral credits satisfied here.
Yep. Yeah, that was a really good thing, and I'm glad that New Jersey loosened up a little bit, allowing the PH suffix to actually count, because we do have a lot of them. You're right. All right. Well,
silly. It's something, just quickly, if somebody gives a lecture that is obviously oral, like Terry Geld, for example, which is all it's about, they will allow it to be as long as you submit the outline or the slides, and you can always get that from our speakers. So that's another thing. Most of our speakers are giving the slides now, so it makes it very, very good. Let me just see. We have another message. I'm doing 5 things at once, guys, if you realize, including 7. So yes, please give us the feedback, the good, the bad, the ugly. Most of it we know is good, but anything that could be improved, we'll do it.
Yep. We're gonna keep working on it. The conference will evolve, and the next time we do this in August, again, the way you actually get your credits with that form is going to go away. It's going to be simpler. Again, we just couldn't do it because COPE, changed the rules on us, and then changed the rules again. We thought this would all be over by June, but we were wrong. So we're just going to keep rolling with the punches and evolving the conference as it goes. So
and what else do we have to do, right?
Exactly.
Can't leave the house.
We're all trapped. So I guess what I'd like to do is maybe show Craig Thomas's film, since, and I mentioned before that TOSIS lecture, I have it here as well. I think what I'd like to do tomorrow, for anybody who hasn't signed up for CEwire, I think I'd like to show it in the live stream. Just for people who haven't signed up, who might want to see something new, and maybe it'll inspire them to sign up. So tomorrow is one of the films that I run. Maybe that'll be one of them. So people can get a sense of what it's really like. And that's a state-of-the-art lecture. I mean, that one is about drugs that aren't even available yet. And a condition, that most people have ignored. So it's something that's going to be very timely. So we're ahead of the curve for once. So I thought it might be fun just to put in the live stream.
Sure.
And if anybody hasn't heard Craig before, you would love it. He's one of the best lecturers I've ever heard. Him and, let's say, Mark Friedberg are number 1 and 1A.
Yep. So I'm going to put Craig Thomas on now, talking all about ERG. And so if this is something you haven't implemented in your office, perhaps now is the time. Again, just like all other tech, it's become very small and light and cheaper and easier. And he talks all about the theory behind it and the instruments, so you can really get a sense of what it's all about. And Craig also, by the way, is not shy about talking about business models and the practice management aspect of working this into your office, right? Because it's important. So he brings it up and talks codes as well and so forth. So what you can and can't do.
Very practical.
Okay, so that'll be the last
for the
day, and then we'll go blank.
Yep, yeah, we're going to call that after this. This will be it. After the movie ends, this is just going to play in a continuous loop now for the rest of the day. Once the live stream ends, it'll just start from the beginning if anybody stumbles across it online, and they can sit and watch for the rest of the night until tomorrow morning, and we'll be back to do it all over again.
Okay.
I will do my due diligence and make sure people are in their rooms and questions are answered. But it should be easy.
Yep, yeah, things are going well this time. Well-oiled machine. So guys, thanks for coming to the live stream today. And if anybody has any problems, you know where to find us, right? So support at CEwire2020.com, and we'll get right back to you.
Okay, have a good evening, guys.
All right, see you later.
Bye now.
Hey everyone, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another ODwire webinar, and really thank you so much for being here tonight. I know that things have been kind of crazy, across the country and across the world over the last couple of weeks. So it's really kind of nice to be able to come back on here into a space that we're all sort of comfortable with, right? We've been doing this for a lot of years, and it feels nice to actually get back on the air here with all of you tonight. and try to get a sense of normalcy back again. And I wanted to particularly thank, before we get started, I wanted to thank Conan Medical. You know, as you all know, Conan is a small business. They're based out here on the West Coast in California. And as this all has been going on, they've adjusted their operations, so they're still operating, open for business, and to continue to support their customers. And they're one of the organizations behind this webinar tonight, along with LKC, the manufacturers of the REDEFINING. And I just want to thank them for going ahead with this tonight. You know, the thought is, well, do you do a show like this tonight? The world is just so topsy-turvy right now. Do we go ahead and do it? And the fact that they decided to go ahead with it is really gratifying to me, because again, it speaks to a sense of normalcy that we're trying to give everyone here tonight. And just one other minor thing, just, you know, not to be too Pollyanna, but as I'm sitting here in my home office where I've actually been trapped for the last week, haven't left the house, looking across my desk, and I see on the wall behind me my grandfather's medals from World War I up on the wall. And every time I look at it, I sort of think about what was going through his head back then during the war, when the world must have seemed like it was falling apart, and then to be shortly followed, you know, by the Spanish flu. So even though I'm sure back then it felt like the world was falling apart, obviously things still continued, and it was just a temporary blip. So no matter how crazy things are, just remember it's all a temporary blip, and we're going to get past it. And that's why, you know, having shows like this are so important and fun. So thanks everyone for being here. So before I introduce our speaker tonight, let me just give you the ground rules. On the right side of the screen, you'll see a box that says questions. If you type a question in there, at the end of the show, once the presentation's over, I'll verbally ask our speaker tonight the questions, and then we'll have a little back and forth and a Q&A. So feel free to ask whatever you want in that question box. So with all that said, I'd like to introduce our speaker tonight. So Dr. Craig Thomas, I think, is well known to just about everyone who's here tonight. He's a private practitioner. He's been in practice for over 30 years in Dallas. And what's really special about Craig is that he keeps on the cutting edge for his patients. He always keeps up with the latest science and the latest technologies that are made available. And tonight, he's going to talk to us all about how he's added ERG and VEP testing to his practice, and how you can do it too. We're going to discuss the clinical aspects and even some of the practice management aspects of it. So with that said, why don't I turn it over to Craig? So Craig, thanks so much for being here tonight.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thanks for having me. All right, good evening, everybody. You know, everybody that's a regular poster or lurker on ODwire, you know, probably has heard me and all the good and bad that goes with hearing me. Sometimes good clinical, sometimes good political, sometimes bad political. But I always circle back, no matter how bad our disagreements are on the website, that we all are optometrists. I've said that 100 times over the past 10 years. And just like when people are against us, when we have fights with ophthalmology and all of our other adversaries, we're all in it together. That's why I always said optometrists are my friends. I said, when I'm attacked, when my livelihood is in jeopardy, when my profession is being challenged, when my integrity, my credibility is being challenged for no reason, the people that are standing next to me are optometrists. And it's always been that way. I've been practicing 36 years. It's always been that way, and it's probably, hopefully, always going to be that way. So we're all in this weird time together. It is pretty weird. I got to tell you, I've never seen anything like this in 36 years. We are under shelter in place here in Dallas, Texas, and we started sheltering in place yesterday. Everybody knows that I stay pretty busy. I saw 3 patients today, urgent patients, essential care. I think that's the term. I saw 7 yesterday. I have 2 scheduled for tomorrow, and we're closing Friday. So I mean, to go from, you know, slamming and bamming and all of the stuff that I used to do every day and have fun, and to what we've got right now, it's quite a change. And I guess the only solace is I'm not alone. So I want to welcome everybody here, because we are in this together. And the concept I'd like to have going forward, trying to be positive, because I am positive. You know, in my 36 years, even though I've never seen anything like this, I don't expect this to last. And I base that on my 36 years. You know, my experience counts for something, and I don't think this is going to last. I'm hoping it's going to be a month or 2, maybe. I'm hoping. I don't think it's going to be a week or 2. You know, we're all looking for a long dry spell is what I'm afraid of. You know, we all have different situations and we can deal with it differently. You know, most of us are going to get through it okay. A few of us may not, but you know, we'll come out on the end, you know, I don't know, happier or stronger or any of that stuff, but we'll come out on the end and we'll get back to seeing patients and we're going to be practicing optometrists just like we all were 2 or 3 weeks ago. This is not going to last. What I'd like everybody to try to concentrate on is how are we going to practice once we all start practicing again? You know, there's people listening tonight that are not practicing just like me. Okay, I'm not going to practice for 2 or 3 weeks. Okay, it's fine. If I can't practice for a month, I'm not going to be happy about it. You know, but I can't control it. But I'm going to be practicing again, and I'm going to be practicing this summer. You know, I mean, I'm going to be practicing. So what I'd like to do is, you know, as we go forward, and we're talking about how do you want to practice on the other side? You know, how do you want to practice post outbreak? Do you want to try to differentiate yourself? Do you want to try to be special? Do you want to get ultra competitive? Do you want to try to take advantage of guys and ladies that have been wounded by this? I mean, I don't want to be mercenary, but you know, they're just like the restaurants and everything else. There'll be a few people that may not survive this ordeal, and those patients are going to have to go somewhere. And they may be looking for someone with some advanced technology. And you know, I'm telling you, it might make a difference. So let's get into it, okay? Let's talk about going with the electrodiagnostic flow after we get out of this outbreak, okay? So we put signs on the door. We posted new hours. We're open 9 to 4 now instead of crack of dawn till nightfall. And so we call it the outbreak hours. We got our outbreak hours. So we're going to get out of this outbreak and go with the electrodiagnostic flow. That's what we're going to do. So we're going to primarily talk about some electroretinography. And you know, I've been lecturing on electroretinography since 2011. I was the first optometrist in the state of Texas to perform any electrodiagnostic procedures. Me and my buddy Joe Deloach had to get Medicare to turn the code on and get it approved for optometrists. So I'm pretty familiar and intimate and experienced with all kind of electrodiagnostic stuff being performed by optometrists, and in particular in the state of Texas. So you know, I'm the alpha. So I know what I'm talking about, and I've been doing it a long time. You know, in the beginning when we started talking about electrodiagnostics, and I would always start my lectures with this kind of joke. Y'all know I'm kind of funny sometimes, and I would say, you know, I am now a clinical neurophysiologist. You know, and I would strut around and poke my chest out and kind of, you know how it could be. And I was like, yeah, my mom was so proud of me. She's got an optometrist and a clinical neurophysiologist all in one. And she's so proud. And when you start performing this testing in your optometric practice, in addition to being an optometrist, you're going to turn yourself into a clinical neurophysiologist. And what you're trying to do is the things you see on the slide. I'm not going to read slides to you. Y'all can read while I'm talking. You see the two things, what we're doing here with the ERG. It's getting the loss of retinal function and trying to differentiate or distinguish between the retinal and optic nerve lesions. That's the big thing. And the big thing on the newer technologies that we're getting ready to talk about, like this handheld REDEFINING device, is all the different protocols, the different test protocols that you can do with this very small device, different than the earlier first generation. I consider this technology second generation technology. That's how I look at it. So this is what I'm talking about. This thing is so cool. I've had mine for about 3 years. I got to tell you, I mean, y'all know how I am. Again, I hate to say it, but I'm like a kid at Toys R Us. I've got every machine that you could get, everything that'll generate a code. I've got it in here. I'm on my third electrodiagnostic device. Okay, this thing is the bomb. You see how cool it looks. You know, it's real small, portable, handheld. You can go from room to room with it. It is really, really slick, really slick. So it's called REDEFINING. And I'll go back real fast. So you see the REDEFINING. And when I first started doing electrodiagnostic stuff, you know, back in 2011, 2012, we were doing mostly PERGs, the pattern electroretinogram, primarily for glaucoma indications, glaucoma suspects, stuff like that. And so the PERG was the primary ERG that we used to do, or that I used to do. And this light adapted, these flicker and flash ERGs, that was not something that I was into in the beginning of my electrodiagnostic journey. as the technology's evolved and we're into second generation technology, now you've got stuff with more testing protocols. So again, you've got multiple ERG protocols and some VEP stuff. We'll talk about it just a little bit. This is mostly an ERG kind of presentation, but this handheld device will do both tests. It'll do an ERG and a VEP, one back to back without unhooking them or new electrodes or anything. It is so cool. It is really slick. So let's keep going. So the big thing now that there's two big things. I don't know if one's bigger than the other. The first big thing is what's called the photopic negative response. That's kind of a new thing. It's new in the literature. It's been out. The information talking about this has been out, 3, 4, 5 years. I started looking at stuff back in 2010, 2011, 2012, and I don't remember seeing this photopic negative response thing until just a few years ago. And you see my reference article is dated 2018. I always try to keep current with stuff. I mean, these are the ICEF articles, the protocols. I mean, this is modern, real science. It's not just me making it up. It's not Conan trying to sell machines. This is from the guys that make up all the rules. So this photopic negative response is a new thing where it provides information about the innermost retinal layers, the function of the innermost retinal layers, the ganglion cells and their axons. So we're gonna, you got to kind of get that term in your head, photopic negative response. Okay. Now, in addition to that photopic negative response, the more traditional, if you could say traditional, about a device that's only a few years old, but the initial testing that we did mostly with this device was these flicker tests and these flash ERGs. And you see an example of what the output looks like here. This is just one of my patients. I took the name off. You see, this is a pretty normal looking one. Everything is color coded. Green is good, red is bad, yellow suspicious. So even without, I can't give you a lesson really on interpretation in this short time frame, but you see everything is green. So without knowing what you're looking at, hey, green is good, red is bad. So this is a relatively normal ERG waveform on this particular patient. So I just wanted to show you what a normal one looked like. And you guys, again, can see the little bullets off to the side. When we're doing a test like this, I want to get information about these cone bipolar cells. You go back, that's why I put this slide up here, a little bit of retinal anatomy and neuroanatomy kind of coming into play, all the layers of the retina forming these retinal cortical pathways going through the visual pathways of the brain back to the visual cortex. You gotta feel that neuroanatomy a little tiny bit for all this stuff to kind of fold in and make sense. So I just wanted to give that little review there. And we all had an electrodiagnostic class. This is a nationwide lecture, so I can't harp on going to U of H, but anybody that went to University of Houston, we were down there in the dungeon with Dr. Walters, hooking up people and sticking contacts in their eyes with wires in them and taking 3 hours to do a test. It was outrageous. It was comical. And while we were doing it, it was so ridiculous that while we were learning about electrodiagnostic technology, everybody looked at each other and realized that we would never be doing this again for the rest of our lives. And that once we got out of this room, once we got out of the dungeon at U of H, we would never touch a piece of electrodiagnostic technology again. And that's exactly what happened until 2011. I got out of school in 1983. Okay, so we've moved up a notch here. So I digress. Let's keep going. So you see what the flicker and the flash testing is based on, and the parts of the retina that you're evaluating with this test. So that kind of just hopefully a refresher for those of us that remember all of our electrodiagnostics. So again, another just a picture of the device being used. So again, the device is called the REDEFINING. You see it there. It's made by this company called LKC. They seem to know what they're doing. It's real lightweight. It's not heavy. It's got a real short test time. From the time that you start washing the lady's face with a lid scrub and putting them little electrode strips on there and holding the thing up and saying, look at the light, until you're finished and putting it up on my computer screen, it's like 5 minutes. I mean, it's incredible. I kind of would tell people 10 minutes start to finish, but 10 minutes is 5 minutes to me talking, and then 5 minutes of the technician doing the work. So the test time is 5 minutes, kind of start to finish, just getting the thing set up and telling the patient what's going on. You might have a 10-minute run, but actually the technician time doing it and displaying the info, it's 5 minutes. There's absolutely no discomfort. and you see the little electrode strip there, without me doing any kind of comparative analysis, these just suffice it to say, these strips are less expensive than competitive strips. So I'll just leave it at that. So this thing's not real expensive to use. So this is what it looks like when it's being used, real quick, real easy. Okay, so now let's keep going. Let's get into to some meat and potatoes here. Okay, so let's talk about some cases. The best way to learn to me is just talking about real patients being treated by a real optometrist that's practicing modern optometry and working in 2020. Okay, that's the best information. So that's what you get ready to get. So this guy here is, and this is, with new stuff. So I'm talking about this new device. It's new if you don't have one. I mean, I've had mine 3 years. So I'm talking about this new device. So to introduce it and kind of show you what it does and what it's capable of, I think it's best to just use a demonstration case as opposed to some case where you got to really figure stuff out and you're really scratching your head and got to have the patient come back 3 or 4 times to make a decision. Okay, we're not going to do none of that. So this is a demonstration case. This is like we're in 5th grade and you're the science fair judge and somebody made a volcano out of vinegar and baking soda. Okay, we demonstrate a known physical property. Okay, we're not really experimenting. So this ain't no experiment. I'm just going to show you how everything blends together and how it works and the value of it. Why you would want to do it and what does it add to the mix? Why would you be adding ERG technology to your practice? Okay, let me show you why. So this guy here, this is one of my regular guys. I got 1,000 of them. They just keep coming in. I don't know what it is. So this guy comes in, and he's 61 years old now. I saw him 2 weeks ago. You'll see the printouts in a moment. So I saw this guy. He comes in for regular, I think it was a 6-month glaucoma check. I couldn't remember. But I saw him 2 weeks ago, and we had already started talking, me and Adam Farkas, about doing this webinar. And I never want to repeat stuff. I always want to use new stuff no matter what. Every presentation is different. So as soon as he said, hey, man, let's do this webinar. Okay, I'm thinking, okay, he's telling me Monday, let's do the webinar. So on Tuesday, I'm like, okay, what patient can I find to do the webinar on? I don't want any, I'm trying to get some fresh blood. So this guy was like the first guy there after I decided to do the webinar. And of course, he was perfect. You'll see why in a moment. So you got a 61-year-old guy. He's 61 now. I first saw this guy 8 years ago. So he was 53 then. He's like a -6. He works at UPS and he wears contacts. He unload the trucks and all that stuff. He don't like wearing glasses. And when he came in for his first visit back 8 years ago, his pressures were 18 in the right eye and 31 in the left. And for any of us listening tonight, that would be sufficient to raise some level of suspicion, excuse me, and you would think that the guy either is developing glaucoma or has glaucoma. Excuse me. So that's certainly what I thought. And I, y'all know me. I never met a glaucoma I didn't like. So I'm thinking this guy's has glaucoma. And I performed a series of diagnostic tests. And I determined that he actually did indeed have glaucoma. We don't have the time for me to review all that stuff and go back to the beginning 8 years ago and start flashing stuff. But I did want to show you a couple of things. Here's an OCT retinal image of this patient in 2016. So this is several years after I had initiated treatment. He was kind of spotty with his compliance. He'd come in, pressure would be 22, 23 in that bad left eye. And I'd had him as high as 37, 38 sometimes when he wouldn't use his drops. So this is what he looked like in 2016. Kind of interesting on this OCT printout, and this will all blend in together in here in just a moment. You can see, this is a Cirrus 400 OCT. I bought it new. I mean, it's a really cool machine. I like it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's wrapped up in bubble wrap in my garage right now. But last year, when this guy came in in 2016, that was my primary OCT, and I made all my decisions based on it, and I had no problem with it. You can see the deep cups, you can see the statistical analysis. This guy has glaucoma. Okay, so you see what it looks like there in 2016. So he comes back. He's a good patient. He comes every 6 months, pretty much. So when he comes back, I've got this brand new, I've had it now 2 years. I've got this OptoVue AngioVue, the OCTA with the angiography, and it is superior technology. It is simply superior. I circled the date here so we can see that I am discussing current patients with current information and current technology. So this guy was here on March the 10th. That's when I obtained this scan. It's 2 weeks ago. It's 2 weeks ago, okay? You see the statistical analysis. It doesn't look terrible. It's not like he's going blind. This is a combination printout where you get the optic nerve head analysis, retinal nerve fiber layer analysis. You get your Tisnet curve profile over here. And you've got ganglion cell analysis, not the full deal. I'm just trying to save space and not have 3 or 4 slides. But you see this little tongue of atrophy kind of scooting in on the ganglion cell analysis complex printout. That's kind of interesting, and look how it's symmetrical. So here, we've got an OCT from almost 4 years ago. Here you've got an OCT from 2 weeks ago. To me, pretty symmetrical on the ganglion cell, and pretty, the left eye showing a little bit more damage on the nerve fiber right here. You see it's in the red code. So, it's showing that the left eye is a little tiny bit worse, but not a big difference, not a whole lot. And remember, when I first saw this guy, he had extreme asymmetry. Like one eye's 18, the other eye's 31. Okay, I mean, that's extreme asymmetry. To me, a 99.5% chance of having glaucoma when you present like that. And clearly, the condition is starting in the left eye before it crosses over and goes to the right eye. So I've got my OCT scans on this guy, and I'm an optometrist. I'm a regular optometrist. I'm just like everybody listening. Okay, the next test almost always is going to be a threshold visual field. When you've got a patient that you either think has glaucoma or that has glaucoma. So again, I did a visual field on the guy. You see the date up here at the top, 3/10/2020. So it's all done on the same day. You see the visual field, the left eye. He's actually on his mean deviation is still showing a positive, although somewhat decreased reliability. I mean, I could say he's not going blind. It seems like he kind of snapped to attention here when he did the left eye, much more reliable. But you see on the left eye, you've got your glaucoma hemifield test showing within normal limits. So again, no severe damage. But here, your mean deviation, this minus 0.41 decibels, compared to here, a plus number, I would say that that's clinically significant asymmetry, where one eye is a positive number on the mean deviation and the decibels and the others are negative. It's not a big difference, but it's different. And it correlates with the initial presentation with the left eye having a much, much higher intraocular pressure. So again, I already know this guy has glaucoma. I'm performing diagnostic testing on him, not to see if he has glaucoma. I'm trying to see, is it changing? Is it getting worse? Are we under good control? Are we under borderline control? Or is the glaucoma uncontrolled? And I need to make a decision and change his treatment program. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm gathering information to try to see, is this patient's glaucoma under good control, borderline control, or uncontrolled? I've got to make that differentiation and that assessment. And I use these tests to make that decision. And in an ideal situation, and fortunately this is an ideal situation, I've got previous test results to compare to where I could make an accurate and informed assessment. Yes, this guy's staying the same. Yes, this guy's getting better. Yes, this guy's getting worse. And I would blend all these test results to make that decision. So this visual field is essentially like the one that he did the year before. So based on the visual field test, I'd say that his glaucoma is under good control. So I keep going, and this was kind of weird. I went ahead, once I decided to use this patient as my example on the presentation, I told my staff, I said, all right, get all the diagnostic tests. I want every piece of information we can gather. I don't necessarily need to make decisions with it. I just kind of want to see what this guy's like. And I did a test that I had not done on him before because I didn't need the information to make a decision on him when he came in with the 18 and the 31. And so I decided to check the guy's color vision, and these are the results. And so again, once I make the decision to order some diagnostic testing, I usually, exit the building and let my staff take over, and then I come back in when they're finished, and all the stuff is flashed up on a big flat screen. And so I walked in the room and I looked at these color vision test results, and I turned to my patient. I said, "Hey man, are you colorblind?" He goes, "Yeah, I can't see a lick." I said, "Yeah, you can't, you got nothing." He says, "Oh man, it's been like that my whole life." I said, "Why do you tell me that?" He says, "You never asked me." I said, "I've been seeing you for 8 years. You never told me you were colorblind." He said, "You never asked me." I said, "Okay, that's my bad. Okay, won't happen again. My bad." So this is what it looks like when your glaucoma patient has a congenital red-green color vision abnormality. You see how it's almost identical in each eye. This is not some kind of acquired defect. I've seen 1,000 of those. This is what it looks like when the guy's born with the traditional color vision deficiency that we all learn about in school, where it's like, 6.5 or 7% of all white males. Well, it's like 3.2% of black males and like 3.1% of Asian males. Those are the numbers. So every once in a while, you're not going to be able to use color vision in your decision making. And this was an example of that. So I kept going. And of course, since we're talking about ERG testing, I said, hey, I certainly want to get an ERG on this patient. Let me see what his retinal function looks like. And this is his test that was done again on March 10th, 2020. This is almost a perfect teaching ERG because you see the right eye is perfectly normal. And again, I'm not going to go through the interpretation. That we could do that on the next seminar or webinar. But again, green is good. So all the waveform shape is normal. The peak time and amplitudes are normal. The photopic negative response measures down here are all normal. So the ERG response, the photopic negative response on this patient's right eye is normal. You see clearly the left eye is abnormal, and it's abnormal in 2 or 3 different ways. And it only takes one way to be abnormal, but it's abnormal in 2 or 3 different ways. Yeah, the first thing is the shape of the waveform. And the shape of the waveform, this is called waveform perturbation. So it's disturbed. He ain't happy. This waveform ain't happy. He's not happy. He's perturbed. And so you got waveform perturbation compared to the normal waveform shape that you would have in a person with a normal photopic negative response, like it looks like here. So you got waveform perturbation. And the first thing here, the peak time, or what's called implicit time, you can go either way. The peak time is not in the range. All these numbers is abnormal. It's just not normal, okay? So here you have clinically significant asymmetry. And on this particular patient, it's not for everybody. Everybody's different. But on this particular patient, which is why I used him, everything matches. So you see how the eye that should have more damage, because when I saw this guy 8 years ago and the pressure was 18 in the right eye and 31 in the left, okay, the glaucoma started in the left eye. The left eye should have more damage. Okay, you can see a little tiny bit of it on the visual field, just a little tiny bit. You can't see none of it on the color vision because he doesn't have any color vision. You can't really see it on the OCTs. Not really. You can't, here the left eye doesn't look a lot. The right eye looks worse on this one. Okay, if anything. Here the left eye is a little worse, but only by a few microns on that inferior section. The visual field, I mean, it's a little tiny bit different. But on this guy, the ERG is like night and day. The ERG is the most sensitive test on this particular guy if you're trying to see is one eye better than the other, and maybe if one eye is changing. So now I know that this right eye is perfect. If I see any change on this right eye going forward, I know that my glaucoma is out of control. That is the correct term. My glaucoma is uncontrolled, and I would need to get more aggressive with the treatment. So I will use, not can use, I will use the ERG test results on this patient going forward to make medical decisions. I'm not doing it to make money. I'm doing it to make decisions. You see how valuable it is and how I could get so much information. Here, ordinarily, I'd get a lot of information there. Okay, on this guy, I couldn't get any information there. I got to get it another way. I could be dependent on this visual field test, but it's got low reliability. I got the best OCT in the world, and it's telling me that the eyes are almost the same. Okay, I can't go with just one test. I got to look at 3, 4, 5 different things and blend it all together to make a decision. That's the best way to practice to me. And when you do it like that, this is what it looks like. So, how do you report this stuff? Again, I'm not reporting this tomorrow because I got 2 patients scheduled, but in 2 months, this guy's coming back, okay? And we all got to get this thing up and running 2 months from now, or 6 weeks from now, or 8 weeks from now, whatever. Okay, it's coming back, and when it comes back, this is how you do it. So, this is this guy's visit, and again, I'm not trying to, boast or brag or this or that. I just want to show you how I do it. Okay, people still don't understand. I give lectures pretty regular, whether it's clinical lectures, practice management lectures, billing and coding lectures. I did 2 consultations this month before the virus broke out, and I'll go to an office where the guy's making $2 million a year, and the billing and coding clerk will come up to me, and because they always say, Craig, I want you to talk to my insurance person. I goes, yeah, sure. And like 2 minutes into the conversation, every time, it's like, well, okay, now I know we can't do this with this, and I know we can't do that with that, and I know I could do a OCT if I stand on my head and it's Monday morning, and then I could do a color vision on Tuesday afternoon if it's dark early, and they start going through all these rules and these modifiers that don't matter. I'm like, what are you talking about? Stop it, okay? Stop it. And I mean, the most common thing I say when I go visit these offices and talk to the insurance person is I say, stop it, okay? Everybody's fixated on what we can't do, and this don't go with that, and this doesn't mix with that. I'm like, stop it, okay? We can do whatever we want. I'm getting to show you, almost always we can do whatever we want, anytime you want, for whatever reason you want, as long as it's reasonable and medically necessary. And we should stop with the scare stuff on the billing and coding and just do what needs to be done to figure out what's wrong with the patient. This is what I did for this guy's visit. You see the visit, you see the numbers, okay? The only thing that's of any, significance, y'all done got me excited. The only thing that any significance on here is that on occasion, and it's primarily some of the Medicare carriers, but just to be aware of it, I just put it here as an educational tidbit. On occasion, you'll have some of these insurance carriers where they will state clearly that they do not want you to use electroretinography or VEP testing, any electrodiagnostic stuff, in the diagnosis and treatment of patients with glaucoma. It's a lot of room for abuse. Guys have messed it up, doing 1,000 scans a year. So the insurance companies got tired of paying for it, and they put a bunch of rules on it the past 2-3 years. And so they say, hey, you don't need to use an ERG to determine if a guy has glaucoma. All right, well, if that particular insurance company says that, and some do, some don't, you have to check your own local rules. This is a nationwide presentation. But I went ahead and, I checked Texas's rules. And in Texas, you would do it like this, where if they say, if you look up the LCD for electroretinography, and if it says, hey, we don't want you to use this stuff for glaucoma, okay, then don't. But if it says, hey, glaucomatous optic atrophy is on the covered diagnosis list, which is always is, then that's the code that would be most appropriate. Because if you remember back at the beginning, the very first slide, what's the reason of an ERG? So you're trying to see, is there a loss of retinal function, number one, and if there's a loss of function, is the function primarily in the retina or is it primarily in the optic nerve? So if you got a person that can't see right or has got an abnormal OCT or whatever, some kind of optic atrophy, is it optic atrophy caused by glaucoma or is it optic atrophy caused by something else? That's where you got to play doctor and figure that out. So this particular one, this is how you would report the service. Let's keep going. We're doing good. All right, number 2. Here we are, number two. I want to talk about some subclinical diabetic retinopathy. Y'all know that's a big thing with me. I've been talking about this for a couple of years. People are going to start learning eventually. I've got some people that's been learning, but we got to keep going. And still people don't understand this stuff. It's like the insurance clerks don't understand how to file optometric services, and they're making it harder than it needs to be. We still got a bunch of optometrists not understanding this subclinical diabetic retinopathy thing. Okay, so we're gonna talk about that. So what you got with the subclinical diabetic retinopathy is basically retinopathy you cannot see with an ophthalmoscope. That's the basic definition of it. Okay, so you look inside, you dilate them up, you're trying to see if there's something wrong with them, and you don't see nothing. They look fine. Okay, they look fine. So that's it, but they're not fine. There's something wrong with them. You just haven't looked the right way. So that's what's called subclinical diabetic retinopathy. Okay, and most importantly, for the concept of this lecture, when this happens, and people with diabetes, when they get the diabetes, you get this relationship where you get neurodegeneration, and I can't really give a whole lecture on neurodegeneration. I'm supposed to be writing an article on it, but you get neurodegeneration that's caused by the diabetes, and neurodegeneration, like an example of that would be like people getting tingling in their fingers and toes, where the nerve endings, the peripheral nerve endings are all damaged, and they get that tingling in their fingers and toes. Okay, that's a clinical sign of neurodegeneration. So if you got peripheral neurodegeneration, you probably got you some central neurodegeneration up in your brain and your optic nerve and your retina. So they kind of go together. So I always kind of broach the subject with my patients like that. So anybody that's got tingling in their fingers and toes because of their diabetes, man, they absolutely got some subclinical retinal neurodegeneration, whether they look normal or not. I'm working on that premise going forward. So let's jump into the subclinical diabetic retinopathy. So here's patient number 2. There's another, again, always my real patients. So this is a picture of this guy in 2016. So 58-year-old black guy, he's diabetic. I'm sorry, he's a person with diabetes. He is a person with diabetes. He is not diabetic. So he's a person with diabetes, and he treats it with oral meds. And he's a knucklehead. He's not even trying. I mean, this guy's big as a house. He's got, you can put a beer can on his stomach. It's that kind of thing. So he probably weighed about 280, 285, maybe 5'11". I said, "Are you exercising?" He just laughed at me. I said, "I'm serious." He said, "No, I don't exercise." Okay, all right, since you're serious. So he's one of those kind of patients. I said, "Can you see okay?" He says, "I see fine." I'm here because my medical doctor makes me come once a year. I'm like, okay, all right, I'll take care of you. So I had, if you look at him, you see in this 2016 picture, if you go way up here at the top, right above the macula, see the little 3 yellow dots, the little tiny exudate. Okay. So to me, he had some mild non-proliferative diabetic retinopathy that I detected with ophthalmoscopy back in 2016, and I took a picture of it. Okay, y'all see it there. Now, what's most important on this guy, besides his fundus looking pretty normal, is that he had 20/25 best corrected vision. So I could not get him to 20/20, and really not a good 20/25. And I didn't see any real corneal opacity and lenticular loss of transparency. He looked fine, So I'm thinking, hey, how come this guy can't see? So you know how I practice optometry. I go head first. Feet first, head first, both feet. I got a fist up. I am doing a functional vision assessment on this patient, and I'm going to figure out how come he can't see. Because to me, a 58-year-old man, he should have 20/20, unless I can explain otherwise. Okay, this ain't normal. It ain't close to being normal. Anybody says that's normal, they're crazy. Okay, it's not normal. So you got 20/25 minus vision in a person with clear media. Okay, they taught us in optometry school that wasn't normal. All right, so I don't think that's normal. So I'm gonna try to figure out how come that ain't normal, and I'm gonna run a bunch of tests on it. I'm gonna do a refraction with a $200 retinoscope. I'm gonna do some fields. I had the ret eval here back in 2017. So this wasn't a 2000. All this stuff is in 2017, where this first image was 2016. So you see this guy's ERG findings back in 2017. You got a real normal waveform. You got normal implicit times. This was a normal thing. Slight color vision defect. Some kind of goofy visual fields, kind of non-specific. So I told him, hey, I got some normal test results and some abnormal test results. I don't think we need to treat anything. There's no local treatment for this. We're not going to give you a shot, no anti-VEGF, no steroids, no Pred Forte, none of that, okay? The treatment is to get healthier, you big person, and that's what I tried to tell him. And again, he wasn't hearing it. He didn't want to hear it. And it was really frustrating. I remember the guy's funny, and I was like, "Hey, man, you're killing yourself." And he's like, my daddy died when he was 60. I'm already ahead of that. I'm like, okay, that's a bad attitude. So this guy was hard to try to, motivate, but I did the best I could. So you see these little bullets here talking about this neurodegenerative form of the disease. So when you get this retinal neurodegeneration, it's a loss of the ganglion cell, the nerve fiber layer, the photoreceptors, and it's called RDN, retinal diabetic neuropathy. Okay, that's a new thing, but it's not really new. It's been around about 8-9 years. So retinal diabetic neuropathy. That's like when you got the tingling in your fingers and your toes, except it's in your retina. So this is the workup I did on the guy back then. Now let's fast forward. Okay, why are we talking about this guy? So here we are. Same guy. This is last summer, so 2019. So you see, I took some nice pictures here. Took these pictures with that Nexi robotic camera. You just hit a button and step away. Step away from the vehicle. It's pretty cool. So you see, pretty decent images. You see no obvious retinopathy. There's certainly no vasculopathy like microaneurysms, dot blot hemorrhages. There's no vascular beading. You don't see nothing. There's no areas of obvious ischemia. No areas of obvious edema. And the guy had the same best corrected 20/25 minus acuity in each eye on this visit in 2019 last year. So this is what he looked like. And if this guy was in your office, I would submit that every optometrist listening here tonight would fill out the little forms that they make us fill out, and you would check off the very top box where it says no apparent retinopathy. That's what you would check off. You would say, this little yellow thing here, I wouldn't call that nothing. So I'd say no apparent retinopathy. All right, so I know that this guy has some problems because he can't see clear, and I've already done a workup on him. So I know what's wrong with him. And again, this is a demonstration kind of thing. So here is what retinal diabetic neuropathy looks like on an OCT scan of the macula. And so you see the retina is too thin. The mechanism is theorized that the retina is ischemic, so you got poor blood flow. As the old people would say, you got post-circulation. They got post-circulation. So the poor blood flow just messes up the tissue, and the tissue starts to die. And as the tissue dies, it shrinks, it goes down, and so the retina is not as thick. And so what you see is retinal thinning, significant thinning of the nerve fiber layer. And on a Cirrus 400 OCT, it looks like this, and it looks like this, okay? Now, on this particular day last summer, this was before I wrapped up this bad boy in bubble wrap and put it in the garage. I actually had both OCTs sitting in the same room side by side, and I acquired images on this patient on the same day, side by side. That's why I kind of use this guy because ordinarily I would use somebody I saw last week, but this guy where I happen to have the OCT scans from two different technologies on the same day, I thought that was pretty cool. So here's what it looks like on that OptoVue AngioVue OCT. And so here the thinning is represented by this dark purple. So this is too thin. You see the shape is kind of okay. You've got some vitreomacular adhesion right there. That's not clinically significant. So the foveal depression and everything is still there. Both eyes. So on a first glance, it would look like it's okay. Well, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that guy. But if you look at it real close, you can see like this hump is a little higher than that one, and same thing here. But the most important thing is just look at the numbers and the colors, and the retina's too thin. So this is retinal diabetic neuropathy. The guy's retina is messed up because of his diabetes that he's had for 20 years that he won't take care of. Now, I've documented the retina's too thin. Since I went ahead and put this slide in here just for educational purposes, anybody that's getting ready to buy a new OCT, and I think you ought to buy OCT if you don't have one. If you got an old one, get a new one. This angiography is the bomb, okay? I mean, it's like top of the line. You just can't imagine how practicing optometry is different when you've got access to information like this at your fingertips when you try to figure out if somebody got something wrong with them. It's just night and day. I can't really say it enough. So here, this is an OCT angiogram of the guy, and again, without giving angiography lessons, the blood perfusion is low, the tissue is not well perfused. This guy has subclinical diabetic retinopathy in a vascular mode, in addition to his subclinical diabetic retinopathy in a neurodegenerative mode. He's got it both ways, even though he looks totally normal. So he looks fine. He looks fine, okay? You would check off no apparent retinopathy, but this guy's retina is real thin, and he's losing his capillary network. Okay, lots of problems there. So he's got lots of structural damage. I wonder if he has any functional loss of vision associated with the structural damage that I just detected with my OCT scans. And on this particular patient, the answer is yes. And you see here, again, everything's in red. Without an interpretation, you can see that it's not normal. The amplitude is low. The waveforms are very shallow. And for this guy in particular, where I've got, if we go back to 2017, these test results are for this patient. So this is this patient's ERG scan in May of 2017. And here, and just again, just look at the height of the peaks, the shape of the waveform, the implicit time, 32 milliseconds. I think that one's 33 milliseconds. And then you fast forward to a guy whose retina looks exactly the same with ophthalmoscopy, and who's telling you as soon as you ask him that he ain't even trying to stay healthy. He's almost trying to kill himself. He just don't care. And 2 years later, look how much worse his retinal function is based on this ERG testing. It's incredible. And it's not that the machine is variable. I've had this thing 3 years. I've done over 1,000 of them. The machine is repeatable. You know, it's repeatable. I've done enough of them to say it's repeatable. You know, most of the time on most people. I don't think that I did a good one 2 years ago and then I did a bad one last summer. His stuff changed. So this ERG test picked up a decrease in visual function before the patient noticed it, before it manifested as decreased visual acuity. So this test in this patient is a more sensitive measure of visual function than visual acuity. I kept going like I always do. I did my color vision test, and his color vision, and you see the little factoids there about people with diabetes and loss of color vision. It's really striking. It's almost a coronavirus kind of coverage. If you have diabetes, if you have it long enough, man, it starts to affect your color vision. You just got to have technology sensitive enough to pick it up. You can't be doing no color plates or pulling out some dots with a D15 test. I mean, that's not going to show nothing. You got to have some modern, sophisticated, computer-assisted cone contrast color vision testing to see if your patient has a loss of color vision in the early stages. Again, if we're waiting on a D15 or some plates to see if the patient's color vision is normal, it's like wiggling fingers trying to do confrontation fields as opposed to a threshold visual field test. Okay, they're both tests, but you know, they're not the same. So this particular patient has a slight decrease in color vision on the right eye. And interestingly, if you go back, you know, just I saw this when I was preparing it, and I thought it was kind of interesting. When I go back to his first workup, and this is his color vision on that right eye back in 2017, look how it's exactly the same. It almost looks exactly the same. So this test is repeatable, and his color vision didn't get worse. His visual acuity didn't get worse. His retinal appearance did not get worse. His ERG test results got worse because he's getting worse. And that's simply the first test that indicates it. And I told the guy, I said, hey, man, you're getting worse. You know, you got to wake up and act right, or you're going to keep getting worse. And he says, I'll think about it. And I'm like, okay, I'll see you in 6 months. You know, you can't make people do stuff. So what I did, you know, here's my decision making. I talked to him about the whole shebang, diet, exercise, medicine. I do nutritional supplementation for people with diabetes. We use the diabetes vision support formula vitamins to try to strengthen the integrity of the blood vessel walls. I showed him all these pictures. You know, I got the big flat screen on the wall. I'm popping all this stuff up. I did the best I could, okay? Best I could. And then I reported the services. Here's how I reported the services. So this guy, he had hurt his back or something. He was on Medicare. So he, you know, regular exam, you see the visual field, OCT, color vision, electroretinography. I've had some people that would say, well, how come you didn't bill for fundus photography? Because the pictures were normal, there's nothing to take a picture of. So it's not medically necessary to take a picture of a fundus that looks normal. So in this particular patient, the OCT was much more diagnostic, you know, 100 times more information, and was the appropriate test to report. Again, there was no way to ethically or legally report fundus photography. You see the diagnosis codes for a person that has retinal diabetic neuropathy, where the retina's messed up from diabetes, but it looks normal. Okay, there's a code for that. It's called diabetic retinopathy unspecified, E11319. I mean, I use it all the time. It generates most of the testing. You know, you've got to kind of pick it up either with your OCT or doing functional tests, but that's the code. This particular, and you see how I had to change the code. Again, I changed the code so I could get paid, but I'm not breaking any rules. I'm not breaking the law. It's not unethical. So I looked up our Medicare carrier here in Texas, Novitas. I looked up the LCD, the local coverage determination for OCT retinal imaging. Well, because they don't understand the science, they do not have unspecified diabetic retinopathy listed as a covered code. Yeah, it's an oversight on their part. Maybe we'll fix it next year, but right now that code's not in there. Well, if you look at the OCT scans, clearly they demonstrate optic atrophy. It's not primary optic atrophy, like somebody born with a bad nerve. It's all white when you look in there. So it's an acquired partial optic atrophy, and the code does not demand that you determine the etiology. It just demands that you determine that there's optic atrophy. The OCT scan clearly showed there's optic atrophy, the loss of the retinal nerve fiber layer, the retinal thinning. So that code is appropriate, ethical, and the best code to use if you want to get paid and do it properly. The color vision, if the results are abnormal, I always report the abnormality where it's an acquired color vision deficiency. If the results are normal, and you can report the test if the results are normal, I would simply use the unspecified diabetic retinopathy code, like I did on the ERG test. And in this particular carrier, Novitas, our carrier here in Texas, they have rules and regulations that govern the performance of ERG testing. And I looked them up today just to make sure. I knew it, but I wanted to make sure they hadn't changed it because they change them all the time. And as of today, the unspecified diabetic retinopathy is a covered diagnosis code that will generate an ERG for our Medicare carrier here in Texas, and probably most people's Medicare carriers too. For the people that have their insurance clerks file claims, you would append these modifiers to these procedures, since this is the one that generates the most dollars. But Medicare will do that for you automatically. If you don't do it, you'll still get paid. Everything will be the same. So this is how you would report this service or file this claim. You see, again, you can do what you want. You can mix and match. You can go here. You can go there. You can do whatever you want. So let's keep going. We're almost done. So now, excuse me, I've been talking all day. So I put this slide up here. This is I've never done this before. I thought of this like 4 hours ago. Adam Farkas will tell you, I was working on this thing at 4 o'clock, and this popped in my head. And ordinarily, what you would do here when we're talking about this topic is you would say glaucoma suspect. He's a glaucoma suspect. She's suspicious. I think she might have some glaucoma. Okay, the raging glaucoma is coming. So ordinarily, traditionally, most of the time, when we're talking about patients in this category, we're talking about glaucoma suspect. I think they got glaucoma. I kind of want to change that narrative a little bit. This just popped in my head. See what y'all think. I'm thinking now, I'm going to start off primarily, I want to see if you're an optic atrophy suspect, if you got some kind of optic atrophy. That's what I want to determine. I want to determine, does my patient have optic atrophy? Now, what I know from optometry school is that there's 4 or 5 different kinds of optic atrophy. You know, you got primary optic atrophy, consecutive optic atrophy, toxic optic atrophy. You got optic atrophy from myopic degeneration. And of course, you got optic atrophy from compressive lesions, pituitary tumors, the neoplasm kind of optic atrophy. And last but not least, you got glaucomatous optic atrophy. So what I want to do is figure out, does my patient have optic atrophy? Yes or no? And if they got some optic atrophy, what kind is it? Is it the glaucomatous kind or is it another kind? And I'm gonna run a bunch of tests to figure that out. So, think about it. We've gone to all these glaucoma lectures where they teach us, don't fixate on the pressure. Don't worry about the pressure. Glaucoma is a disease of the optic nerve. It is a neuropathy. Glaucomatous optic neuropathy is the term. If you look at the definition, got nothing to do with intraocular pressure. A skilled, modern, trained optometrist is supposed to be able to pick up an ophthalmoscope, look in the person's eye, examine the optic nerve head, and make some basic assessment. Does this person have optic atrophy, yes or no? That's what we're supposed to be able to do. Well, we all know that for most of us, the trigger is pressure when we're trying to figure out if somebody has glaucoma. But the more experience I've got, and I'm real experienced, I got pretty good at looking at somebody's nerve and seeing if the thing looks normal or not. And if it don't look normal, I start ordering a bunch of tests. So, excuse me, I don't need the pressure to be 25 to initiate a workup on a glaucoma suspect, because there's almost no such thing. He's an optic atrophy suspect, and I'll figure out what kind of optic atrophy he is maybe on the second or third visit. Okay, that's the way I'm looking at it now. And I look at it like that a little bit because of the reporting of the services and trying to make a living, take care of my patients, acquire expensive advanced technology, and stay in the rules. Okay, you got to blend all that together. So a person that, we'll say glaucoma suspect just because we're used to saying it. So let's say you got a person that's a glaucoma suspect, and you make the assessment. Let's say it's not based on pressure. You just look in there and the nerve looks funny, and you say, "Hey, man, your nerve looks funny. You might be getting glaucoma." Okay, I've done that in my career. I've done it more than once or twice. And you see the 5 pictures I put down here to play Jedi mind trick on you. Of course, every one of those optic nerve heads is glaucomatous, and every one of those patients has glaucoma. Okay, and you see they all look different. So I just did that to mess with you. Okay, so here you would do your exam. You see on the left-hand margin, the eye exam, the OCT, and so on. To me, that's a standard workup if I think someone has optic atrophy. Okay. Now let's say, and I put this if you see over here, these little asterisks, I put these on here. So to me, this is kind of a standard, I don't want to say cookbook, but this would be a common evaluation in my office for a person that I thought had optic atrophy or had glaucoma. I'd kind of start with this most of the time. Now, if I could not make a decision on that first visit and I had to go to a second visit, this would be a typical or common second visit. And you see here, I've got these little asterisks. You may say, well, why does he have an asterisk there? So let's say you did your exam, you determined that the nerve was funny looking. You did an OCT scan because the nerve was funny looking, and the OCT scan was a little bit off. The ganglion cell complex was off in the right eye. You did a visual field, it was normal. You did color vision, it was normal. You did an ERG, it was normal. Okay, you got a funny looking nerve at a funny scan, and everything else is okay. Okay, I might sit on that, come back in 6 months. To me, he don't have glaucoma yet. The same patient, same test. I do my visual field comes out abnormal. Do the color vision's okay. I do my ERG, the ERG is abnormal. So I got a funny looking nerve, a funny scan, unequivocal, that's normal, this is abnormal. To me, if your ERG is abnormal, you got the right to repeat it when you come back for a second visit. If your visual field is abnormal, you got the right to repeat it when you come back for a second visit. If the ERG is abnormal and I'm repeating the ERG on the second visit, now I want a VEP to see what's going on, because now I'm curious. Now I don't know what's happening. So if this is good, I'm done. If that's good, I'm done. If that's good, I'm done. If these are off, I ain't even close to being done. So it's a whole different thing. And until I put this patient on glaucoma medicine, he don't have glaucoma. And what I'm putting in the record is partial optic atrophy. Glaucoma could be on my list of differential diagnosis, and maybe on the second or third visit, I'll make that determination. But on the first visit or the second visit, that's optic atrophy. And I put this in here again for those doctors that are concerned about following the rules using electrodiagnostic testing in the examination and diagnosis and treatment of patients with glaucoma, or patients that you are suspicious of having glaucoma. Just try to think of those patients as being suspicious for having optic atrophy and not glaucoma, because it really is the same thing until you get to the end and you finish. Now, if the patient comes in and the pressure's 35 in each eye, okay, it's probably glaucoma. But that's not normal, and most of the time you got to work to figure this out. So in conclusion, what I'd like to say is that electroretinography, to me, has an important place in the evaluation of eye disease. I've tried to explain why and how over the past hour. You see why. It's part of the functional vision assessment. We're supposed to assess visual function. We're optometrists. That's what we do. I'm real good at it. because I use all these machines, and I don't just depend on a person's visual acuity to make some decision on how good their visual function is. I do all this stuff and I roll it together. And this ERG test, depending on the patient, can help me make the decision. Is my patient getting better? Is my patient getting worse? Or is my patient staying the same? And then I make decisions accordingly. As the preachers say, govern yourselves accordingly. So that's how I do it. This is how I've added ERG testing to my practice. The handheld device makes it so easy. And once we all start working again in a few weeks, man, if you want to differentiate your practice, add this technology. If you've got first generation electrodiagnostics, man, upgrade to second generation. I think the government's getting ready to hand us some loan money that we don't have to pay back. I'm gonna try to see if there's any machine I need right now. I'm getting ready to go get one of these don't pay back loans, and I'm gonna give me some of that stuff. That's what I'm gonna do. So thanks everybody for listening. I know I've talked hard. My voice is kind of hoarse. I've been talking all day, but I enjoyed giving this information out. I'm glad you guys took the time to listen tonight. I think we're going to hang around for a couple of minutes. If anybody's got any questions, Adam's going to facilitate, and I will stand by. And for those guys that have to bug out or don't ask questions, I'll see you on ODwire in the days coming forward.